Okay. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to this show thing that we're doing. Um, my name is Cade Thomas. I'm the writer and director behind Ribbon, but more importantly for this video, I'm one of the producers. And I'm here with the other producer of the film, Alex Clair. Alex, how are you doing?
I'm doing swell. I got a beautiful ribbon, as you can see. Um, and actually, it might keep an eye out for this color because you might see it later on.
Mm. Mm.
Whoa.
If I, we'll talk about that later. It's not. Do we go ahead and talk about it? I guess we could talk about it. Just to be clear here, this little conversation is meant to be viewed after your viewing of the film. You don't want to go to this thing first. Watch the whole film as it is, typically, and then we're gonna sit here and ruin the film for you.
We are going to delve
Deep
into the depths. This
into
is going to ruin everything.
yeah. We're going to look right into the abyss, and we're going to ruin what I hope is your favorite film. Okay, so
We
anything
are
you want
going
to
to
say?
ask the tough questions.
Yeah. But that's the ribbon. This is what I was going to say. So, spoiler alert, everyone. That's the ribbon at the end of the film. That's not. For a second, I thought it was Joseph's ribbon, but it's actually the ribbon at the end of the film that's flying in the air.
I think we gave Joseph's ribbon.
Yeah. Who knows? We are recording this before the live stream, before the film has even been released or anything, and so we don't know. I mean, this could be horribly roasted. People could hate this film. It could be totally unanimously, 100% dislikes. That's possible.
It
Um,
is.
but also we don't know. We haven't spoke with the cast. I don't know who's all going to join the live stream, so that'll be fun to see. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to have.
There could be celebrities
Ribbon.
who show up.
There could be celebrities. I mean, at this point, the people probably watch the live stream, but if not, there could be celebrities. That's a reason to,
Yeah,
to
we
watch.
we, we have no idea.
We
But
have no idea.
this is getting oddly itchy on my head, so I'm going to take it off.
Yeah.
Um, so, well, let's delve into this
Yeah.
and butcher our film, I guess, and just talk about the. I guess we're not really butchering it. It's more of just like explaining the scenes and just saying, here's what we did, why we did it, and maybe say a funny story or two.
Yes, we're going to talk some behind the scenes things, just about sort of the production. We were college students when we made this. We are now both graduates of college, which is a huge, huge thing. And this was made during my senior year, and it.
Technically, mine, sort of.
Yeah, I was gonna say R, but I just didn't know. I should say that.
It's a gray area.
And so that's I don't know what I was gonna say. I think that this will be helpful for anyone who wants to make a no budget film, because this had no budget. This was made very, very cheaply. In fact, you know what? Let's point out every single thing we've bought on this film. That's a fun little thing to do. Ribbon. I bought the ribbons. So that's a fun. Well, let's do that right before we start. Well, so the ribbons I bought in on Amazon, and you bought them in, like, I guess you can't buy them individually. They come in like a pack that has, like, I don't know what I had, like 20 of them, and
Yeah, they had a lot. It had like a lot of ribbon sticks.
yeah, and
I've been 12.
well, I still have 8 of them.
Oh, was it that many? Because I have two. I have two. I own two.
And so I know that, like, I don't know where Hannah's is. Maybe Hannah has hers still. I don't know. I don't know where Joseph's is. Perhaps they both still have theirs. And
Perhaps they ate theirs.
perhaps they ate theirs. That's always a possibility.
The The most money spent was on the food, probably.
That is very true. The most money
Or
spent.
gas. Probably gas.
Alex, as producer, one of his biggest things was just driving us to all of our locations, which was his car. His car is the car that's in the film, and so it was sort of a double thing that we would drive to these places in the car, and then also we used the car in everything.
And that never turned out poorly for any reason at all in the film.
It never got damaged. We'll get to that story later, I guess. But yeah, so this will be a fun thing where we're gonna walk through it all. We're gonna tell some behind the scenes stories, how things were made, what we like about it, what some of our intentions were. Because some things were, we're trying to get done, and I don't know. We'll see if it come across or not, and we'll discuss all the fun stuff. You ready to get started, Alex?
Can I actually pause this real quick?
Okay, sure.
Are we paused? Are you just going to cut this out?
You want to cut this out? Sure.
So, should we do another take of that and where we just jump straight into it?
You want to do another? That was fun. I think that should be interesting.
You think that's fine? Because I was like, ooh, that was like a 10, 15-minute setup. People are going to leave before they even watch it all.
Oh. You want to do a short version?
Do you think we should, just in case?
Sure. We'll do a short version. Hello, everyone. I'm Cade. This is Alex. You ready to jump in, Alex?
Okay, we're not actually doing that. Okay, and
maybe you should answer yes to my question that I said, are you ready? Instead of, can we just pause here for a second? You kind of ruined the one take that we had.
Oh, I did do that, didn't I? Okay, ask it again.
Hey, Alex, you want to get started?
I'm absolutely ready. The real question is, are the people at home ready, Cade?
I have no idea. I mean, I guess we'll see if people click off the video at this point. They're like, we were not ready.
Leave a comment below if you were ready.
Yeah, that's good engagement, Alex. I like that. Okay, ready to get started? Here we go. If you ever need to pause it, Alex, we're going to pause this a few different times. This isn't a traditional commentary. Maybe we should have explained this up top. We're going to pause this a few times to walk through everything. Okay.
Few. It's going to be a lot of times.
Yeah. Okay. Alex, I'm going to pause right there.
I thought about asking you to pause.
That song is used in the movie. What part is it used in?
It's at the beginning, right?
No, it's that little sting that is going to be the intro to even probably this video.
Oh, it's in the mall. It's the mall scene.
It's the mall scene. Wow, you did better at that than I thought you was going to.
Well, because I was like, is that not the beginning? And once you said it's not the beginning, I was like, I know exactly where that's at. I know exactly where it's at.
Yeah. Here we go. And all the music, even though it's going to be in the film's credits and everything, done by Krim. I owe a lot to that guy. He made amazing music for this film, and it's exactly what I was looking for, and better in a lot of cases. Okay. Let's go. Stop there for a second. This is a Cade Thomas film. I don't know if this is clear enough in the movie. No, that's not what I was meaning to. Okay. We'll start
my
here.
favorite part was I'm actually glad you paused it because I was gonna wait. But I love those sunglasses so much. It's in black and white, but they are bright red sunglasses. And
I didn't think that'd make noise. I went backwards.
And her coming out, because we shot that several different times with so many different ways. that is that is like just knowing Hannah and just her badoosh. I don't know. It's just
That's your commentary on that scene,
that's
Alex.
literally all it is. It's that imagine bright red heart sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean, she does wear it later in the phone call scene with Michael, which you'll see. It's in color. She takes them off right then.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah, and that's really interesting. I mean, this is something that a little behind the scenes deal. Again, this is one of the things that might ruin the film. I don't know. it's whatever. This was filmed at the very beginning of 2019. Our first shoot day was January 1st, 2019. And it was right as there were still Christmas decorations around. And that's that wreath that's behind her. And so there is a lot of... In the apartment, I'll point out that's one of those things that we'll explain all that later. We are going to ruin this film. Just want you to know if I haven't made that clear. So yeah. And that was one of those things that, like, I don't know. I guess it can take place during that time. I must say, whenever... Yeah, Ribbon is a Christmas movie. Yeah. I mean, it's like, Shane Black, a lot of his movies take place, like, just in Christmas time, and they're not really, like, Christmas movies per se, but they're just sort of take place during that time, and it's just stuff you see in the background. And this is something I think that's very similar. I mean, I even think you can look at this film as a New Year's Day film. We're releasing it on New Year's Day. But it's about new beginnings. It's about, I don't know, everything's going to change. I don't know where I got that from, but that's everything's going to change. That's our theme song.
Sure. Spoiler, Cade?
Again, I hope you've watched all these things. This is over explanation of the fact that there are Christmas decorations around, and that we couldn't really
killing the mood.
So whenever I first wrote the thing, I thought this was a summer movie. This took place in the summer in suburbia, and then obviously we shot it during like the very cold months. And so there was a line like later on she says when she's talking to Pearl when she's being homeless, she says, being home, he's like, oh, life on the streets is rough. That's the line. Life on the streets is rough. Oh boy, the original line was, it's sweltering out there or something. And then we changed it because it's freezing, and it just I felt like people would sort of maybe know that this was in a colder time, and so it's changed to it's like a tundra. So, anyways, little things like that.
Just a fun little line.
Yeah. Okay, moving on.
I really like the suitcase rolling on the...
Oh, the sound of the suitcase?
Yeah.
And speaking of the suitcase, oh, God. I got the suitcase here. Oh, boy, do I mess up my shot doing this? You can sort of just see it on the edge here. I couldn't find the ribbon sticks that I own. I've misplaced them. Maybe I'll find them. But I have the suitcase.
Of all the things you could find, the suitcase is what you brought out.
Of all the things I could fit into this little corner here, there's all these wires and all this stuff. I've managed to... This really was what took a lot of the setup, was trying to figure out a place for the suitcase to sit.
So were you waiting for me to mention the suitcase just to bring that out?
I was waiting for a perfect time in which to introduce that I had the suitcase next to me. And I used my last pause to talk about the wreath. And I was like, oh, man. And so thank you for mentioning the suitcase.
All right, well, my one of my favorite scenes is coming up right after this pause.
Yes, but like you said, the suitcase noise, I love. Hannah's or Maggie's wardrobes in this, still to this day. So, Has it changed? Okay. Ready? Okay. Maybe we could take some of them out later. We'll continue moving right now. We are 30 seconds into this film. Okay. Just so you know, just so the audience knows, when he does this, he wants me to pause it. So you'll see how late I am. Well, it's about to cut after that. Did you have something to say about the swing set scene?
This is my favorite scene and probably my best idea of the entire movie. This is where I peaked very early on. This is right down the road from that house, and we were looking around, and it was like, so her character is sad and mopey, and I saw a swing set, and I was like, so the character right now is sad, but her character is also very like outgoing and just happy. And I was like, swing set. She can be sat on a swing set. It'll be great. She can just rock back and forth
while holding a suitcase.
When we sat down on it, while holding the suitcase.
I think that was my addition, because Hannah was like, "What am I supposed to do with this suitcase?" And I'm like, "Well, can you hold it while swinging?" And she's like, "I don't know." It was a good thing for all of us to learn. I guess you can hold a suitcase while swinging.
And whenever she sat down and it just started squeaking, I just remember looking at everyone and being like, "This is it. This is it. This is the peak." And we just had Hannah swing for easily like 2 minutes, and we were just like, "Just swing, just sit there and swing."
Yeah.
And
I don't know how much of it is going to be in the bloopers. Watch the bloopers if you haven't, or if you already have. I don't know, but I don't know if I'm going to put the full amount on in the bloopers. But it's several minutes of her just swinging, and I think my direction in that scene was for her to be sad.
Once. Mm-hmm. That's all it was. Just be sad and swing, and just I moved around with the microphone and really just got this squeaking in. And it was truly, the best part of the film.
Important to note, I don't think you've mentioned this on this thing. Alex also did the sound for this film. So that's an important thing to sort of point out. Because we were a crew of 2. It was me. I did most of the cinematography. I did a lot of the camera work. And then Alex did the sound, and we were the crew. We were there were some times that like we switched out, like Andrew Nichols was on set and Alex wasn't. Only a few times of that. There was an office scene.
Hannah also took over.
Sorry. I was going to explain what those. I'll explain this and then hand it back over to you. There were 2 scenes. There was office scene that Andrew helped with, and then the ribbon dancing is Andrew. And I did sort of the sound for the ribbon dancing stuff, and for the stuff that was needed. But all the scenes on stage, Andrew came in and helped shoot and did the cinematography for, and it's amazing. We'll get there later.
And Hannah took over sound a few times, I think, for my scene in the film. I want to say Hannah. No, she didn't. You did that all by yourself.
She's in the scene.
I was going to say, someone took over the sound at one point just for like a quick. I don't know who, but it was. I
believe it was. I mean, Andrew took over for whenever it went.
I know Andrew did,
and then I did for that, but I don't. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe David did it sometime too.
Oh yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and just talk about it now so we don't have to pause again. The scene right after this is while they're at the pond.
I'll just play a few seconds. There you go.
This was fun. I am currently hiding behind the bushes.
Yes. Wish I could point to it, but yeah. It's kind of just like right there where like that black is where he's up on you're up on the hill, right? On the top of that hill?
Yeah, well, I was actually there. I was at a couple different places. Like I hid behind the hill, and then I was too. Like if you look at Hannah, I was above and I think like behind that at points, just to get like the sound of her.
I
but
think
I don't think
you're.
we ever
Yeah.
ended up using any of that sound.
Yeah. I mean, you hear a little bit of it, like you hear her jack. It's actually better sound than you would imagine, being how far away you were. But you hear the like the with her hood, and then whenever she pulls up whenever this sound is made, that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But yeah, I'm hiding behind it, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
was
Yeah, and that's a fun thing we could maybe do in the future is point out all the crazy places Alex was hidden because there was quite a few of those. Because Alex had to be
We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that.
okay. Original music by Krim. Wouldn't have been as good of a film without him. Written and directed by Cade. I really wanted to put my name on there as much as possible. I love this shot, by the way.
It is a good shot. Just slowly.
That was something that was not in this wasn't in the script. The scene where neither the scene where she's we have her leaving the house in the script. But there's no thing that said swing set and by water thing. It was ultimately like, I think maybe she was like walking around town or something. And then these were him being sad. I think is what that was. And we found these two locations just right nearby. And that ended up being just, I think we were maybe thinking about doing some more stuff, but like, I don't know, it felt like it would have dragged on. You don't want too much of a intro, people will lose interest, especially like, right now, us dissecting the intro in excruciating detail. But I really like that. Went over there, I'm like, oh, that's so cool looking. And I still really like the way that looks. It's just so bizarre, and it looks like so overgrown, and like you can see, like it's right in a neighborhood. Oh boy, that sounds horrible. But yeah, these are houses. So, and it's like this suburban, and there's just this
There was a golf course right next to it. Golf course.
What's there?
Yeah, right next door. And my personal favorite here is she's standing right next to a piece of trash.
Yeah, she is. It's really dirty, and I think that's not even the only time that there's just like trash around, and it's just we don't really like clean, like it's something that you wouldn't see in like a movie, like of just like the sort of realistic. I mean, Michael's office, there's just all this like gross, like the floor's gross, and there just all this stuff, like we could have made it up, but I really like just sort of this idea that like, yeah, she's just right next to this piece of trash. And then Hannah, I'm like, Hannah, could you touch the water? And it's like and we are like far away from each other. Like we are across the thing, and I'm trying to like yell directions across this whole pond. Because I mean, it's a long zoom.
Yes, it is, but it worked out well.
Yeah, I think we had a few of those shots, but yeah.
I was secretly hoping the entire time she would fall in on accident. But it never happened.
Should have laughed that hard at that. Sorry, Hannah, if you're watching. Yeah, I like the music syncing. I love the ribbon theme, by the way. You can check out Krim on Spotify. They're instrumental of the film. Monday. Okay.
Hey, Michael, do you mind if I come in?
Oh, no, go ahead. How was the funeral?
It was beautiful. I just wish more people could have been there to see it.
It's no big deal. I got some extra work done.
That's all that matters.
Why don't you go ahead and have a seat?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Listen, even though Mr. Fillmore is dead...
Pause there for a second. Do you want to talk about Michael's office at all?
There's definitely some better scenes on The Office that I think it would be better to talk about later. Okay. But that opening shot of The Office
that's a good one.
Was a random office building. And Cade said,
Tulsa.
This looks good. And we just parked and just did every scene of Michael driving in and out of that office.
We got
without permission, I might add. We did not ask anyone, like, hey, can we just use your parking lot? And so we just had Michael do that, and Cade just set up a camera and got like 3 different angles of that office building, and then we just said, "All right, we're done." Go away.
And to be fair, I don't know about Butch Alex, but like I did like scout the Tulsa area for what was the exact office that I wanted to look like, and that was one place that I was like, and I found it, I'm like, that's beautiful. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm looking for. It's it's very like, it's kind of beautiful and it's sort of designed, but it's also an office. You don't want to hide the fact that it's this. It's just very office looking in it, but it is. You can take it from a few different angles. It's a really it's an interesting. I mean, if as far as offices go, I guess it's probably as good as you're gonna get as far as an exterior looks.
And then the office space is actually in the basement of our school's auditorium.
Yes, it's in the basement, and it's just like this. I don't even know. I guess it used to be the basement of the auditorium used to be like where some offices were, right?
Some professor offices in the history department, to be specific.
And
History and political science, I think.
yeah, and so it's just, and so this was an office, I guess, that some professor used. It's just so run down. It's hidden. I mean, to be fair, this is not really publicly accessible. But so there's no real reason to upkeep it by any means, and it's just kind of it's interesting. When I wrote this scene, and even the later scene in the original script, there was supposed to be like a cubicle setting, and there's supposed to be several people that were in this cubicle, and they were supposed to like pop up, and this was supposed to be like a thing that Andrew's character Tim said to the group of people instead, and ultimately it just sort of became like we were trying to figure out how we were going to do that. We were still gonna probably use the basement of the auditorium, and we were like, how do we there is like that right there is a cubicle partition, and so we're like, do we set it up where it's just his, and then try to shoot around it, and then do we like double out of all these people, or and it's ultimately it was like, we're really not going to show these other characters. We'll just put him in an office by himself. And it kind of does seem like he has a role that's somewhat prominent. Like I guess he's in charge of sales. And that's another thing throughout this whole thing with the Fillmore Industries. What do they do exactly? Oh, just business things. And like it's never explained. And I mean, it's just sort of said, it's said very briefly in a few different things that like Michael works in sales. And that's all that's sort of said, and it's sort of hinted at that he's sales for the company. It's not like they do sales, but it's just his job within the company. He's writing on a piece of paper he has there, just so you know, where we're getting all these props, these masterful props. It was in the drawer of the of the desk.
In fact, it was actually an old test for a class.
Yes,
if I remember correctly.
It was that whole stack was just a bunch of tests that were in there. So yeah, it was that is a test that we found, and also the computer that he's on was like this old computer I had from way back in the early 2000s. It's in fact, I'm using the monitor right now for this.
But you'll see more of that later on. There's a better off shot that we can, because there's also boxes behind him. But
yes, we'll get there. Yeah.
I'm excited to show it off.
Buried. Fillmore Industries is very much alive and well. And even though we're about to have some major announcements soon, we just want you to know there's nothing to worry about. Okay?
Okay. Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, no problem. There's some leftover funeral brisket in the break room. Have at it.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
All right.
Oh God, I keep pausing. There's so much I want to do. Sorry. Okay. Well, I think it's important for people to sort of know whenever making a film. Andrew was not the original person that was going to play this character. We were supposed to have this other person that was supposed to come in, who I really didn't know all that well. It was one of Debbie's contacts, Debbie, who played Pearl in the movie, and he was supposed to come in. We were all set up and everything for this day. Matthew's scheduling was he only had a few times that he could do different things, and so we had to work him in when we could and have long shoot days with Matthew, and so we had this thing set up with this guy, and I'm not gonna say his name, but he's a great actor. I've seen him in a lot of other different things. And what ended up happening was it was like the day before, maybe 2 days before, but not more than 2 days before. He said, I can't do it. I had to pull out. I got hired to do a commercial in Dallas, and so he pulled out. And I understood. I understand that. You had to go where the money is, because we were not paying anybody any money. Everyone was doing this just for the fun of filmmaking. And so I was like, oh my God, who am I going to get in there? We can't do Alex because Alex is already this other person. And I'm like you're trying to think out through all these things and be like, and you sort of want it to be someone, it has to be someone at least older than Joseph. And so it's like, it was ultimately like, Andrew's there. And he's good. He's a good actor, and I thought he would do a really good job as it. And he was obviously involved elsewhere in the movie, and so he became the logical choice to fill that role. And he came in and he did it. He did a great job. And he was given the script. I mean, he had read the script beforehand, but he didn't obviously learn the lines for this until just like the day before.
Yeah. And then the other thing to be known, Andrew, this is where Andrew also does some sound in these office scenes, because after we finished that, I had to go to work that day. And so I was on a very tight schedule for this. And so I stayed. We got all of Andrew's shots done. And after that, I stayed for as long as I could, but I had to leave. And so Andrew took over the sound after I had left very graciously, because he wasn't supposed to originally. But he was like, hey, he agreed. He was fine doing it, and it was a
because we did sort of run over a little bit, but yeah, I mean this is all production stuff. I mean, like it's really sort of I think would be good to know. I mean, there's so much stuff you have to do that's just problem solving in filmmaking. It's not like just you think it's just going to be just coming up with an idea, then just shooting it, and then finding the right people. But no, there's stuff that happens all the time in it, and there's just so many. I can't stand with trying to schedule things. Like that's the part that's just like so sort of frustrating, is trying to like, okay, what's your schedule, but you have to do it, and and it's you have to do it, and it's like figure out people's schedule, figure out every person's schedule, and then like try to figure out, okay, well, what scenes can we shoot around all this, and it's a lot of stuff to do, and that's what you got to do. And like we said, we shot a lot of, I believe the first 2 office scenes were shot that day. I don't know if anything else was that day.
Good day. Thank you for calling Fillmore Industries. This is Michael Wyatt speaking. How may I be of your assistance today?
Hi, Michael. It's me, Maggie.
That's the glasses.
Your sister.
Yeah, no, I recognize your voice.
Okay.
Why are you calling me?
Oh boy. Oh God. I messed up. Oh my God. Oh boy, I've messed up hard.
You shouldn't have paused it, Cade.
It's right there.
This ain't telling you to not pause as much.
I'm gonna test. Do I test hitting the space bar instead of doing this? I'm gonna test that.
I say we test it. Let's test it right here live.
This could like shut down the whole program and everything. Okay, and oh my God!
Yeah, no.
It works. Okay, that'd be so much easier.
The only thing I have to say, I have no idea why you paused that there, because I
had a reason, but okay, go ahead with your thing.
7 seconds from now is my favorite part of this.
I know what you're gonna do. It, yeah, we'll get there. We will get there. We will get there.
But I love just that greenery on his desk that's just in the frame whenever the phone call happens.
So you bring up a lot of things that are like I was wanting to talk about in this. We'll save the greenery for another discussion. What I was pausing there is, to talk about one thing. This is one of the first sort of visual things that I had with the film that I had in mind when I was developing it, was how to do these telephone scenes and like writing these telephone scenes. And I was always like telling people, it's okay. This is going to be 1-to-1. This movie's going to be, everything's going to be a square. And then for the telephone scenes, which they're not even that many in the film, but like for the telephone scenes, they're going to be diagonal. I could do a visual here on my thing here. I was explaining this horribly. People are like, okay. And they're going to be simultaneously, there's not going to be a single cut. Well, there'll be some cuts, but most of the time it's just both of you talking and reacting to each other. And it's sort of been done sometimes before. It's sort of Bye Bye Birdie-esque. But, never for that sort of extended and using that sort of geometric look. And it's difficult. It's not... It takes some planning. Like, you have to know Joseph is obviously angled to be like just to fit into the triangle at the bottom. Just like she's sort of made to fill a top part of a triangle. And that's why we had her arm up on the suitcase, and like we kind of have her other arm like sticking up, like awkwardly, but she's trying to fit up into a top of a it's easier to do the bottom triangle, that's what I'm saying, than it is to do the top. And so it's really cool, and you have to like record it twice. You have to like have the whole conversation on their half work, and you have to read, like I think I was reading the other person's line for them, and then you have to like cut out that audio, and because hers is outside, you have to then get like natural sound of just the world, and to then layer and cut out your audio. And so it's pretty difficult. But it's not like horribly. It's not like it's just a lot of planning. But what I paused there for is whenever I showed this film to I don't know what I'm supposed to say in this, but I showed it to Blakely. He's our mentor of ours. And he was like, that was one of the notes he sort of had, was that, you shouldn't have said, I'm your sister, or your sister, it's me, Maggie, your sister. And he's like, it sort of was a little bit of a cheap way of sort of doing that, and perhaps it needed to be, unsaid, like you just sort of inferred it from later things, and like when they later talk about their parents and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I know, and I get that from like, if that was the point of the line. If the point of the line was to sort of set up that this is his sister and this is how we're revealing it, which I can see how someone could sort of see that that's the reason, and that's why I did that. But I thought it was a funny joke. That's why I did it. I thought it was I thought it was a funny thing for her to be like, hey, it's Maggie. Your sister, like, I mean, like, he's like, yeah, I recognize your voice. I mean, you didn't have to like do this whole introduction of who you are, it's like, because it's just sort of like, I don't even know how to, like, that's sort of the height of that comedy can be, but like, I don't know, like an example that you could be like, hey, your sister, I don't know. It's just someone that you've talked to your entire life. I'll explain this joke more. It's someone you've talked to your entire life, and so you know their voice, you presumably know their phone number. I'll really explain how this joke works to its core.
No, continue. We're done.
But no, that's why, I don't know. That's just one of those things that like I can get why people sort of took it that way, but that was not the sort of intention of that.
I recognize your voice. Why are you calling me?
How's things going in your life?
Maggie, why are you calling me at work?
I just wanted to see how you're doing.
Now is really not a good time. Can we talk after I get off?
No, I need to talk to you now.
To see how I'm doing? Maggie, we haven't spoken to each other in almost a year.
I know, but I need somewhere to stay. I left the house and I have nowhere else to go.
I'll pause on the next
Can I
one.
stay at your place for a little bit?
Yeah, okay, sure. Do you still have the key?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that was it.
Nothing.
Do you want to mention that?
Yeah, no, just so we realized there was this guy whenever we started filming. My favorite thing is that sign. It says pre-K for all. But
Yeah.
in the background. There's a lot of random product placement that just ended up being in the film that was just oddly funny. Pre-gamer all. And I was like, let's keep that in because that's funny. But the guy
And
in
also,
the
it's one of the only things that, like, there's only a handful of things that say this is Tulsa. You know, it's not like, you know, I mean, you know, there's not a lot of things. I mean, what The Outsiders took place here. There's not too many things that took place here in Tulsa. And, like, I didn't want to draw to, I wanted it to be sort of anywhere, but still be, like, stuff at Tulsa, you know, and things that are Tulsa. You see the skyline, and there's just a few things that I didn't want to ever do any of that. But there are a few things that sort of point to that it's in Tulsa or at least Oklahoma, and that's one of the things it says. I guess we're going to give a plug for this place. PreKTulsa.com is what it says back there. So.
And it was an accident. Just because I think we angled the camera because that guy was walking behind, because he saw us filming, and he purposely went behind and started pacing, which I would have done the same. So I really can't be mad at that. If I saw someone filming, I would absolutely walk into the background.
Because then, like, the moment that we stopped recording, he would, like, just sort of walk back to where he was, but then he would, like, and so we were trying to, like, whisper and outsmart this guy and be like, just continue, like, you know, doing what you're doing. And like, he would always figure out that we were filming, and then he would just walk back there and start pacing around. And so, yeah.
But
and there was another shot that's not in the film, but it was a faraway shot of the bus stop, and because he had gone away, sort of, and so we had this, like, faraway shot of, like, from across the street of it, and then, like, he started slowly coming over to Hannah, and I'm like, oh god, okay, never mind, we got to stop this shot. I don't. So it's not used in the thing because there's not time. I'm like, I don't want anything to happen to her. But yeah, it was something we were trying to figure it out, but it's weird because we can't do any cuts there, but it's fine. It adds a person to the story. It's not like he's doing anything crazy. He's just sort of walking around back there. He's holding a Quick Trip cup, so another product placement that we have. I mean, this film, we could talk about more about this later. But I'll do this here. There is a lot to we do have a lot of logos and a lot of brands in the movie. Nearly, I would say, every scene has one, and it started to somewhat get a little bit intentional, because I liked it. You know, this is a movie about consumerism and capitalism, and so I thought it was brilliant to have just these logos, because they litter our lives as they currently are. And so it was really just, I thought that's our life is just everywhere. There's these things, and there's just this person, like, trying to just sell us things, and just imprinted on our life are all of these just ads. And I thought that was, and products, you know, and so they're just everywhere. So
we're getting all this out early. So the later part of the movie, it's just, there's not going to be any cuts.
I'm just going to be like, see? That's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna yell ad logo.
All right.
I'm just gonna make eyes into the camera and be like, you know what I was gonna say there, but now I'm not. This is gonna be a very long video. Again, right. I hope it's educational.
Can I stay at your place for a little bit?
Yeah, okay, sure.
GMC.
Do you still have the key?
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Fake plan. We'll talk about the fake plan later.
I know. Okay, I'll see you when I get off work. Bye.
You don't know what she says on the other side of that line. It's kind of... And I like him driving into his... We're not going to pause for this, but I like him driving to his... into the apartments every time.
Took a couple different takes doing that.
What?
Not gonna pod. So we did several takes. My favorite thing was off camera. Joseph usually wears glasses, and
okay, we're gonna go there too.
There's one point when he's driving, he's like, "I can't really see. I don't have glasses."
I forgot about that.
And so him driving was a mild danger.
To
But it was fine. He didn't hurt anything. Hannah did more damage to my car than Joe did.
But we will get there.
But yeah,
he was always, and this is a different place. Like the exterior apartments are different than the movie. We actually shot it. Another little thing, we shot it. We'll get there in a moment. But this is outside. But yeah. And also there is a product placement in this one, in this little tiny little scene. You can't tell it. Oh, I had my sound off. See it?
You pointing at?
It is in the reflection of the mirror. There is a Whataburger cup, as you can see.
I forgot about that. Yes.
This is all intentional. This was all art. Okay. Boy, how many times... there's so many interesting things. That's repeated later. I don't know how I'm going to point out all those. But this exact thing of where she's
I think we can point that out later when it's repeated.
Oh, okay. This was important about this scene. Our very first scene that we shot.
Oh, yeah.
This is our very first thing. This is before we had a Connor. I mean, there's just we were kind of scrambling, and we're like, okay, so we got to film some things that we can, and so we got started. This is the one that was filmed on January 1st. There's another scene that we'll talk about later. Well, there's a few scenes, but this first apartment scene was filmed. It was our very first scene that we filmed.
This is in Hannah's dorm because we went to college.
Okay, we're gonna go there. We'll do that here. Yes, this is Hannah's dorm, and so there's a few things that are hers and her roommates, but and we'll get to another issue there. But like the coffee and that's just a little thing, and there's obviously a lot of repeating in this movie, and the hug gets repeated later. I must say, I want to talk about the wardrobe here because it's the last time you see this. Well, you see it kind of being folded up later, but I wanted to start out the film with a thing that is certifiably what this character is, and so Hannah and I went to Goodwill before we ever started shooting, and we were looking for things that I was like, what would Maggie wear? And we were trying to figure out different things. I think the only thing we found that first day was the tracksuit that she wears, and Hannah bought that jacket. She's like, I really like this jacket, and she's like, I would wear it later too, and I'm like, okay, good. So almost every other thing I bought though, wardrobe wise, and I only really bought Maggie's wardrobe. Everybody else's wardrobe was stuff that they owned. Surprised by the number of sweaters that Joseph owns. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I'm wearing a sweater for Joseph in solidarity. But I'm not wearing a collared shirt underneath, which is weird because I almost exclusively wear collared shirts. And Alex is wearing a collared shirt now, and I don't hardly ever see him wear with that. That's not important. That's just in our personal lives there. But anyways, we were trying to figure out, and I went just Goodwill shopping on my own, and I latched onto that. I found that raincoat, and I'm like, this is 100% her. And it was more expensive than it probably needed to be. I think it was like $40, and so I was kind of like. It might have been 30, but it was like something was like ungodly amount for like at a Goodwill, and it's like I really thought this thing was important. They knew I needed it, so that's what it was.
And something you'll notice on my end at the very beginning, I was sort of in charge of continuity, and as the film goes on, as it got more and more like date, it's being harder to do continuity, and at one point it was just like. Oh, I forgot to do it. You know what? Joseph, you're in charge, or someone else.
Yeah, something fell through the cracks, and so we put Joseph in charge. Then we put it just was constantly an issue, and so it just kind of
came back to me at one point.
Yeah, but your number one thing was trying to figure out the time on the microwave. Was keeping charge. I think Joseph was fired for several reasons for that. Joseph has historically the worst continuity in this film, and I think that's fair to say. We haven't had many Joseph stories yet, but Joseph is a joy.
Joyful Joseph.
Yeah. And so he had a lot of, we'll point out those as they come, but the glasses is a repeated thing that's, and if someone wears glasses, you would sort of forget to take them off at times, and he certainly did. So
if you pay attention to the microwave, you will see that I tried to make sure it was at a reasonable time. I would set it to like 1 second, which I know annoys a lot of people, but some people do it. And I was like, you know what? At the time, Joseph's character would do that. But I just wanted to point that out. That's all I have to say about the scene.
Yeah. But anyways, and then that shirt was also another thing that I found. That was I love her wardrobe. Hannah hated it. she knew it was for her character, but I was like, at the end of the day, I'm like, and do you want to keep any of these? And she's like, no, but I would never wear these things. One article of clothing one day is hers that she owns, and that she, I guess, does own and sometimes wears. She owns the jacket, the river dancing jacket too now, but but there's one article of clothing that is.
We'll point that out later.
We'll find that out later. But yeah. And also, all the wardrobe's still in here. Some ones that were unused. Because also during that day, we were trying on outfits. We were like, everyone, remember that? This was the first day, the first shoot. We were all trying to like match up, and we're like, okay, this is going to be the Monday outfit. This is going to be the Tuesday. There's 5 outfits.
Yeah.
There's 6 outfits, including the ribbon dancing outfit. But and so we were really trying to figure out everyone's.
Joseph what?
And Joseph had a lot of different things, and we were trying to like match them and figure out how they would work out against each other. But that was fun as well. That was a fun little thing.
It was more you. I was kind of just in the background, like, I don't know how to match clothes.
There's a few inconsistencies, if I'm going to say that. Hannah, for the most part, is pretty good about the continuity thing, but the pants is a thing that sometimes changes. It's sometimes jeans, sometimes they're black. It's a thing more so later in the film, but there's some continuity.
Not nearly as bad as Joseph.
Not nearly as bad as Joseph, where he wears a completely different ensemble. You don't notice it. I think most people do not notice it, but once it's pointed out, you're like, "Oh God, how did I not know that?" I think it's because it's just another shade of beige sweater, but it's somewhat noticeable later.
Oh boy,
Michael.
Maggie.
Wait! Don't pause yet.
I should have called you before.
It's okay. We're both leading our own exciting lives.
Okay.
I thought you were going to let it go a little bit longer.
We took that took several takes. That was all. This is our first shot of the film, and so it took several takes to be like, okay, so obviously Joseph has to get to the other side to the microwave, and then also, and so we're like, do we do that after the thing? And so there's just a lot of stuff you have to figure out blocking wise of a film, and how characters get to where they're supposed to get to, this was a fun thing. I mean, he's sort of like turning her. It's symbolism of how they're going to future being in a dance together, because it's a movement of bodies in space.
Realistically. We were just like, how does Joseph get to the microwave? And I was like, what if you just hug?
Well, no, the hug's in the script.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, the hug's in the script because the whole thing of that he holds out his hand, that's in the script, and then the hug thing, but just the twirling wasn't in the script, I don't think.
Yeah, because that was my idea. I was like, what if you guys just twirled around and she gets up in the microwave?
And it sort of works because he sort of, I mean, and Joseph does that a lot, where he's like, sort of doing a lot of I don't know, I guess he's trying to like position himself in different ways, and so like he kind of just does it like I don't know, maybe there's some sort of thing there, but yeah, it's sorry, I just thought of a whole other thing, but that was a thing, one of the, I don't know, I thought it kind of worked, it's a little awkward, but I think it sort of works, you know, I don't yes, and it does, and it's obviously the first time seeing each other. But that was one. Our premiere of Ribbon was in Kansas City. It's part of this out of competition festival that It was out of the festival. It was the Kansas City Underground Film Festival, and we were invited to be their first screening. It was where we were like the feature film that they were showing, and it was the first film that they ever did. And so the guy who ran the festival said that was sort of one of the things that sort of hooked him early. He said the score was the first thing, and then that was something else that he really enjoyed, because he said it sort of spoke to his sort of relationship he had with his sister sort of in adulthood. And I'm like, oh, good, yeah, that's good. Because I guess it's, it's, what do you do?
That was that. I remember you saying that now. That's it's
And Hannah and I went to that film festival. We drove up to Kansas City.
I was in Florida.
Alex was in Florida. Alex is always just everywhere, just across country.
I'm in Utah right now. That's why we're not doing this together.
Yes.
We never said that.
We never said that. But he's joining remotely. Also, there's a virus. It's pretty bad. I'm kind of a little bit in quarantine, but that's a whole other thing for another time.
Yeah. We have. I'm going to talk about the brisket in the next scene coming up after they finish.
That's what
eating.
I was
We have a
thinking
fun
of.
story
Was
with
the
that.
brisket? Yeah.
But I think that's better right after they're done eating.
You're my brother, and I didn't know you worked at the same place. That call was just a shot in the dark.
Yep. Same place.
It's a funeral brisket.
So, how's that going? Is that old man still crazy?
No, he's dead.
Oh.
This is his funeral brisket.
There's a little bit more originally to that scene. I mean, that's just sort of cut up. This whole thing was sort of... We'll talk a little more about that. This whole inside of the first apartment scene is a little shorter than the original, like, assembly cut. It's just so it sort of gets to the point quicker. It was, we haven't. Fun fact. All this talking, we still haven't got to the inciting incident yet. We still haven't got to the ribbon dancing. Oh god, this is gonna be a long video. Okay,
We might have to cut off some of what we're wanting to talk about. Let's keep it in importance. Let's see if we can manage that. We won't, but we can try.
So, okay, but the thing is important to know that this pacing, and this is sort of editing, and this was something that was ultimately something that I was this was just taking for a long time, and it's a slower scenes. They're just sort of, there's not a lot of comedy in it. It's just them sort of bonding, and it just felt like this needed to be a little bit snappier. And even though it does set up a lot of stuff, and there's some things that was sort of explored more in the longer thing, but it just and they were setting up a lot of stuff, and it was just ultimately like, we just need to get to the sort of action of the movie. And so that's why we did that. And I so I think originally it was like him saying, do you want any? And she's like, I think I'm good. And that was just the end of that scene. So that's cut. Do you want to mention the food here?
Let's wait a little bit longer until right afterwards, because I think it'll come up again.
So, how's life going? What happened with Mom and Dad today?
I just couldn't take it anymore.
Why?
They treat me like I'm a kid. Like I can't make decisions for myself. Don't say anything, Michael.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Your eyes were saying something.
What was I gonna say, huh?
You were gonna say, they're right. You are so naive. You just trust everyone. The world is a mean place. You should work in a windowless corporate office like I do.
I kind of forgot about this. We'll put everything into this little cut right here where we're talking right now. This was one of those things that, like, we're shooting in a square, and have a limited space that you can use, and people have to be closer than they typically would be. And so that's what the sort of idea was. I mean, originally we had her sitting across from Michael, and then ultimately I'm like, this isn't working. It's not really a good shot. And we're just like, Hannah, I mean, this is sort of something that Maggie would do anyways, I feel like. just sit on the counter thing there and the table or whatever that is supposed to be, and talk to Michael that way, and that'd be something that she would do. I felt like.
The $1 million question is why. It's obviously my. Well, what's fun about this behind the scenes here is Hannah is a vegetarian. So whenever we went to get the funeral brisket, we were like, Hannah's not going to eat that, but it would be weird if she's not eating. So we went and bought her a vegetarian meal. What I especially love is that Joseph is using a spoon, and that makes me laugh every time I notice it. Is he's using a spoon and she's using a fork. And then I
the
made
difference
sure,
is they're polar opposites. This is all intentional.
And you can hear the
Cinema.
food squish, the food squishing. I made it a point to get that noise in. Like that was my ultimate goal. There was just, okay, guys, just move that food around. We're gonna go ASMR with this. There we go. But yeah, they're both eating. Joseph, that was Joseph's meal for the night. So he's actually eating.
That was typically how the only sort of compensation that we had for our actors is sometimes there was food that was involved in a scene, and that was your payment. And so we spent a lot of money. I think the brisket was pretty expensive too, if I'm not mistaken. And did it need to be brisket? Do you ever see the brisket? No, but you had. It helps the actors get into the mindset of the characters. There's nothing that could be anything. That could have been empty, and we could have added that noise in later. But no, we really did it. And then Hannah's eating some frozen like noodles. I think it's like with zucchini or something.
And some vegetarian food.
Some vegetarian food. And we're like, yeah, this has no meat in it. Is this good? And she's like, that's fine. I'm not overjoyed about it, but it'll do. And it was and that was something in the script that they were eating out of plastic sort of containers, and that's somewhat, I think, speaks to the theme of the story. And I really like that scene where they're just like, it's plastic. We live in a plastic world, and fast microwave.
I think Joseph was just really excited to get food on that day one.
Come on, let's eat this funeral brisket. Yeah. He's like,
that was out of character. That was just him saying, all right, let's eat.
But
because I think he did end up eating it after we were done filming and we were talking about what we're doing next. He just
so okay, I remember. So to understand the order, I remember this order to this day. So we shot that first scene where they were hugging and everything. We shot that. And that was also when we were trying on these outfits and everything and figuring out everything about the thing. We shot that, and then we were like, okay, for this next scene, we're going to have to go and get brisket. Because then we had to go back in, we had to go into town and go to Billy Sims, named after the famous OU football player, has a barbecue chain. And we went and got that from there. And then we came back. I don't recall if we already had Hannah's thing. I think we already had Hannah's thing ordered, bought. I think we went the day before to like Reese's or something. Walmart, I don't know. And got that. And then we went and so after we got the food, came back, shot this scene. And then like we also, a little behind the scenes deal. We don't do a lot of lighting in this movie. We try to do natural lighting. We could say it's an artistic choice, and let's just say that. It's not that we didn't want to set up some lights here and there. We tried a few different times, and it was just ultimately like, I don't know. I like the look of it. It's not. This movie isn't meant to be cinematic except in the ribbon dancing sequence. That's supposed to look cinematic. As best as, of course, we can. And then the black and white things have their own little aesthetic to it. But everything else, I kind of want it to look a little like the lighting's harsh and it's not all that sort of flattering. That's why there's like trash around. I mean, it's just sort of, we could sort of clean up more and do all that stuff, but I kind of like it that it looks like a lived-in sort of world. But what I was mentioning is we had to cover up the light from the outside, the window. And then we do that a few times where we tack up the blanket behind the windowsill because this is supposed to be at night. or at least in the evening, and so it was very bright in the morning, and so we had to cover that up so there wasn't like light shining on their face, because you can tell that sort of thing. In fact, there's a point in the film where we had to shoot it that way, and it bothers me so much, but we could talk about that later.
What can you do? All right.
You do need to grow up, Maggie.
Just because I trust people and care about people and try and see the good in the world doesn't mean I need to grow up.
No, that's exactly what that means.
I knew I shouldn't have come here.
What? Maggie. Maggie. Come on.
What, Michael?
That's two shirts she wears in the future of the film.
I know how Mom and Dad can be. That's why I left.
It's
Let me tell you a secret, Maggie.
That's one that you don't see in the movie. It's kind of an
Nobody
orange one.
knows how to be an adult.
What if I don't want to work in an office?
It doesn't have to be an office. But no matter what you do, you're not gonna be happy. You get a job to make money, and then you spend the rest of your life hoping that you'll die in the nicest house that you've ever seen.
What if I find a job I love?
Yeah, good luck with that. Now let's go finish this funeral brisket.
All right.
Come on.
That's that. I loved just having Joseph, just like, because we wanted him to sit on that left side and move the suitcase. And he was just like, how am I going to get over there? And we're like, oh. And he just
Figure it out.
That was all him just doing the exaggerated step. And I love it every time. And that's all I have to say. Because then he goes over and he's eating the brisket.
And I don't know if this is a time to sort of mention that Joseph is very different from Michael. I don't know if he sort of, I mean, there's a lot of, I don't know if he gets enough credit in this sort of film because he is playing somebody that is totally different than his personality.
Joseph is very funny. Very funny.
Joseph is extremely funny. I mean, he's sort of the one I think that sort of made the most jokes on set. And, I don't know. I think I probably get a little serious on set, but, when someone's supposed to be funny, I'm serious, and all that stuff. And so when it's some, I don't know. I'm really happy of Alex brings this sort of this joy. You bring this joy to this sort of set, and always have fun with things. And then Joseph always would come in and really keep things fresh. I enjoyed working that. Hannah would get serious at times. She would always, she's playing the wacky person and all that, but and she would bring it when we were recording and everything. But she takes her process pretty seriously, and Joseph very much wasn't like someone who needed to be in character or anything. He just sort of he did his things. He'd come in and do the scene, and then he'd just immediately be back to being this other guy. And he's very 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 different than Michael.
Yeah. So they're both very good. They just the way they go about it. Joseph just snapped into it, and Hannah's was definitely a little more methodical, and it was it's fun to work with them.
Yeah. Tuesday.
We finally made it to Tuesday.
Oh God. Elf.
Why are you dressed like that?
I'm getting a job today.
Oh, are you?
Okay, speaking about this outfit now. Very quickly, I love this outfit so much. This is my favorite outfit of Maggie's. I absolutely love this outfit. I love, as much as I love the raincoat. This is great. She spends probably the majority of the time in this outfit more than any of the other ones. I would say, I like that. She wears. Hannah did own that musical button-up shirt underneath. It has musical notes on it, but I cut the jacket and I love it. I love it. I have it in here. We're gonna play the scene, but I'm gonna be getting out that jacket right here to show you guys while this is playing. You have anything to say about it?
No. I just nothing.
She's supposed to look like she's like, I'm a businesswoman and I'm taking this, she's quirky. She's kind of outdated. I don't know quite the recent 100% for, there's not really 100% explained. she was sort of coddled as a child. That was sort of maybe a little bit more in the other thing, but yeah, she's
I don't.
or some
I was just gonna
psycho.
say, I don't have
it. Go ahead.
I don't have anything to say until we get to the coffee cup.
And that might not be 100% in this thing, but we'll see.
Could you take me to the mall we used to go to as kids? I want to see if they need someone to press the go button on the carousel.
The mall's been dying for 5 years.
Oh.
So that's all you get of that.
So that the coffee cup, we actually had coffee in that cup.
Well, that scene was longer at one point. That maybe we need to say that.
And so there was liquid in that cup, and Joseph did not like it. But to his credit, Joseph.
Hannah made it, by the way. We're just gonna keep throwing Hannah under the bus here.
And to Joseph's credit, he did not like it at all, and he would take a sip, and then he would just pour it back in and set it back, and just put the cup back for the many different takes we did. Joseph went through. Joseph ate or drank the most, like just stuff he didn't like, and then so did Matthew. Later. Matthew had drank something at one point. I remember we got him, and he did not like it at all. And so it's always just fun just to be like, I just remember Joseph being like, this is awful. But you wouldn't know it because Michael loved it.
Yeah. Reoccurring thing in our which we'll get to later, but we'd always tell them, okay, you might not whatever, but your character has to like this or do, whatever.
Now, after the car pulls away, I want you to pause it again because this is one of the hidden Alex scenes coming up.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I have so many things I'm trying to get situated here. So could you vamp for just oh God, 2 seconds. Things are going wrong, Alex.
Well, if you play it and we get past that, I can easily.
We'll talk about the original scene. My light went out. There's all sorts of things happening.
Boy.
The original scene was a little longer. So the coffee cup, it was a cup that was only supposed to make one cup, right? So it was like a small little pot.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason to understand why Joseph thought Hannah's coffee was bad, and again, I wanted you to speak and not me, is because Joseph worked for a coffee business, a fairly big coffee business.
Mm-hmm.
A siren in the ocean.
And so
he worked for Starbucks.
So it was one of those things of just him.
He had a better taste, I guess. I don't know, or he had I don't know. Not to throw Hannah's coffee making.
Yeah,
under the bus.
I'm sure she loved it.
I'm sure there's someone out there that loves that coffee. I never tried it. It could have been great. I could have liked it. Joseph did not. Okay, here we go. Mall scene.
All right,
That's
here you go.
Alex's car.
Thanks. I'll just take the bus back to your apartment whenever I'm done.
Neato. Hey, hope you find that dream job.
Thanks for the ride.
No problem.
So, if you didn't guess where I was at, I am laying down in the floorboards in the back seat with the microphone pointed at them. And we did that loop a couple times, so she would leave off frame, get back in, and we did that drive a few times. Well,
because it was one take, and it was originally I panned from that mall sign to them driving up, to then her walking in it's somewhat cut now, but the idea was that it had to be sort of paced right, and some of the lines were sort of wonky. But
in the blooper reel, you can hear a little bit of what they're talking about just to be in character. But that was really fun, just to throw me in the back seat, and then whenever we go off camera, I'd sit back up and just all right, guys.
And this is really at a mall in Tulsa. I think I could say a dying mall. I thank them. I don't mean to say that disparagingly. It's a really cool little place, and but it's in we shot that there guerrilla style, I guess you would say. No permission from them. They didn't care. We ran into security guards fun fact, we shot at 2 malls. We'll talk about that later. But this mall, I didn't think we would be able to shoot at this mall. I really didn't. And so we didn't shoot there initially. And because this was sort of the one that it was, that like is still somewhat of an operational mall. And so it's like, but we got away with it. And like security walked past us, didn't even think anything of it. And so I wish we would have shot the entire thing here. But we didn't.
We got a fun story out of it.
We got a fun story out of it. And so this is me just setting up in the middle of the parking lot. I mean, this is like, I don't know when this was. This was, it's had to be the weekend, didn't it?
God, I don't even remember.
Because how else would we have all been free to do it?
I think it could have been a Thursday. It could have been a Thursday.
Or a Friday.
Yeah,
I guess it could have been a Friday or something.
But yeah, so that's all I wanted to say is just I am in the back seat laying down.
Yes. Yeah, because it couldn't be seen because it kind of drives off right there. But like I said, it used to pan over, but she's walking into, I don't know, some department store. In the mall? Really in the mall? All handheld. All her stuff is handheld. Shows her free spirit more. Michael's office scenes are mounted. Maybe we could talk about that at where there's not a music blaring. Yeah. His and hers beauty salon. This is later repeated, especially this one. These are all later repeated shots because this film, some could say, is about balance. Oh, what's coming up, Alex?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh.
Then who's Jenny?
She's from work. She's from work.
From work?
Yeah.
That's it, Sean. I want you to grab your bags and get out.
Okay. I'm gonna talk to everyone. There's ads behind them. Those escalators are closed down. I don't know what. That's not important to the film, but I mentioned that. So this is Alex.
That is an old Alex.
That's an Alex with his longer hair before he had to cut it.
Bigger beard.
You cut that for Disney, right? Yeah.
I cut that for Disney. I went to work at Disney, and so I had to. I shaved the beard, cut the hair, got the beard back though, but I keep it a lot more trimmed.
Yeah, and that's Erin, our friend, who is there, and that's totally seen that she's in. But this was a real. This is really there at the mall. One of my favorite things about this is that there's only a few things in the film that aren't on script. We've mentioned them a few different times, but everything else is in the script. What they're saying before this whole thing, there's obviously a part that's repeated later, that part's scripted. But this whole backstory that they set up, like I remember them I'm like, okay, Aaron, Alex, they knew each other, and they're good friends, and so I had them, you shoot that scene together, and just sort of, you're this couple, and figure it out. They just have some things sort of before it, and I remember our first shot, they I guess developed this whole conversation between them, and this whole sort of thing, and our first shot, which might be in the bloopers, I don't know if it will make sense without this sort of description, but Hannah walks around there, and you guys are going on this long story about this very, very long story, and it's like, and they're talking, and they eventually had to get to a line. Like Hannah has a cue, and it's so you can see Hannah just like walking around back there. She's like going around to the other billboard, and she's like, am I gonna get my cue here? And you guys are just going on, and it's just this whole thing, and it's just like, I'm like, okay guys, this is going to be a little quicker. We can't just develop these characters right now and their whole backstory. If that's in the blooper, it's officially canon. That's canon. What they're talking about, and so I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say it's canon, but it's what's possibly happening.
It was a lot of fun. And then you told me to just, because I wanted to speak in it, and you were like, you can't say anything here. And I was like, dang it! But you let me talk in the front just because balance. And I had fun there. And then it's just everything afterwards. I was just like, I don't know what to do with my face.
Yeah, because you can to a point you couldn't repeat later because then because the lines repeat. But in the beginning you were like, because I guess you say like yeah she's from where. I mean, you can't really tell. That's one of the things of like just the way that's cut. She takes the phone out of your hand. It's very sort of quick. You maybe some people I think probably would miss it, but she takes the phone out of your hand, and that's how she tells that. But
Yeah.
anyways, that's Alex's cameo.
My life.
Hey. Are you two, together or what?
Oh, together? Not anymore. He can go fuck himself and shit in a bucket for all I care.
Oh my god.
I hope you die alone, you son of a bitch. I am going home and you are not welcome.
It's all gonna be okay. Trust me.
You're acting so good in this, Alex.
Put my hands over my face because I was like, how do you act shocked? And I knew I was smiling a little, but like it just enough to where like if you saw my face, you could tell. But like, what else would you do in that situation? I would be like, oh my god.
Thank you for taking us through the process of that. That was.
I do look defeated. I feel like in that.
I mean it's a fun little role. I mean we both have cool little. I love my cameo.
You do have a good cameo as well.
And so it's that was fun to shoot. And we got this is the scene we got kicked out of the other one from.
Yes, we did get. We'll bring that up later. We'll bring that up whenever we get to that mall. When I think, but we did try shooting the scene elsewhere, but we were kicked out of a mall. But I think we'll talk about that.
Well, this is the scene that I don't know if it's important to say. This is the scene that we were shooting, that we got kicked out of during.
Yes, yeah.
It was shot at a different mall, but we'll show you when that we get to that mall because we did shoot some things there before we got kicked out. Hannah, Hannah's a good friend, so she got to work opposite of you.
Just hit play.
That was fun working with your friend on the screen. Oh, look at that.
So over here is the last office of our corridor. This is Michael Wyatt.
Diet Pepsi.
You mind if we come in?
Oh, no, of course not. Come in.
This is Michael Wyatt. He's our sales manager. Michael, this is...
A little behind the scenes deal, boy. Okay. That's this little bit right here where he's looking up and everything. Again, I'm telling all the secrets. This is I think the one where I'm doing both things. I think this is Alex. I don't think you were here for this scene.
There was I feel like I was. No. This one. I think you're right.
And so I was having to set up the mic and do all the shooting and all that stuff, and the mic was on like this stand that we had just in case Alex wasn't there. He was replaced by this stand. It didn't distract as much. And so, but I messed up because I was doing all that and everything, and I made a mistake, and we didn't shoot Michael's part.
This is Michael Wyatt.
We didn't shoot this part. So this right here is just footage that we have of just like of him. I don't even know if it was at this part or a different part, but like him getting up out of his chair and him looking over. Just happened to have that footage. Just when we were just, I guess, had the camera over there for whatever reason. I mean, it was obviously for that scene or a different part, but yeah. It works. I don't think a lot of people would notice that, but yeah, he's not acting. So, sorry. That's actually Joseph. Those times that he looks over and then gets up out of his chair in this scene. Use what you got. Right, Alex?
I thought you were gonna play.
I thought you would find that interesting because I don't even know if you knew that.
Oh no, that was interesting. That is actually very. But I thought you were going to say use what you got and then just play. No, that's cool.
Sales manager Michael. This is Connor Fillmore. He is Mr. Fillmore's son. He's going to be taking over the company today.
Well, it's very nice to meet you. Your father was a nice man. So, Tim.
No.
Is this the end of your tour?
And that used to be something.
Well, unless you'd like to take a tour of the janitor's closet.
I don't know how much we want to speak about all this stuff.
There was a few lines there cut out.
There's a few lines cut out there. This scene in particular, again, because of this thing, I have some sort of issues with how there wasn't as much coverage for this scene. I'm going into all the stuff here. I want everyone to sort of get that. There wasn't as much coverage, and there wasn't as much, meaning that there wasn't a lot of close-ups to cut to. Like, we didn't have a shot of Michael really in this, and it was a very rushed thing, and Alex obviously left. I don't want to blame Alex 100% for the issues, but
I had work.
Yeah, he had work. They were paying him slightly more than I was paying him for this. In the sense that he was actually being paid and not.
I lost money.
He lost money on this thing, and so instead of having money taken away from him, he was actually getting money, and I guess that's more enticing. That's. I guess we're going into all this stuff. That's Andrew. He was wearing that shirt. That's the shirt that's underneath his funeral shirt. We just had him take that off because he didn't have a second
We
thing.
are still on Tuesday.
This is very important, Alex. This is all very important. I want to get into Connor, the character of Connor, right now, Alex.
Right now,
Just so we know. So this, I had written the role of Connor for a friend of mine that I knew back from high school. I thought it would be a cool little role for him. He did not want to do it, so for whatever reason. He's busy or whatever. And sort of, it kind of was like, oh, I didn't really prepare for getting another person. We'll talk about Debbie in a moment, but I like talking about each of these characters as their first scene. And so that was one that just happened to be like, Debbie told me, hey, why don't you post on this Tulsa Actors Facebook group and see if you can get somebody to do this? Because we had already started filming. We didn't have a Connor. We were like, I don't know what we're going to do about this. And I put out this post that was like, hey, here's this role, the kind of what he was kind of, and would you be interested? And he was the only person that messaged me, the only person. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, here, could you send me a thing where you read this line and these lines? And I believe it was maybe this scene or something. And he nailed it. And I still just, I owe a lot to Matthew because he came in. I mean, he was the only sort of option, but I can't imagine another, in the alternate reality where he didn't reach out to us. I don't know what would have happened. Like, that's just one of these things that's like, would I have rewritten the thing? I don't even know if it's possible. Would I have found somebody that wasn't good at it? Like, I don't know. Would I have put you in that role, Alex, and the whole thing would have collapsed? No offense. I just mean I wouldn't have had someone helping me.
I would have been awful.
Would I have had to step into the role of Connor? No, I just have to set up a camera and not, but I don't know. Yeah. He did so amazing in that role, and I couldn't have asked for a better person. And it's one of those things that's one of those success stories.
Him and Joseph also had, later on, got along very well.
Yeah.
It's like they played off each other very, very easily. But you'll see that later on.
And Matthew on set, like his sort of, he took it pretty seriously too. Like, he was someone who, he came in like, and that's why like the line was original. Like he was meant to be a little bit younger than sort of Matthew. Like he was like almost this kid. I mean, he was an adult, but like, and like that's why there's like trust fund kid. There's just certain lines that weren't changed. And that's sort of why he kind of like looked down on him a little bit, but he was just like this guy who came in and was taking over the company. And so that's where some of the stuff is a little bit wonky, but most people probably wouldn't notice that. I just pointed it out and made it a dill, but Matthew did so great, and he took it very seriously. He would come in and like he would run lines and really did well. I always wished that I would have figured out a scene between him and Pearl. That was always one of those things that I had looked and tried, and we have a single photo with all of our cast because one of their scenes like backed up to each other where we were shooting. It was Ariel scenes.
Coming up soon.
And so while we were there in between them, we were like, let's take some photos, since they never worked together. That was the one time they met, and those characters never met on screen. And obviously there's reasons why you see the movie. There's not a way for it. One time I thought perhaps they're both out in the audience for the ribbon dancing sequence, but that's it. I don't know. I always just wish they'd met.
It's fun.
Okay, you ready, Alex?
Yeah.
You want to explain what happened?
We were an hour and a half in. I've been drinking a lot of liquid. I had to go quickly use the bathroom.
Thanks.
I'm drinking more water, so we will have that issue again, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
That's funny. Well, in that case, Tim, you're fired.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you need to pack your shit and leave the next 30 minutes, or I'm going to have security escort you out of the building.
Connor, you can't just do this to me.
Well, this isn't going to be the same company anymore, Tim. I'll make sure of it.
There's originally a line about his father there. That's a whole other thing. It got cut.
And then Joseph just...
That's the second time that, because the laugh thing's repeated later in the ribbon dancing sequence, and it's again Joseph sort of left out of it. He's kind of like laughs a bit, and so it's kind of twice that's repeated intentionally.
What was your name again?
It's Michael.
That's right, Michael. You seem like a really cool dude.
Thanks.
You want to be best friends?
What do you mean?
Like buds or whatever, man. Don't make this weird.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, in that case, I'm gonna go make sure that asshole's clearing out his desk.
What just happened?
That was improvised by Joseph.
Yeah. No, was it?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no, maybe it wasn't. Just the way he did it.
Yeah.
I like that you paused on Hannah, by the way.
Yeah, so that's the first Connor scene, and that's introduced to him. That versus this is the Inciting Incident. We are an hour and 30 minutes into our commentary, and we've gotten to the Inciting Incident of the movie. And
we'll speed up, probably.
Alex is really hoping that we speed up, but people are like looking down and says this thing says it's 6 hours. I don't know. I'm ready to see how Alex gets his soul crushed by the end of this.
Boy, oh boy.
This
is a good shot of Hannah. This is at our school. I'm going to explain this real quick. I just said it'll speed up, but here I am.
I was going to explain something about the duality of the movie, but
I'll explain this part.
Go ahead.
This is in our school, so this is supposed to be in the mall. The mall takes place in 3 different areas. The mall is 3 different places. And this is, no, it's 4 different places. It is our school at 2 different times, the auditorium, this building, Mall 1 and Mall 2.
Yeah, right.
And then and so it was fun. This was just one of the buildings. It had an elevator, and it was like, let's use an elevator. We needed a place to set Ariel, which you're about to meet. We needed a place to put her, and this was the best place.
We had thought. I had originally thought of shooting that in Eastland. Eastland was the mall that we got kicked out of. Now called Eastgate Metroplex. Used to be called Eastland. And so I had thought, like, I really truly thought they were not going to care. I had been there several times. They didn't seem to ever really care, given previously to this they had a huge public bed bug problem that got all over the press, and so it was kind of a deal that they got more. They started to sort of be a little bit more stringent about the rules and stuff, but because some of their businesses got bed bugs, and it was a huge deal that people were like, this is gross. The health department is in Eastgate Metroplex, and so it's like it seems like someone should have picked that up before then. But what was I? Oh, we was going to shoot there because I really didn't think it was going to be an issue, and then it started to be an issue, and so I had card access to this building over the weekend, and so we went over the weekend. We brought Ariel back. Ariel graduated with us, and she was a year older than us, or graduated a year before us, or 2 years. I don't remember. Good friend of ours, really, really good friend of ours. She was one of the first people I sent the script to, her and Alex, to get their feedback on, and it was very sort of important.
Hey, Cade. If real quick, play just like 5 more seconds.
You want to actually be on Ariel? I wasn't gonna actually talk about Ariel here. The point, okay, I'm gonna back up a bit. The point of this dual inciting incident, because they both have inciting incidents. Because they are both on character arcs. The idea of this film that I was wanting to explore with this film is that there are two people on opposing character arcs, and so a lot of their scenes happen right at the exact same time, and that's where they sort of diverge from each other in different ways, and they mirror each other in a lot of different ways. And so this is sort of one of the first times in which they both have these two new things come into their lives at roughly the exact same time.
Hey,
Hello.
would you like to earn some money?
Fake trees.
Did you say money?
Yes. First place gets $1,000.
That's a little goof. I'm going to point out all my little goofs.
First place.
Right there, this little black thing that's on the little top though. That's some like camera back equipment and stuff.
It's
Wouldn't have noticed that.
$1,000 cash.
It's quite the shot to pause on.
Well, I wanted to do this. It's literally a table. Did I bring the little cover for it?
You brought the cover, but the table we just slid down from the hallway.
Oh yeah, we bring it up the stair, up the elevator.
I think we did.
We brought the planet. All that stuff got put in the elevator and put up. Oh, that's funny.
We just stole a lot of stuff from down to top.
Yeah, and we put it all in there, and we were trying to get all the stuff in there, and it was funny. And like she has, this is not noticeable, but like next to like her left hand is this little spool. It's a ribbon. It's a thing that we had that we were originally thinking about having. We might have to make our own ribbon sticks. And then and so that one was when I was like, oh yeah, it has multiple colors. It's Maggie-like. And then it was like, I'm like, and I looked up and like, oh, they exist. Of course they exist. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why I thought I had to make my own ribbon stick, but so yeah, we had that, and so we just set that on her table. It's that and I think a Dasani water.
Yeah, and a clipboard.
And a clipboard, yeah. Which I don't know. I forget what's on her clipboard, but
It's a competition.
Yes, it's a ribbon dancing competition.
maybe the Dasani water's later.
Ribbon dancing?
Aren't you in the tree right now?
No, the tree is later with. Did we do all these at the same time?
We did.
We did, didn't we?
That's what I was going to also say.
The audio for me, I'm hiding in one of the trees just to get the sound right. You never see me because like it never really was fully used, but I did put myself behind the tree so I could get the right angles.
It's possibly, I mean, in the full frames, because this is shot, in 16:9, but it's edited to be 1:1. I mean, so there's a lot of things like in the sides of scenes that are like, because we had.
If you were to blow it fully up, I'd be in it.
Yeah, you would like I mean, like there was like the scene where Michael and Connor are eating their Asian takeout. You're like literally sitting right next to Joseph, and you were in the shot, but not in the shot how it is finished. But like if you did use the full version, you were there. But we'll talk a bit about Ariel. We're going to talk about this now.
Yeah. Do you think? Yeah.
Ariel, like I said, very good friend of ours. She never met Hannah.
Person.
We never met. That was the first time that she met Hannah. which they were like friends that they both went to our we went to RSU, Rhode State University, and so they and so like I think by the time we met Hannah, because Hannah's a grade or two lower than us, or was, and so they had never met. That's the point of that story, and this is the first time I'm meeting him. But Ariel is. She's so smart. She's a great conversationalist. I love having conversations with her. Alex and I were at one point going to have a radio show. I really like having conversations with the two of them, because Ariel's is very deep. Really thinks about all of it. I'm not explaining this well, but she's just a very thoughtful and deep conversationalist, and I really enjoy being around her, getting her opinion. She's always one, I love hearing her opinion. She'll give it to you exactly what she thinks, and I appreciate that, because people try to spare you of your feelings all the time, and I really just want the absolute truth, and Ariel does that, and I appreciate that so much.
Phenomenal person.
And I always knew. What?
Great actress as well.
Yes, and that was I had when this went through the festival circuit, this film, which I guess it's just now sort of finished that. It went to several different places and everything, and I always ask for any feedback, because I'd love to hear some feedback, what people think about it. And a common thing people would, it's a polarizing film, I think, especially other cuts of the film, but there was people that'd be like, I love the character of Maggie, and then some people would be like, my favorites Connor or Pearl, or I would rotate. And then, truthfully, I'll just be honest, people were irritated by some of the characters. And it would rotate. There people would be like, my favorite character is Maggie, and I really love that character and everything she does. And then other people was like, I hate Maggie. And I think it's just the way that the character is. And then the other people would be like, I love Connor. And then Connor would be like, I hate Connor. And it's just like... and I think it has something to do with just the fact that these characters are so strong, such bold characters, and so and they're sort of shown. I mean, I didn't shy away from them being irritating at times. I knew that Maggie would sometimes be irritating, and Michael was, I feel like, a lot more irritating on the script than Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph really kind of made him a lot less irritating.
Yeah.
But still, he has
Ariel
times. He's a stick in the mud. And so in Connor, obviously, and Pearl, obviously. I mean, Pearl's, grifting them the entire time. And so it's like, I get why people say that.
Ariel's character was just consistently just like everyone.
Praised. Yeah, thank you for trying to wrap up my story real quick. Yes, that's the point of that. Thanks, Alex. Was that we constantly got feedback that they'd say like the receptionist or like the mall lady, because she doesn't have a name in this story, and she's like, she's great, and she is, because she's great because she sort of takes the wind out of these characters' sails, and I love that. That's sort of the point of that character, is she's supposed to sort of sit there and be like, she's kind of, in some respects, the audience surrogate, where she's just like, these people are acting like idiots, and I think that some people who really don't like the film like that part things of her, but I think that that's such an interesting. I love that. I wish more movies would have characters that just sort of be like, that sort of like this person that's just like can't stand the main characters and stuff, and so she has like, she's just trying to do her job, and these people are doing these like things, and so I knew Ariel would do a good job at that. I was always like telling her these different things, so like, you kind of see through them, where everyone else like sort of doesn't know what the other person's doing, or like they act like they know. Ariel's character sort of knows what they're doing. She's somewhat like, she's but she also is there to do a job. She's there to get people to sign up for a ribbon dancing competition. And so she's going to sign this person up because she's the only one that showed up. And so she actually starts out being interested, but then later on, as the story goes on, she knows that she's just here to... She knows she's not a real ribbon dancer when she brings home the homeless lady from the parking lot, which is one of my favorite scenes and from my favorite lines.
I would argue she realizes she's not the real one whenever she says she has a partner and the name is Table Mall.
Which we'll get to that. That's the problem. That's the moment in the movie where it kind of, you had to suspend your disbelief a little bit more than any other part in the movie. I feel like is her is the table abandoned mall thing.
Okay. Okay.
Your partner's name's Table Abandoned Mall is pretty great. Yeah. Okay. We'll get started here.
Yeah. Do you know how to ribbon dance?
Yeah.
You do? You're the first person today that said yes.
Yep. I'm a ribbon dancer, which means I dance with ribbons.
That's correct.
Great.
You'll just have to provide your own music. I hope that's okay.
No problem.
Everything's going to change
Do
by
you
Crim.
mind if I have just 1 second before we continue?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I just need to make a quick phone call.
I love how she gives it back to her. Like she, even in times, she's like, and she's like, oh, can I just talk? And she's like, yeah, sure. I don't know. There's so much there that is sort of unsaid, that I really like. This is a good enough time, just real quick to explain the fake plant deal. The fake plants were something that's throughout the film. To me, they always sort of signified, jobs in general and people who are working, because it's at Michael's office, it's at her desk and her table that she has set up there. It's kind of meant to symbolize the sort of capitalistic sort of thing. It's this will make you feel sort of more comfortable, and it's fake. It's a fake plant, and and it's in it's in this workplace in order to just sort of simulate what people would like, but it's a fake plant, and so that's why they're there. And I really liked it. At one point, I had thought about getting a subtitle to Ribbon, calling it Ribbon, and then it's something I was thinking, dog mascot, because that's a reoccurring deal. But I was thinking something in fake plants or something, because I think that's a thing that I really did enjoy. It's just kind of but it ended up being, it's never said. It's just a imagery deal that ties into the theme.
I can't talk right now, Maggie.
I have a question about a certain definition.
Can it wait? I have a lot of big things
They're
going on.
each in their triangles.
I have a lot of stuff going on today too, Michael.
Well, great. Then we can talk about it when we get home. Sound good?
No, wait. I just need a quick answer.
What is it? I can't stay on here long.
Well, on an existential level, what really is a job?
It's anything that makes you money.
Perfect. Then I have a job, Michael. And I love it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Aloha, buddy!
I gotta go. Bye.
Hey!
Hey.
Can I call you the Mikester?
Sure thing, boss.
Oh, no, don't call me boss. That's what I was forced to call my father.
Well, sign me up.
Great. What's your name?
Maggie Wyatt.
And your partner?
My partner?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not mention that earlier? It's a ribbon dancing duo competition, so you'll have to have a partner.
Can't I just do it myself?
No.
You can't.
You can't. Is that going to be a problem?
No, not at all.
Great. What's their name?
I love Ariel's delivery of that. No.
And
You can't.
There was originally, you literally cannot, right? Was
Yeah.
a line cut out?
I think, it originally went, no, you can't. You literally cannot. Which, I don't know, but I love just the delivery of no, you just full stop, no, you can't. I liked it better than the literary. That was just one of those edits where it's you kind of nailed it the first time, and so it doesn't need to sort of continue. And so...
I love it. It's always... Oh, it's so good.
And
It's so
originally,
good.
that scene sort of broke up there? Can't I just do it myself? And then it cut back to them, and so it's just some edits were sort of different with this scene. But yeah, yeah,
she says it with such joy. Like, no, you can't.
Yeah. Their name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Their name is
Here we go.
Table. Abandoned Mall.
So, how long have you been working here?
Almost 4 years.
Wow. Do you like it?
Okay, a little fun thing there. That was these are just these. That's Panasonic. Another logo product placement. It's not real. We did not get paid for any of this stuff. Just so it's clear. And that was like, I'm like, we were trying to figure out, I'm like, can you get closer? And it's like weird that he's standing. And I'm like, can you sit on the boxes? And then he was like, oh, let me try. I think that might be in the bloopers. But yeah.
It was like the worst thing that'll happen is you break through the boxes. Really.
Yeah, we can't use them anymore. Our valuable set, our that we've put so much time and money into.
As you can see, the wire just hanging in that corner.
Which was intentional. The other little thing that was the most our set dress. I mean, this was an empty room before we went in there. Mm-hmm. We brought in this table, this desk from someplace else, all these boxes. That I sure hope it's still down there because we did not take apart anything. We left it, and it was like that at least like a year later. But I don't know about now. But that Ethernet cable, which we just hung there. There's nothing there. It's not connected to anything, but it just adds so much.
A later scene, you'd see the other corner of this, and it's the best. It just really wraps up the entire office.
Yeah, the office is beautiful. The office is honestly, I'm very proud of the set because the other side there's just this giant tree, and then there's a chair. It's a.
Don't spoil it.
They've already hopefully watched it.
Spoilers.
No spoilers. In case they forgot.
Oh boy.
Yeah. You can tell me if you don't.
Oh, no,
He's
no.
lying right now.
Okay, I believe
you. Thank you, Alex. I didn't.
Your partner's name is Table Abandoned Mall?
Okay, so again, that was something that was a little bit of a stretch. I knew that when writing it, but it was too good. I mean, there's a lot of times in which, I don't know, I like comedy, and I like that is such like a classic sort of sitcom-esque thing, but it's took to this nth degree, because I don't know, I think that Maggie sort of does this often. It's like I think she sort of has these, she thinks that these are sort of okay things, perhaps because she watched them and things, but I that's sort of my headcanon. But she's so cartoonish at times, and that's so funny to me that she would be, because that's a thing that people would be often like, Wall-E Stair Man. I don't know. Which is kind of like a name somewhat.
I also think that, Ariel's character, Mall Woman, is desperate for someone. And so she's just like, whatever. You're the first person of the day.
Yeah. And so it turns out to be the only person. And so she's like, because I agree. She's just so sort of like, okay, whatever. I mean, we need somebody. And I mean, what's the worst that this lady could do? And so
19 rolls is the worst you can do.
17 or something, yeah.
17.
Yep.
That's not a name.
It's a stage name.
Interesting. Okay, does it mean something?
Nope.
Okay, well, so the competition is going to be Friday at 10 a.m. in the Williamson Auditorium.
AKA the old J.C. Penney's.
Refreshments will be served, and there'll be some vegan options as well.
Okay, I had to speak about the two things. The two things that are my comedy. I love callbacks. I love just sort of setting up that's an obvious, AKA the old J.C. Penney's is such a just sort of it's funny. It's it's obviously just referencing again. We have a lot of fun with the fact that this is a, we have a lot of fun. Yeah, we have a lot of fun that we are currently in late stage capitalism, and so we have a lot of fun with that idea, and so that was something that it's a setup. It's sort of just a kind of throwaway joke, but I love that it comes back like in a full, 50 minutes later, or whatever, 30 minutes later, you've totally forgotten about it, and then it's said again. Same thing with the Table Abandoned Mall. I love when that happens. I like that comedy.
Great. One more question. Did you say this Friday?
I did.
As in 3 days from now?
That's correct.
Fantastic. Well, me and Table Abandoned Mall will have our
She
review
even
ready by
gestures to
Friday.
the table.
Great.
Thank you.
That's the other thing that's just kind of like, she's making it, she's just gestures to the thing that is what she stole it from. In Table Abandoned Mall.
This was there.
We shot all of Ariel's scenes in the same day. Ariel's time is very important. With reasons we're not going to get into, we knew that she was not going to, want to do all these different, come back to the university and all the different things for an extended amount of time. And so we were just, and it made the most sense because, we're going to have her come back and then and so we shot all of her. And that was where we took our cast photo. And so, which I don't know where you can see that. kathomas.com/ribbon. I think it's on there, on a behind the scenes still. But yeah, it's the only one with all of our cast on there, and it was is because Matthew has a scene with Ariel, and so does Debbie and Pearl.
Really?
Yeah, and all of them I guess have it. But yeah, okay. She runs away.
Oh my god.
This is outside of Eastgate.
God. Why did I say I was a professional ribbon dancer? And why did I tell Michael I have a job? Oh god, Maggie, you are such an idiot.
Before we introduce her, we had gotten permission from the security team there. They drove by at this point. They said it's totally okay, no problem. And then when we shot a lot of things here at there that day. And then the next time we were returned is when we got kicked out of there, just so you know. That's what I had to say there. You see the boom mic in this scene a few different times. It was something I tried to hide so bad. There, you can see it there. But
Hi.
see it there? It's right. You see the 14002? It's right below it.
Right underneath it. Right underneath. That was an oopsies that we did not catch until afterwards.
Mm-hmm. If you would have held it underneath, we wouldn't have seen it. Oh well. You live and you learn. And I'm sure there's some way I could airbrush it out or something and hide it, but it's a handheld thing, and so you'd have to probably do it frame by frame. But ultimately, it's only on there for a few seconds. I don't know if a lot of people would notice that. But we've pointed it out now.
So
this is a film. This is not like a portal to another dimension where these people, you get to watch them exist. This is a film. Who would have thought? This was shot. These were actors, and it was a film.
You know that's Satan's palace, right?
Cool.
Cool.
Thanks for the information.
No problem.
Alex, it really is Satan's palace, isn't it?
The mall is Satan's palace?
Every mall is Satan's palace.
That was an edited out line.
Yeah, that's what originally happened. Yeah. Debbie, we're going to talk about Debbie. Let's wait till her close up. Which we did not get the audio of, which is why we didn't use very often.
It's an off chance, and I'm probably being naive to ask, but do you know any professional ribbon dancers?
Ribbon dancer?
Uh-huh.
That's
like someone
repeat
who
it later.
dances with ribbons.
Yeah,
I do. I'd love Debbie in this role.
Really?
And in general.
Cool.
Ooh.
Who is it?
Pearl. That's Pearl. That is audio from another thing because we did not have audio from that.
Play it for just another couple of seconds. I think it'll be the perfect
Pearl.
spot.
Who's Pearl?
Who's Pearl?
I'm Pearl.
That's Pearl.
Oh, sorry. You wanted to play there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that would have been well.
That would have been funny. You know what? Let's do this again. Oh, that's okay. This is Pearl.
Who's Pearl?
I'm Pearl.
That's Pearl. Now, background, I'm Debbie.
Debbie. So, fun fact about Debbie.
I sort of introduced you to her.
Okay. You can tell the story, Alex. I'll let you take this story.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Okay. So, I was invited to do a film to help with a film they were submitting it for a film festival by my
48-hour
neighbor
film
at the time.
festival.
48-hour film festival. And my neighbor and friend, my neighbor at the time and my still current friend, he was like, "Hey, do you want to help and do this?" And I was like, "Yeah, can also my friends come along? Like, is there anything they can do to help?"
It was
And
Aaron
my
and
friend was
I.
like, "Yeah,
Aaron,
why not?"
Aaron
and Cade.
Yeah, Aaron from his girlfriend. From the same.
Not in real life. Yeah. And so, I was like, "Hey, do you guys want to come and do this?" And they both said, so we went, and while we were there, Cade met, while Aaron was off doing a scene and I was helping with that, Cade met Debbie. And Debbie and Cade had heard of Debbie through Ariel before, and so we just started talking to her. And
she was going to be prior to this. This is an interesting thing too. I was going to do a different feature film. It was my first feature film that I had completely written and everything. And Debbie was going to be one of a supporting character in that too, but I had never met her. Ariel was sort of going to be a little bit more involved in that one, and she was like sort of co-producing in a lot of ways and helping with sort of auditions, and we had set up these auditions, and she was sort of the one that Ariel thought she had worked on some video that she shot with her, because Ariel also does video work and broadcasting work, and so she had met her doing some video, and she said this lady, I really liked her, and I would recommend her for this one particular role. And ultimately, we were going to have her read for it, and then we stopped. The project didn't seem like it would be a good right move. It was a completely different. It was a more serious work. And so I was ultimately like, well, I don't want to do it. So we pulled the plug on that. And I was also going to be in that as a prominent role. But point is, I knew her somewhat from there, and then we went and we showed up at that thing that Alex drugged me to. I didn't do much on that set. I just sort of walked around and watched people do things, record stuff, and film, as people say, make a movie. And Alex had a speaking role, and I guess I was in it. I think I'm credited in it, but I'm not in the film.
You walked on stage at one point, didn't you?
Yeah, but they didn't use the scene. I was cut out. I didn't make the cut.
Oh, okay.
Didn't make the cut. Didn't do a good enough job. And I don't even know if Aaron's
in it. Aaron is in it.
I know it just
dies by
panini. Yeah, at the last scene, right? She gets hit in the face with a panini. She gets killed by a panini.
She dies by panini. Death by panini.
So, but anyways, Debbie was there, and originally, talking a little bit about Pearl was originally Roger. It was a male homeless man. That's how it was originally written. We had someone else in mind that we know, mentor of ours. I don't know if he ever knew that I had him in mind, but David Blakely.
I think you mentioned it, yeah.
I don't know if I knew that you knew it, but I don't know if Blakely ever knew that I wanted him to do that. But
very busy guy.
Very busy guy. It was ultimately like this is going to be a nightmare, and so, and I was already dealing with like, it's not. I don't think it's a good idea. I was still writing it at the time, and I'm like, I don't know if it makes sense that this is a male character, because then it's like so many. It's these three male characters, and and then Maggie, and it just seemed like it wasn't the right fit, and it sold the one thing that it sold the threat more. It was sort of sold like a little bit more of like that this person could kill them. You know, I don't know. I don't know if it's really ever sold that Pearl could murder them, but that's one of the things that's sort of lost a bit in that change. But everything else is positive. I love in the when I changed, I thought I met Debbie, and I'm like, I had already been toying with the idea of changing the character, and she was so good in that role, and I'm like, she would nail that role so good. And I introduced myself and I said, I'm writing this character. I think you would do really good in it. And so I got information, and the rest is history. And I love working with Debbie. Debbie's so amazing. She's in so many local things. In fact, I think she kind of did another homeless lady after our thing and included the little flower. So perhaps Pearl is in another project that I know nothing about.
She's so fun. She's so funny. She brings such a nice energy. She's very just kind.
She takes it so seriously. She comes prepared 100%. It brings everyone else's game up because they're all like, well, we got to work with her, and we got to do great work. And her and Hannah did so well together. I love their sort of chemistry so much, and I think that
there's a lot of good chemistry just all around.
Yeah, and I loved being on set with. I felt like we were on set more with Debbie, Joseph, and Hannah than I don't feel like I was on the set with all that much with Matthew. I don't know. I guess because we kind of shot his all at one time and a few different days.
We did his, and just as yeah.
So yeah, I love working with them, and I will 100% do it again. She is amazing, and I love just her work ethic and her personality and everything. And she's great. She's a great actress. She nailed this role of Pearl. Can't imagine anybody else with it.
Wait, you're a professional ribbon dancer?
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew if I stayed positive, everything would work out.
Yep. I love that pat. I don't know why. It's just like little gingerly just pat.
When's the competition?
This Friday.
This Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm free.
Here we go.
Great!
I'm homeless.
It's a good cutaway, too. Every single screening I've ever been in has gotten a laugh. That is the most sure laugh in the entire thing, is that line. It's in the trailer.
There's my call.
God, I love this music. All the music.
I do too. I think it's my favorite song.
Oh, you think this is your favorite song?
Don't know how today could get any worse.
I think so.
Oh, the coffee scene's repeated. There's the coffee repeated.
Repeated?
I
don't know how today can get any better. Which is obviously just repeated from the opposite of what was said before. Lays. They'll repeat.
Real quick.
Okay, sorry. Yelling over the.
I remember going into that and just being like, so what do we have Debbie Pearl do? And I was like, well, what if we just have her sift through everything like Maggie did, so we have that repetitiveness?
I think that was your idea, yeah.
And we had chips because we needed chips, so we bought the Lay's chips, and it was like, what if they're just on the other side, because we never see that cabinet whenever Hannah goes through it. And so, and we were like, okay, Debbie, we have one shot at you opening the chips, and she nailed that.
That was
so good. So it was just like, okay, so we're just going to sift, open, and see what we can do with it.
Yeah, because I remember Debbie sort of pushed back a little bit of like, she's not gonna want like coffee, or like there was like she's going after food, and it's like, yeah, but parallels. And she's just like, okay, sure, I'll do it. And I'm like, yeah. Oh, so it doesn't make much sense, but it parallels, because Pearl would know that that's not. Why did Maggie shake the coffee thing? I mean, like that. That was something that was just sort of Hannah did.
A bored person just kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
So, but no, just the parallels, and then throw in a bag of chips, and whoosh.
Yeah, and I love the simplicity of Pearl. Pearl is such a simplistic character, but there's so much it's such an interesting character in this world. Just the fact that And yeah, she's mentioned. I mean, that's what Debbie was like. I like just sort of she's after this goal. She's just trying to survive. She's just trying to find the next meal, and that's what it is simplistic, but it makes sense with her ideology and with come later in the film. The speech that she gives. I love this shot, by the way. Also, just to wrap that up about Pearl, her wardrobe. Debbie went out and picked out everything for her, and she did amazing. She's just like, here's my idea for this thing, and I'm like, you nailed it. She'd already told us that she had this idea, and I'm like, I'll just do it. I'll take your advice, and I love trusting in somebody, and then they completely knock it out of the park. Anyways. Foreshadowing. Because that's going to get broken off later.
This is definitely a great scene.
Yes. This is, yeah.
Oh my god! Who are you?
My name is Pearl.
What are you doing in my house?
Oh, just watching Wheel of Fortune.
Did Tamara win the bonus round?
No, she went bankrupt on her last spin. Looks like Joey's gonna win.
Little change there in the script. It was Joseph. But then when we cast Joseph, it was kind of odd to have a person named Joseph, and so it was just like, well, let's call him Joey, and I'm like, good. That's it.
Someone from Buffalo.
No,
Franklin's from Buffalo.
Joey's from Tampa.
That's right. Oh, hey, Michael.
I
Maggie.
love pans like that.
What's going on here?
Michael, this is Pearl.
Oh.
Pearl.
Okay, that's the Christmas thing. We tried to cover up by her head, but that door definitely says Merry Christmas. Behind the scenes of this, that was her roommate's room.
And I'll go ahead.
Oh, good.
And for the shooting of this one, because we shoot it in this spot and then like over in the kitchen, I, as the sound guy, and you as the video guy, we had to like shuffle 10 different times just to be like, okay, and now you're over here, and now you're over here. And I just remember that being a fun.
It's from over on this angle, and then you slowly get the camera kind of moves all the way out almost to the door.
We all got very close in any of the kitchen scenes. Of just all right, all like the mic constantly went into frame just a couple times, and so.
And there's just also the issue of we're right underneath like a vent, and so we had to like wait for that to stop. We had to turn off things, and it's freezing cold.
I think we
sometimes,
unplugged the fridge.
Yeah, we unplugged the fridge. You're right, and it's just, and then like there were people walking back because it's out of college. I mean, it's during winter break, but still there's people living there and everything. But that's her roommate's room. Just to wrap that up, that says Merry Christmas in this like these yellow letters, and I'm like, can we remove that? And then Hannah's like, well, I mean, no. So we try to cover up her head as much as possible.
This is Michael.
But you see it right there.
Hi, Michael. I've heard so much about you. This your place?
And understand there is also a hallway on the other side of the room, but in the movie it doesn't exist, and we shot around that completely. We only wanted that one hallway to exist within the film. And
this is another one of the times we spent money on food for the actors.
Oh yes, we got them potato chips, which comes back several times.
And also cereal.
Yes, that comes up later. Yep.
Yeah, it is. Maggie?
Is this your place is one of my favorite lines. That makes me laugh every single time still when I'm editing it. Oh, is it? Hi, Michael. I've heard so much about you. Is this your place?
Who is this lady?
Her name is Pearl.
Yeah, no, I got that part.
She's gonna teach me to ribbon dance.
Pearl, you're a ribbon dancer?
There's food at this thing, right?
Yes.
I'm a ribbon dancer.
Maggie, can I speak with you in the kitchen for a second?
Debbie has said that's one of her favorite exchanges in the entire movie, and I agree.
What's up?
That's obviously where that changes there. Now this shot in particular tied a shot of the entire movie, and I think there's a behind the scenes shot of that Debbie took, and it's incredibly tight, because we're like right at the door, and we can't have the door open, so we're like right crammed into there, and they're like so close to each other. I don't know. I mean, in the movie, whenever that's moving, you don't really think about how close they are. I think. I mean, maybe you do. Mm-hmm. I don't. But in the thing, they're obviously like you would never be that close to another human being. Just in conversation with each other, just standing that close to each other. Yeah. And so, yeah.
I know you've also said just you like this scene a lot because she's just in the background, clearly able to hear everything being said. And we joked about that on set a lot, just being like, they're right here, she's in the background, and just like, just the words that are said, and it's just like, maybe? And she's just hearing everything.
And it only cuts to her, like, it cuts to their close-ups whenever it's not about her. But the moment that it becomes about Pearl, like, she's in the background, which is another little thing that's like, and so when they talk about her, it's like, she's just right there. And she's just sitting there watching Wheel of Fortune, eating potato chips.
Is this a joke?
If I win, maybe this could open up a whole world of ribbon dancing competitions for me.
You can't just become a ribbon dancer. It takes hard work.
I think you're just jealous of my job.
This isn't a...
He's being supportive.
When is the competition?
It's coming up.
What do you mean? When is it?
It's soon.
Soon, like 2 months or something?
It's this Friday, Michael. I know it's quick, but I think Pearl will be a great teacher.
Pearl is a liar.
What?
Good. I'm glad
How could you say that about somebody you just met?
Because she's obviously just trying to use you. How can you not see these things?
Are you just saying that because she's homeless?
What? No. I mean, maybe a little, but that is not. It's not exactly the whole reason.
Michael, that's horrible.
I don't have time for this today. Not now. I met my new boss today, and he's this dweeby, arrogant,
it's a great scene,
country club going elitist snob who has never had a hard day of work in his entire life. He came in, fired a guy, then asked me to be his best friend.
That's sweet. What did you say?
Did you not hear the rest of what I just said? This guy is going to be the death of me.
You can always focus on the negatives, Michael. But if you do, you will never see the beauty of the world.
You sound like a cartoon flower.
Thanks, Michael.
I love the music.
We'll stay here until Friday.
Oh, great!
But Maggie, she is not a ribbon dancer.
I think the moral of the story is going to be that we should trust homeless people because they have hearts of gold.
This is not an after-school special, Maggie. There are no lessons to be learned.
There are always lessons to be learned.
Hey, Joey just won the car.
Really?
The Mini Cooper.
The Mini Cooper? I didn't think you would have guessed it.
They practically gave it to him. It was
Again,
really
a product. That wasn't clear.
Nice to meet you.
The scene.
I know you're
Okay,
lying.
yeah. Okay, what? Yeah.
I remember that being a talk, Debbie being like, knowingly having that and going just full on for the handshake, like knowing she has salt and potato chips. Just, like, whenever she wipes her hand on Joseph, that was Debbie's idea.
That was Debbie's idea. That was totally improv.
Just like, and that's so funny. It's just so funny to me because she just goes out of her way to be like, oh, I got some chips on you. I'm going to do it some more.
Oh, and I love that, like, she's obviously not trying to annoy, Hannah's character. Like, but she does kind of go a little slightly out of her way to annoy, because, like, she knows that Joseph can see through her, but, like, Maggie can't tell these things. Maggie just thinks that she's being this nice person, and so I think that Debbie, or, Pearl's character, the Pearl, knows that, like, she could sort of do these things because Maggie's not going to pick up on that stuff. And so they sort of have this sort of talk, like, that's sort of the only time that they sort of talk to each other, Most of the time they don't talk to each other, Michael and Pearl.
It's always just, It's always just like oh really? He's talking to Pearl through Hannah.
Yes, he's talking to Pearl through Maggie. Yeah, and so
except for there is the next shot in the morning when they're eating cereal. But then like he asks her,
but
question,
she doesn't respond to him. Like it's kind of like they do talk through Maggie to each other, which is interesting.
It's like being in middle school again. Whenever it's just like I'm not talking to him, tell him this.
Yeah, and so yeah, I don't know, and I think that's interesting, and there's something to be said about that because also class is an issue in this movie. But he thinks he's better than Pearl. I think that's fair to say. And she doesn't have that. But as much, she has her own things. Like even her is flawed, and like you sort of finally get that in the last scene with Pearl. But this scene, I remember we had a take before this. This is I think the second take. And the take before that, Michael kind of comes off as like trying to like be a little like I don't know. I don't feel like he kind of was trying to be a little aggressive to Pearl or whatever. And I'm like, lighten up a little bit. You're not trying to like intimidate her with this. But yeah. Anyways. And then Debbie nails it with that.
We need more chips.
And that was a difficult line. That was like, I'm like, well, I want this sort of thing. And then I think that line changed a few different times in the script where I was like, I don't know what her comeback needs to be there. And we need more chips ended up being a, I don't know, funny line. Wednesday! We've made it to Wednesday. We've made it to Wednesday, Alex.
Did we buy the cereal or was that already there?
I think we bought the cereal.
Yeah.
And, so yeah.
And milk. I know we bought the milk.
Yes, we did buy the milk. So it might have been just the milk. I don't know. They're eating Frosted Flakes. Just so everyone knows. Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. Do you know Frosted Flakes? I just saw a box of Frosted Flakes and I learned it's like called Frosted Flakes of corn.
You know, I actually have Frosted Flakes in the other room. I can
grab it because it does say of corn in small letters. Well, we'll take a pause here. I'll vamp a little bit. So this is one of my favorite scenes. It's really it's a great little thing. Very rarely do they say.
Not at all sponsored by it, but it does indeed say.
And it says like DeMaze.
Yeah, it's right, right there. I don't know if you can read that. Oh, wrong way. Of corn, Frosted Flakes of corn.
Hold it closer. Hold it up. Now over. There, your name's there. We go. Frosted Flakes of corn. I never noticed that before, but I saw that.
Well,
cool. It's kind of like Cheetos. Like they have to put like something on there. They're called something, and it's like something weird. So, anyways, this scene is. I remember someone. Someone who sort of had a really big hand in this that I wanted to point out is Lee Williams, a professor of ours. This was technically done for a capstone of mine. That was my reasoning for doing this. I wanted to do this so bad, and I was like, "Can this be my capstone?" And he's like, "Sure." I mean, obviously, put a lot of work into this, and so it was something that anyways, he was always there, and he read the script to a point, and then he's like, I want to see what the movie is, and was very supportive of the whole process. And afterwards, he's been very supportive. He sent it to somebody who does like social media work in San Francisco, and she said that she watched the whole thing and then like was like, it's great, I really love it, and like did all these generalized things, but then she's like, and I love that breakfast scene. It made me laugh so hard. And it's always odd to me that like people always say something very specific, yeah, and it's like, oh, I don't know, this I've never really seen it get. It's not the biggest laugh in the movie. One of the biggest laughs is the "I'm homeless" line. What's that?
I'm just playing with a squish.
Oh, okay.
Showing the camera while you were.
But it was, it's interesting because what people really like, it's different, and it's odd. But I love this scene as well. It's very short.
So what do you guys have planned today?
First,
It's one
we're
shot.
gonna go to a store and get some of those ribbons with sticks. What are they called?
Ribbon sticks.
Ribbon sticks. And then we're gonna go to Pearl's dance studio tonight.
Oh, Pearl, you have a dance studio?
Yep. But we can't go there till after 6 o'clock.
Oh no, why is that?
Oh, you know.
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
Michael, enough grilling Pearl.
What? Don't you think it's a little suspicious that she's homeless, but yet she has a dance studio?
Get to that line. This is all the house. So I said this sort of earlier while music was playing. All of Maggie's scenes when she's by herself is handheld, all of to a point, and then all of Michael's scenes are specifically at the office are on tripods to a point, and in the home scenes are on a monopod, which gives it just a slight shake, but not a full one like the handheld. And it's sort of supposed to, show their characters and everything. And I'll leave some of that up to interpretation. But I like camera shakes. I like zooms. That's a few times in the movie. Some people don't, but that's something I've always really liked. And to sort of explain why these are somewhat stabilized, but not, is because they're a mixture of Michael and Maggie. And that was an intentional choice. One of the very beginning choices I had for the aesthetics of the film.
You have a toaster oven that you never use.
Good blooper.
That's not even close to being the same.
If you haven't seen the blooper reel, watch it for that. Maggie couldn't get that, or Hannah couldn't get that line right. Good joke.
Well, you're welcome to come with us to the dance studio tonight.
Maybe I will. Then we will see who is correct.
Yep. We will.
Aggressively eating.
Yeah, the aggressively eating. Joseph does so good at that, and obviously they're arguing. We did close-ups of this scene, but I ended up there's another one that I do that with, that it's just like I ended up just liking the one shot. The one shot was just so good that I didn't want to ever cut, and so it opens with like a close-up of Pearl, but outside of that, it's all one shot.
Connor, if it isn't the Mikester himself, just the man I wanted to see.
There's some chipping in the wall.
There's some chipping in the wall.
What's going on?
This is one that you really see the nastiness of this office. Oh, there's another potted plant over there. See the floor?
There it is.
Yeah.
I love this part just because, like, I don't remember exactly whose idea. Right, and it was just like, what if we just have him scoot closer and closer, and then he just like just says stop. I laughed the entire time.
Yeah, whose idea
And
that was.
it was just like, yeah, sit down next to him, and it's just like, what if we just have him scoot?
Well, I think, so one thing is that chair was over there in that corner. That's where it sort of said it wasn't ever sitting next to the thing. And it was, I don't know, and that room's so small. But, I don't know, I kind of always, I guess in my head, thought that people are going to know that chair's over there, even though it's never in the shot or anything. Or it's going to be weird for that chair just to be sitting next to it. But, we were trying to figure out, I think originally I think the joke was going to be that they were sitting so far away from each other, if I'm not mistaken. He was going to sit way over there in that corner, and then he was going to sit in the other corner, and they were going to be having this conversation across this long thing. But it's a joke that doesn't work for a movie that's filmed in a box, and so it's kind of and so that's where we ended up being a little bit. And so I think that's where we're like, you guys need to be real close to each other, and so we ended up with the chair scooting. And
yeah,
it's funny, and it's I guess maybe probably a little bit of a cheap joke, but it's still kind of funny, and you gotta hit some different audience members differently, but yeah. And I love that chair. That chair has that design, that padded design.
What's going on?
You don't really see that much.
What's going on?
Just wanted to see how life's treating you.
It's been fine.
Which that's a thing that's said often, how's life, or how's life treating you, or just want to, because that's a callback to the Maggie scene the first Maggie scene where he's like, why are you calling me? Oh, I just wanted to see how life's going, or whatever the line is. So it's a thing often that people are just he's obviously has ulterior motives. That's not why he's asked him to come over there, and that's not why he's in his office. But like, he doesn't want to come out right there and say like, here's what my issue is, and that's just like, kind of like what Maggie is. And so even though Michael just always wants to get to the point, and it's like, why are you here? Why are you doing this? Why, just wanting to understand why people are doing the things that they're doing. But like, they're like trying to be like, oh no, we had to do this whole sort of social dance where we just talk and then we get to the point. But Michael just wants to cut through that.
Well, last night my sister did bring home this homeless woman, and
Michael, my life is in shambles.
I just love that he is totally unfazed by that sentence.
Really?
It's possibly a class still. It's probably like, oh, I guess poor people or middle class people bring home homeless people. It's not important, or just doesn't even faze him. It doesn't even think it's weird.
Is it because your dad died?
No, it's because I have to run this fucking corporation.
Because my dad died.
I can't really help you out there. I've never had to run a corporation.
Look,
I love that line read.
Investors want to hear my
That's
plan
kinda
for the
sad.
future of Fillmore Industries. This could go bad. I've never had to be held accountable for any of my actions before.
Well,
Maybe a little on the nose, but
I'll
I'll allow it.
build a new business model. I can make a few charts and graphs.
I could do business things.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
I just love the vagueness
Great.
of it.
Well, go ahead and get to work on whatever that means. I'm gonna go take a nap in my office. We'll go over ideas over lunch.
Yeah.
Just the confidence of, I'm going to go take a nap in my office.
Sound good?
Sure.
All right. See you then.
Here we go. Here's the shot.
Boom.
That was a refreshing nap.
And then just from a story's perspective, Michael is sort of on a journey a little bit ahead of Maggie, but because Wednesday is sort of his day, and then like Thursday's her day, and her day's a little bit shorter, but anyways, that's what's...
Did you have a relaxing time?
He has to cover more ground than her.
I answered phone calls.
This is at
I did
our
my basic job
our
duties,
university as well.
And I planned a new business model for our company over the course of 3 hours.
Well, at least we didn't die.
Sure, that just kind of trivializes any issue.
I have an idea, Michael.
Yeah.
The way Joseph holds the chopsticks,
Yes.
I just wanted to bring attention to that, because this entire scene I loved so much. It's definitely one of my favorite scenes. I've said that many times, because of whenever at the end he just drops that piece of chicken, and it gets me every time. And this was, another time we bought food for the actors.
Yeah, we had met before. I'm trying to think of like how me and you had met. We spent a lot of time together outside, and that's one of the best things about Alex is we're good friends outside of it, and so we get to talk about things even. I don't know. We're both free often, so that's nice. Other people seem like they're busy or something. I don't know.
It's busier nowadays, but especially whenever we were filming that,
Yes.
it was.
Oh, we were in school, I don't know. I guess
Yeah.
we were blowing off other things that needed to be probably had a little bit more attention brought to them. But I was in honors, and I didn't care. I can say that now. I didn't care. They're not going to take away my scholarship now, are they? But
that's the store behind, and so this was just like a little like
thank
dining
you
area.
for taking it back off. Yeah, but
Put it back on track.
we went to this Chinese restaurant and got to go. Is what I said. We was using with our time.
And it was really good. It was really good.
It was really good, and they really liked it, and I mean, they just took it. I mean, I must say, we said it was for them. We had ate beforehand, and we brought this to go. And
there easily could have been like they could have hated it, or it could have been an allergic reaction. Well, you know what? That didn't happen.
Yeah, and I didn't really think that they were gonna. I mean, I imagined that they were gonna do sort of the polite thing and like eat it for the scene, and then be like eat it a bit, and then just sort of like throw it away, or like be like, anyone want this or something? But no, they ate. They sit there even after the scene, and then just ate the whole thing. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I mean, glad they enjoyed it. I don't know if I needed to say that. They were particularly hungry, I guess.
Ate everything we gave that man. Even when he didn't like something, like the coffee, he drank a little bit.
Yeah. And but that was when we showed this. We had early screenings at the university, and that was somebody had the sort of one of their questions were like, why was he holding the chopsticks like that? Which I love that they watched the entire movie, and that was like the question that was on their mind. Is like, why does he not know? Does Joseph not know how to hold chopsticks? Was the thing. And Joseph said, he's like, no, I did that as a character choice for Michael not knowing how. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. Maybe they were on to him. But no, he took his character seriously, and he always wanted. He had no problem making Matthew look like an idiot, and had no problem like kind of making himself in turn look like an idiot.
It was good,
and I love that for him. Like, a lot of people don't want to ever come off like the joke's on them, and I don't like being around those people, and I don't like, definitely don't like working with those people in acting, because you do have to sort of put the ego aside, and he was always more than willing to do these things that made himself look buffoonish, and I appreciate that. That's a compliment. I don't know if that came off as a compliment, but that's a compliment.
No, it was. Yeah. It was just hit play.
2 words.
Water slide.
Or is that 1 word?
Water slide?
Yes, water slide.
It's got to be 2 words, right?
That's got to be 2 words, right?
I don't know. What do you mean water slide?
Such a...
I want to put in an office water slide. Right in the middle of the 3rd floor cubicles. You climb up one end, and you slide down to the other side.
Wouldn't that put a lot of our electronics at risk?
Put a lot of electronics at risk?
Maybe.
And that was one of those things. I just hit my mic. That was one of those things that I had thought about cutting at several points, and even in the script process, because it doesn't go anywhere. It's not something, that like leads to anything. It's not a plot point. It's, it ultimately I'm like, well, it does sort of set up his character. It sort of draws a little bit of a parallel to Maggie. It shows a lot about his character and what his sort of thing is, but that's ultimately why I kept it.
Sorry, there's also a product placement here as well. And something I wanted to add about Joseph, I'm going to dig at him just a little bit.
Good.
Is that, like, everyone else would, just kind of like nibble at the food, and then if we needed to reshoot it. Joseph ate. Like, he was eating. No regard for continuity that, like, it might be full here and not here. Everyone else was just do little nibbles in here until like the scene was over. Joseph was full eating. And in the brisket, it didn't really matter because you couldn't see, but this one was one of the scenes where it's like, I'm glad we got it early.
Yeah, no, he would.
I loved it. I loved that.
Debbie was always sort of trying to get continuity. Like, I remember she would eat sort of the chips, and then she was like, I need a refill, and she was always like, kept that in mind, and would always like not really eat when she's on camera, and then like, but I think Joseph was even eating when we were doing like the close-ups of Matthew, and so it was kind of like, you don't need to. I don't know.
But I loved it because it was just like, God, it was just so funny just to be like, you know what? You get it in one take. You get it 1 or 2 takes, or you've lost it.
Well, I remember we first sat down, our first meeting with Michael and Joseph for this film. We ate at Egbert's. It's a diner.
You mean Hannah? It was Hannah and
what did I say?
Hannah and Joseph. You said Michael and Joseph.
There's not a Michael. Hannah and Joseph, yes. Hannah and Joseph, we met to sort of discuss this whole thing and to sort of, tell them all and I think give them the scripts and everything. And it was Alex, Hannah, and Joseph and I. That just reminded me of that. And that's just different memories there. And they instantly knew that they would sort of really work well together and everything. We knew Joseph. We met Joseph from theater, and he does it because he didn't go to college with us. He's in the area, but he did come to our theater and help do some theater, some acting in the theater, and I immediately knew that he'd be great to work with, and Hannah I knew from classes and different things, and they're great. We really have a good cast. The only other person I'm going to go in depth with is the stagehand. I'm really going to go into depth with David and the stagehand character.
Some would say we won best cast, actually.
Yeah, you're right. Some would say we won best cast, and I really think that's because of really you and David. Your characters are the two that really are the reason. They're like, well, we weren't going to give it to him, but they really pushed it over the edge. But we'll get there. But yeah, we won best cast at the Couch Film Festival in Toronto. It's all virtual this year, of course, but yeah, that's great. We got nominated for a lot of things, but that's the one we won for. Love my cast.
Okay, one fresh set of ideas.
Your only idea was an office water slide?
What was your childhood like, Michael?
It was fine, I guess.
Let me guess. You were adopted.
No.
Really? You have just scream adopted.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Were you adopted?
For Hannah, because she had never seen their scenes, and during our first screening ever at the university, we showed that, and she died laughing at that of Joseph looking down at his sweater, I don't know, and just kind of really taking in his whole essence and being like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, and he's so hurt by it. That's amazing.
Well, we have it paused here. During the close-ups, I was sitting right next to Joseph.
Yeah, let's
or right next to Matthew.
Why are we having this conversation?
Just want to get to know you better.
Okay.
There. No.
So I would be sitting right next to Matthew at this point, and when it flips, I would be sitting right next to Joseph, just pointing the boom mic at them.
Right now, you're sitting next to Joseph.
Am I on? Am I?
Yes, you are. In
Next
the shot.
Joseph? Yeah. So it was just like a hopping between who I'm sitting next to, and that was the hidden Alex on that one, the fun part.
And that was particularly a tough one to get the audio of, because there was an intercom that played music. There was echo, and there was an intercom that played music that was only discernible from one of the angles, and it was particularly difficult because you couldn't match that, obviously. I don't think you could end up hearing it, but it was an issue to sort of shoot around.
I was raised in a normal suburban household.
Suburbia.
I've
always been interested in that. What was it like?
I mean, it's life.
They're all envious of certain aspects of their lives, and that's sort of the class issue thing, and that he is so envious of that sort of community, of that sort of friendship, of that sort of freedom. I don't know. He I'm sure he's even grew up with things of seeing suburbia, and I really love the Connor character. Is so interesting of what's not said. So much is said with the other characters, so much is said with Pearl, so much is said with Michael and Maggie, but the Connor, so much is unsaid with him, and I think it's so interesting of what he's so, that's such a big deal that he grew up, he lived inside this mansion or whatever, and he never really got that life, and he wish he had that life, and he wish he had a dog, and wish he had all that sort of thing, and so he has all this other stuff, but that's the sort of stuff that he wishes he had, and he's sort of envious of this class of people for that reason.
Cool.
So if we can get back to talking about this business model, I'd really...
God, can we go 5 fucking seconds without using the word business?
You said this was a business meeting.
Here we go.
And that was an accident.
That was an accident. So, I mean, I don't know. Is that cheating to put a blooper in the actual movie? I don't know. Where are you at in this, Alex? This is a fun one.
I am underneath that wall, pointing it at them as we had to wait for the water fountain that's next to them to turn off constantly. But I am underneath the wall, laying down, just holding it, and just pointing it at them.
Yeah, and you mean you're laying right between them,
mm-hmm.
Right?
And one of your favorite lines is also upcoming as well.
Favorite line in the whole movie. It's not even on camera. I purposefully it's a line that's said off camera, and I purposely made it because I thought it made it sound funnier. I don't know of anyone who's really laughed at it besides me. I love this line. It's my favorite line that I wrote, and it's delivered perfectly. One of the things of here, another little goof. I don't know if you call it a goof. It's kind of what we had to do. This is shot at night. There's a little skylight at the top, and so this is supposed to be midday, and so I don't know. I hope people don't notice that stuff.
It almost looks like a vent. So
yeah, it looks like a vent, and so you think maybe this is just in the day. But yeah, it is something that's like, but it looks a little night. I love this shot. I love the shot. This was also one of those ones that I developed early. I wanted to shoot one of these scenes here at the office, and it's also at a university. And I love that slow push in.
A mascot.
I'm sorry, what?
What if Fillmore Industries had a cartoon mascot?
That's not slow push in. Let's push in later, but
to brighten people's lives or for branding purposes, whatever.
Beautiful shot.
Okay.
It could be a dog. It could be the dog I never had.
Oh boy. Okay, Connor, before we go too far into this rabbit hole, maybe we...
His name would be Fluffy. He would be so full of joy.
But he'd be like a cartoon, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe he could be a real dog.
A real dog?
Damn it, Michael, you convinced me.
No. It doesn't have
Fluffy
to
would be a real dog.
Here we go.
He could be an office dog.
Oh, that's not going to be good for productivity.
Boom! Best line in the entire movie. Oh, that's not going to be good for productivity. Is my favorite line of the entire thing. Doesn't get a lot of play. I mean, it could be the fact that I don't cut to it, but I love that line.
It's settled in.
It shows a lot about Michael.
We're getting a new mascot. Let's get his picture on company shirts. Should he have a catchphrase? He should have a catchphrase. Could be, life's rough.
Okay. Probably shouldn't talk about the themes all that much. It kind of gives some things away, but I love the dog mascot. I love the idea of the dog mascot, what the dog mascot sort of means and what it sort of symbolizes in sort of consumerism in general and what these big companies do. That it's supposed to sort of be this cute thing. It's supposed to sort of pander to you. I love this life's rough, and so buy our product or do business with us or whatever. And it's this sort of, this guy, this wealthy guy or whatever, sort of talking down to you. This like, you guys will enjoy this. He's relating to you. Life's rough. It's funny. It's a cute dog. Buy our thing. I love it. And it's one of those things that's...
Write that down.
It's late stage capitalism too. It's obviously whenever a business is having problems.
I don't have anything to write with.
That's fine. I'll remember it.
This was written before. Fun fact: this is written before the whole MoviePass deal. MoviePass was a whole thing or whatever, and so they did the whole dog thing too. It's a thing that's happened over and over again, and even like stuff like this has happened, and it's come out later, and I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Our mall, the mall ends up doing all in our real life mall, starts doing all these things to try to get people into their business, and that's one of my favorite things. Is like I wrote this, and it was going through the film festival thing, and they're like, we're bringing in a carnival to our mall, and it's like all of this stuff, and I'm like, okay. Sometimes, Cade, it's just you're just too good for your own good.
Are you sure that this is a good investment?
It just repeats. It always happens. Are they standing over you right now?
I think I was right in front of them, so they're not standing over. Because like I was able to move out of the way, like they weren't stepping on
I just always wanted to think that they leaned over you, because there is a distance. No. There is like a space between them, so I kind of
I was against the wall still.
Then why aren't they closer to each other? They do kind of look like they kind of hit something.
I think it was a Joseph choice because Michael doesn't want to get any closer to this guy.
Not sure about anything.
But he could have held him closer. I don't know. It's
my entire life.
Okay.
Look at that expert turn.
Look at that rearview mirror. Look at how intact it is.
Hey, Maggie.
Dun, dun, dun.
I made a point to make sure that that's not on a radio station.
Yeah. Well, right now, currently, you're in the back seat, the trunk. You're
I'm
in the trunk.
trunk.
You're in the trunk.
That was a mild concern for everything. Just be like, are we going to get pulled over? Joseph, don't wreck. I know you don't have glasses on, but I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
There's also some great bloopers involving this scene, and some ducks.
Yes, that was a fun shoot day because we actually did shoot these chronologically here. We shot this scene and then we shot the dance studio scene right afterwards. And it was really one of those things that sort of fit together really well. And it was a night shoot, because then right after that we shot the tunnel scene. That's probably my favorite shoot day. It was
look at Joseph's eyes in the mirror real quick. Just look at those eyes.
And I love that we purposefully made it where he was in the shot there, which again was obstructing something of his that he probably needed to back up with. Because Debbie was also trying to help him, which some of that audience.
Because I was also in the back, so you needed to make sure I wasn't getting caught in it. So
yes, and you would be obstructing the view back there too, because you were kind of standing up. So not safe. We would not recommend this. This is not good. Don't try this at home. But yes, and I'm sitting obviously behind Hannah. Yeah. Okay.
I want you getting murdered in some back alley somewhere.
You wouldn't murder me, would you, Pearl?
Murder you? No. I don't even have a knife.
See, Michael? She doesn't even have a knife.
Oh, that's great.
And there was originally a little bit longer, and so that's why there was actual driving a little bit. And so that's that. Maybe if I've done a deleted scenes thing, that might be on it. It's just a little extended sequence where it was just kind of expository.
There was a mess up in it. We noticed there was a Debbie actually had the script in her lap that we didn't realize till later.
Well, and that's not the only issue. I mean, like Michael flipped the line, we had to re-record it. There's a few different things with that scene, and ultimately, it just was there was a lot of talk, because one thing was Debbie was supposed to say give him directions, and the line is because we got turning right or left, she's like, keep driving straight, and there was just a lot of. They're just ultimately just too many sort of issues that it was just kind of we'll just cut it, and there's really nothing there. There was a scene where they sort of talk. It's you're going to come to my ribbon dancing thing on Friday, and he's like, well, I have this meeting with the investors on Friday, and Connor will probably need me for that. And that's just sort of setting up both things to make sure you guys know that it's taking place at the exact same time, and that's why he's not there. But I don't know. I don't know if that's 100% necessary. Tell me in the comments below if that was completely necessary, and I ruined the film by cutting out that vital information. Love this music. It's beautiful and haunting.
It's also really fun to shoot this part, just this entire scene, just what we did.
Yes, this is. I don't know. For some reason, I don't know if you agree with me here, but I felt so much more artistic in this scene. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, because we can cut after we do we can pause it in the dance studio, but inside the dance studio was just one of the more creative things we did, or you did, and I just kind of followed.
And the fact that in our college town there was this dance studio that had there's this back alley that enters to a dance studio, and then you walk in because that's literally the alley that enters to the dance studio, and so all this existed was so.
A side entrance. There is a front entrance.
There is a front entrance as well. Yes, the side entrance is there, and so that was something. Or what are you doing, Alex?
Oh, sorry, I'm playing with that ribbon. I saw it and I just picked it up and I was like,
I kept hearing this banging. But anyways, it was, and so I researched it, and they're thanked in the credits, Heather's Dance Studio. I thank them again. There's a sign in the background that I tried to shoot around because it's supposed to be Mr. Jazz Hands Dance Studio, and it was great. The owner was like, sure, you can come shoot this, and so she came in like when they were closed. You don't know if you can really tell. It is in the evening with that. It's black and white. It's kind of harder to tell. But and so she stayed there I think it was a Saturday night. And we stayed there. She stayed there and was in the back sort of just reading a book and allowed us to sort of film this whole thing. And I love that. It's one of those positive experiences where sometimes we didn't really have all that much, because we tried a few other people and just a few other things, and sometimes they fell through, but for the most part, these businesses were very happy, and she was more than okay to have us shoot in there and do all that. But yeah, just the whole. I don't know. We were running around. We were running late a bit because we were shooting this other thing. And we had to get this box for the other shoot, and it was my favorite shoot day. It's one of those ones that I really just have a lot of great memories of, because we were like driving 2 separate cars several different times because we were trying to I was trying to get ahead to get set up at this other one while you were trying to go get these boxes to shoot for this other thing, and I was brought some people, and it was, I don't know, I just really had a lot of fun on that shoot day.
Yeah.
There was something in the air. I felt like it was kind of a magical thing,
we went to Home Depot, Joseph and I, and maybe I think Hannah, and we got some boxes, or maybe not Home Depot, but we got some boxes.
Yeah. And we were supposed to, we're going to grab some out of the trash because we found those over there at the apartment.
But I did not want that because they were very dirty.
And so I don't know, because that's what we're talking about is the boxes that they're laying on in the tunnel scene. And so it was. And I don't know, it was just a really beautiful, fun little night, and it was, even when we went to that's why that tunnel scene I think is so sweet. I just think it was just we're making a movie, and it was fun, and it was, I like shooting at night. I really, really like shooting at night, and some film of mine is going to almost take place entirely at night, because I love it. There's something magical about that. I love the night. Anyways.
Just over here down this alley.
Are you sure this is a smart idea?
Yeah, let's go.
Love this music.
Here we are.
Maggie, are you sure you want to do this?
Why?
Let's go inside.
Come on, let's go.
Maggie, you can't be this stupid, right? Surely you're not actually this dumb.
Michael, why would you say that?
Because you're about to walk into a dark room with a total stranger you just picked up off the street yesterday.
I trust her, Michael.
Well, when's that going to end? Is it going to take somebody killing you for them to lose your trust?
That's a ridiculous question.
Is it? Is it, Maggie? What if that's not a dance studio?
I would be devastated.
And that's why you don't go around blindly trusting people.
But what if it is, Michael?
But what if it isn't?
What if it is?
Maggie.
I want to go in there.
Maggie, please. Please don't do that.
I think that music adds so much to that scene.
It does. It does.
It wasn't originally in the original thing. It really makes it weighty. It makes it so moving. There was a song that Krim had wrote, and I just didn't ever place it anywhere. Because he to understand sort of his writing, some things were made for specific places. The intro, and I think the mall one was written for the mall when she's walking around the mall, and then there's some that's written for specific places, and then other ones that are not, that are meant just to sort of put this wherever you think it is. Or in some places he's like, this is maybe where you would want it, and I was like, it doesn't really fit there, and so I moved it to someplace else. And this is one that he wrote, and I was like, oh, it's so beautiful, but I don't know where to put it. And I don't think it was in any of the film festival cuts, but I love that music in this. It's so moving. It makes it so they're really talking about their fundamental differences, and they're really hoping that the other person will change and come to their senses, and it's obviously repeated later, and it's a really moving, haunting thing.
And then just a funny line is immediately after this now too.
Yeah, which I don't know. The music 100% fits with the line. It kind of, but yeah, it's that's in the trailer. And the line that's about to come up, and I was going to say something else, but I forgot what it was. Okay, here we go.
I'm going to, Michael. And if I get murdered in there, no, I did it for the right reasons.
For a ribbon dancing competition?
Yes, Michael, for a ribbon dancing competition.
Maggie. Maggie!
They didn't know their lines all that well from that scene. Just want to let you know that. We had to take it several times. That's why the sun kept going down, and it's not that noticeable in black and white, but they eventually got it. That's all that matters. But not to throw them under the bus a little bit, but it took longer than necessary.
Just play.
Got anything to throw them under the bus for? They're so good. I just wanted to say that. We worked them a little too hard for no money. And it was mostly you, Alex. You put them through a lot, and
that's a space bar, Cade.
Yeah, you should have been a little bit nicer to them and not ask them to do as much.
This is an amazing scene coming up.
Yes.
Maggie, you don't have to do this. Maggie!
Sorry, it's hard to find the light switch in the dark.
I don't know what to say.
Pearl, you had me scared there for a minute. Michael was trying to tell me that you were taking us to your slaughterhouse.
Nope.
Just my dance studio.
Well, Michael, what have you got to say?
I don't know what he's doing there, like testing the safety of it. I don't know.
Pearl, I'm sorry. I didn't think you owned a dance studio.
What? I don't look like someone that could own a professional dance studio?
Yeah. Gosh. That's good. Hey, so you got a bathroom around here?
Yeah, it's down the hall to the left.
Great. I guess you guys can go ahead and start practicing your choreography or whatever.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. So that scene was so fun to shoot because it was we got it in like 1 or 2 takes where just walking in a circle and I just like walking around it's definitely one of the funnest times with the sound of just like trying to stay in sync, and like after like 1 or 2 or 3 tries, we nailed it.
Yeah, we practiced it a lot, and we really I was like, I want to do this as one take where it sort of circles around. I mean, would it have been better with like a steady cam? Sure, yes, it would have, and something. It's very sort of shaky, but it's still very. It's one of it was one of those really cool things where it's sort of how it like dances around the room, and it starts over here, and like they're obviously it's a cool little shot. Like it was really one that I'm not muting it. You're going to hear them all talking in background.
You rewinded all the way?
This is terrifying.
Are you rewinding it all the way?
Well, I was going to show how the opening shot, but they're all 3 in that shot together, and so way it sort of then circles around and everything was pretty
What? I don't look like someone that could own a professional dance studio?
Anyways. I probably should have cut all this out.
That's good. Hey, so you got a bathroom right here?
Yes, down the hall to the left.
Great. I guess you guys can go ahead and start practicing your choreography or whatever.
Okay, anyways. But the point is, it circles around, and you saw it. It goes around, and it goes through them and everything. And so it's not only like this whole thing of trying, and there's a mirror on the other side too, and so it's this whole thing of like, one of the reasons that we did it was because we couldn't really do all of these different shots from all these different angles because there's a mirror. There's a whole half of the room with a mirror. Mm-hmm. And so it's like you would have to like really plan it, and it would be sort of, because they'd all be from different angles then, and so you're like, how do you sort of do that? And the option became making it as one continuous shot that sort of circles around them all. But then the sort of issue was then 2 things. One was like, how do you get the mic? Where do you put the mic at that point? And so we had him essentially, Alex was going all around like behind me, but then and then but like had to also then point it to the person that was talking. It was a real intricate thing that we had to do there, and then we had to like watch our feet. You do hear it a few times because the floor is very squeaky, but it was a really fun thing.
The upcoming scene, just Joseph in the bathroom, was fun because it was his idea just to throw out what is now in the film. I was just saying, like, what if I just said something? And so he
said, like, let me try this thing, yeah.
And it was just like, yeah, okay. And so it made it into the film, and we loved it. It was funny, and he actually washed his hands, like he committed to the bit.
Yeah, it was much longer, the actual take, because we have a full thing. If I'm probably not going to put that anywhere, unless everyone wants to see how Joseph washes his hands.
I kind of do, actually.
Just a full uncut, just him just going. That
could be its own video. Joseph washed his hands.
No, we could have put that out for like during the early coronavirus as like a tutorial of how to wash your hands with Michael.
We thought about that, actually.
Yeah, we did. We had a conversation about that. There was like, because we were like, well, what's some things, we were early on in the pandemic, it was just shut down and everything, and we're like, this is going to be away real soon. We got to take advantage of it right now. We got to like come up with how we're going to capitalize on this pandemic.
Because we didn't realize how bad it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, here we are almost a year later.
Yeah, so.
This was all shot prior to COVID, in case that wasn't clear. I don't know if anyways, if you've made it 3 hours into the movie, into this thing, you're like, was this, whatever, all before coronavirus was ever a deal.
Well, hey there, handsome. What? You work in the sales? Well, man, that is...
So, to me, the joke isn't that he does that because people sort of laugh at that. Like, but I find it so funny that his look up after he says all that. Well, that is I don't know. It just he nails that sort of part. And so because like the original thing was like he was just supposed to look up or something. It wasn't like maybe he said something to himself. I don't know. I don't think so though. And Joseph was like, can I try this thing? And I'm like, sure. And I love it. He did such a great job with that. And I don't know how he didn't ruin the take with our laughing or whatever. Are you clicking something, Alex?
I was. I did a bit. It'll come up in just a moment. After the next pause.
Okay.
Maggie. Hi, Pearl. You need to leave.
Pearl had to be there, and I just like you can't just like walk past her.
The history of ribbons. Did you know that ribbon is Maltese for balance?
I don't care. We broke into somebody's dance studio.
If it's not one thing with you, it's something else. Why can't you just see you were wrong and drop it?
Maggie, the walls say Mr. Jazz Hands Dance Studio.
I'm sure there's a logical explanation for that. Pearl, who is Mr. Jazz Hands?
He's my business partner.
The pan is a reference to the scene where he walks into the apartment.
We broke into somebody's dance studio.
Why would you say that?
Maggie,
Alex, do you want to reveal to our audience what noise you made because we didn't have an alarm in the actual scene, and so we were like, wait a second, let me give you a little warm up there. We said, okay, we don't have an alarm to play, we don't want it to ruin the audio, so just to get you in, because we tried it before and I don't think they were really into it. I'm like, because they're not really reacting off of anything, and I'm like, Alex, just make a noise that startles them, and so then they could carry on with their scene. Okay, so
I did the Tuscan Raider noise. I used to be a lot better at it.
I was trying to see what the lead in is.
Why would you say that?
Okay, that's it. Why would you say that?
And then I went, do you want me to do the noise?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll lead you in. I'll say both of the lines. I'll say Michael's and then Maggie's. Yeah, we broke into somebody's dance studio. Why would you say that?
And then I went,
which cut out. It's not in the movie.
And so that was, I think I yelled one time. I was like, ah! But I think the official was, and so, that was just really, really fun.
Yeah.
Just a nice little Tuscan Raider sand people.
Yes. And
while we have a pause,
okay.
Just a fun fact for everyone listening at home, wondering if ribbon, what Maltese ribbon, how to say ribbon in Maltese is, let me listen to it again. You say it, oh wait, hang on, let me reverse that. It is, it doesn't have a voice thing here, but it looks like Zigarella. Zigarella.
What is Maltese for balance?
Maltese word for balance is Maltese word for balance.
It's a really great audio, by the way.
Belong.
It's what? How do you spell that?
It's belong. Bilan and then C with a dot above it.
Huh. So that's
according to Google Translate.
Yeah. Pearl was lying. Imagine that. Pearl was lying. And Maggie believed her.
That is all I wanted.
Okay. And this was Hannah's reaction to the noise that Alex made.
Maggie, we need to leave.
Do you know the code for the alarm?
No, I forgot. But he's right. We need to leave.
Also important. That's what's underneath. Look, Debbie had several layers on, and so like that blue jacket that she's wearing right there was underneath her whole thing the entire time. And she has like the scarf, and she has like a thing underneath the blue jacket, obviously, and so it's just a lot of stuff.
If you're the owner, what's the problem?
Maggie, we need to leave before the police show up.
And then Michael pushes her to get ahead of her.
Forgot the code.
Pearl does not own this place.
She said she did.
Then why is she running away?
Does the sirens need to be louder?
And tell them before they bust in.
No.
I think we should stay here.
We are going to get arrested for breaking and entering.
I doubt that happens.
Thursday! We made it to Thursday.
Time.
Alex had tried to get me to lower the volume of the sirens, and I said no. It had to be realistic. It had to be that way,
Obnoxiously loud.
Yeah. Well, like, I remember we showed Lee, me and you sit down with Lee, again, our professor who very wanted us to, very helpful with all this stuff. And we went sit down and both you and I watched the first assembly cut with Lee. And he was like, and Alex was like, yeah, I think Cade should turn that down. And Lee was like, you can't. And I'm like, oh yeah, you can't. And he's like, I'm like, yeah, because it's so good. And he's like, well, no, because you recorded because you've already recorded it or whatever. And I'm like, oh no, this was added in post. It wasn't in like the actual scene. And he's like, oh, well then no, yeah, you should probably turn that down. Did not take that advice.
It does sound a little more subdued now, though, than I feel like that first ever take. Yeah, and
it's, I'm glad that it did sort of sound like it was in the room, because that's what it hopefully sounds like.
Well,
do you have something to say?
No, that's it.
You were going to say something before I mentioned the. Were you going to mention the siren as well?
No. That was all. That was all.
You're the one that said pause.
Oh, well, yeah. I was just saying and pause because now it's Thursday.
Oh, okay. We made it to Thursday. That's Wednesday. What's your favorite day? That's a good time to little reflect on that. What's your favorite day in the movie? In the movie, not in real life.
I like Friday during the ribbon dancing just because that has the photo booth scene and then the car scene.
Excluding Friday, because Friday is sort of the climax of the movie. And it includes the ribbon dancing. Tuesday. You like Tuesday the best. Tuesday being...
No, the Wednesday because it has the falling chicken.
Well, a lot happens on Wednesday. Thursday's the shortest day, except maybe Monday. But
so some would say we are over halfway there.
Yeah. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, well.
Yeah, we are. How many minutes into this right now, Cade?
Do we tell you? It's a little depressing.
How far?
It's 31 minutes into it, Alex.
We are. Oh,
is your soul been crushed yet, Alex? Like we mentioned before.
Oh, what hour?
It definitely is going to be. We are at 3 hours. Well, we did cut out a break, so just so you know. But right now in recording, it's 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh boy.
Okay, keep going.
Now, before we start, Cade, this is an excellent time to actually stop, and let's continue this tomorrow. It is 9 o'clock, and I have not eaten since approximately 11 o'clock today.
So do you want to stop on Thursday?
Let's stop on Thursday. We are halfway through the film, and it took 3 hours. It has taken twice the amount of time I ever predicted. So yeah, I think. Well, stop recording.
Maybe let's tease the people for just a few seconds from now, for in their time. I might find my ribbon sticks.
Yes. I also, for the people to know, in case it wasn't shown earlier, this is what I've been sitting on for 3 hours. It is a very bland stool.
Are you gonna get a better chair next time?
I will not, because I have no other chairs. I'm not about to go buy a new chair just for a single another 3 hours. Well, because theoretically, the next half shouldn't be 3 hours, because we've done all the profiles of the people. It's just.
That's what you think. That's what you think.
That is what I think.
I'll try to stretch it out as much as I can.
Well, if we get to 6 hours, I will be sad.
You think that people would watch a 6-hour commentary?
I would not. They might put it on as a podcast. This might be better billed as a podcast.
Well, they wouldn't get the visual aspect of it because we are going through.
No, I don't think at 6 hours people would care.
But if they really truthfully think that this is we could get some really cool fans. Like right now.
Sure.
I don't know if we're going to use this at all. If this is in the video, then I'm sorry. This is for the Patreon. Okay, so this is for our Patreons. Hi.
It could be in the real thing. I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen.
If it's in the real thing, what do we want people to comment down below?
Oh boy. What is your favorite day? What is your favorite bit been so far? And if it's on our Patreon, same question. What has been your favorite bit so far?
Yes.
Hi everyone, welcome back. You may be wondering, why do Cade and I look different? That's because we spent 3 hours recording last night, as you can tell, and I sit on a very uncomfortable stool.
Boy. Okay, you said this was going to be a quick thing.
Oh, I lied to you, Cade. Point is, I needed a small break, and so we took roughly 24 hours to get back to recording. That's why we're in different clothes. If you've made it this far, thank you. If you made it in one sitting, you've done more than we could. And if you've been sitting on a very uncomfortable chair for the past 3 hours, you are stronger than I am.
In the meantime,
yeah, we have.
I did find this.
Whoa, it's a ribbon stick.
It's also a pink one, which I didn't think I had another pink one. Because that's what Maggie... It's very similar to Maggie.
That's not from the film you're telling me?
It's not from the film because it was in a package and it still sort of had the folds. But yeah.
Whoa. That's amazing. But, yeah, so
hold yours like mine. So it looks like one continuous thing. Up. Can you not tell we're right? Okay. Here.
There's a bit of lag.
There. That was not probably interesting content.
That was so boring. But no, we thank you all for watching so far. We just needed a small break, or I guess a day break. And, the goal is to not reach 6 hours tonight. That is a personal, because we made a joke about it, and it is my goal. So comment below if you think we're going to make it or not. I know you can see the time. But pretend you didn't.
So okay, I think it's gonna be very close to 6 hours. Just gonna be my guess. I'm gonna guess like 5 hours and 50 minutes.
Well, what are we at right now?
I don't know, Alex. Right now we're at 2 minutes on this one.
Well, yesterday was 3.5, so I don't think
We did cut
a
out
lot
a
of-
section because we had to take a break in that one too. So I don't even know how much of that ended up at.
That's true. That is true. Maybe we'll do it again. The big part of earlier though was we did a lot of character assessments, and we only have one more character to really assess, and arguably the most important character of the film.
I'm gonna go deep into his character backstory. So
And maybe even his backstory, IRL.
Yeah.
We'll bring up his.
I really want that to be our deepest character dive. Is on the stagehand. But I really if you have made it this far in, congratulations. I really can't believe there's anybody that would watch all of this, but if you have, wow, thank you so much. That's
Comment down below how long it took you to get to this point. If it took you, did you do it in one sitting, or did you do it in multiple takes? Did you do it as a podcast, or did you lay in bed and watch it the entire time? Maybe you took a bath and you made an hour bath.
Yeah.
Let us know. Let us know.
Let us know. Yeah, what other activities you were doing while this was playing in the background. Okay. There we go. I guess we're starting. I had to.
Oh, should we tell them that what day it was yesterday and today?
Oh yeah, I was going to go ahead and explain that.
So yesterday was the day that some people celebrate. You may have heard of it. It's called Christmas.
Yeah, we didn't say that yesterday.
No, we didn't. And then today is the 26th. Some would call it Happy Kwanzaa.
Oh, is it Kwanzaa?
It is. It is. I saw a Facebook post about it. So, yeah.
It is Kwanzaa.
Happy holidays, whatever holiday you celebrate during this time. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
If you're watching this on the 1st especially.
Yes. If you're
watching this,
I would imagine that people aren't watching this on the 1st just because the film is released at 7 p.m. So let's say they watch that live and it's till 8. We're planning a live stream. Hopefully that goes and that happens well. And who knows how long that's going to go.
Leave a comment below if we did.
Let us know if we did do that. And so people are going to have so many things to comment.
Yeah, and I actually have another comment for them. What day and what year did you watch this? Did you watch this, in May maybe? Like what day? When?
Yeah.
That's really all I got.
People, could be watching this in the future. And let us know all the things that's happened in the future. Does the coronavirus end? Is it, or is it just part of our lives forever? That's fun. Sorry not to bring real world problems into this. There was something else I was going to say, but it's not important. We're going to start this. Anything else you got to say before we start this?
No. I'm glad that was funny as I imagined, and I'm very, very happy that it went well.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this. Phones, water.
Let me silent my phone. I didn't do that.
I do need to silent my phone. It's currently on vibrate.
Okay. Glad we did that live here. Okay, let's. Okay.
I'm gonna call you halfway through the stream.
Just gonna phone call. We just have this horrible echo. We're both on speakers, and we're just like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Okay. Do we need to recap? People have just watched all this, so I don't know. Movie happened. We're on Thursday now. We have not watched what Thursday. Lead up to this was
Wednesday.
Yeah, it was Wednesday. They said I doubt that happened. The little siren was going off, and now they're leaving jail.
Yeah, and that was really fun.
Oh yeah. Okay, there's an Oklahoma flag. One of the few things that also says it's Oklahoma.
And American as well.
because I didn't think this was place in America. Important to note here, this is one of the continuity issues we were addressing earlier. Joseph is wearing a different sweater than what he wore in the previous scene. Just one of those things.
So if you want to rewind probably 10 minutes now, just to see that continuity issue.
Yeah, If you remember, we put so much space in between it now that the people won't even... I could have gotten even away with it then, too. And also, this whole scene took place on our very first shoot day, January 1st, 2019. It's weird because it does come so late in the film. It is interesting because, it's a very, it's the emotional height of the movie, I would say, as far as like tension goes. And I was kind of fearful of recording it so early in the thing, but we were trying to shoot all the ones that were just, Mikey, put Maggie and Michael together. I was trying to decide whether or not to say the character names or the real people's names. We was trying to shoot all of the Hannah and Joseph scenes together, and so we were like, well, I guess we can do this one. But I was like, just know this is the height, and this is where you guys are gonna be at the most sort of upset with each other, and just know that you're really never gonna be there again. This is gonna be and they played it really well. Yeah, I don't know.
We actually put Joseph in jail for this.
Yeah. So that's the other thing about this is I don't know if a lot of people, you really can't tell from it. This could be really any building, but this is a legitimate detention facility in Claremore, Oklahoma. It's the David or no, it's the Amos Ward. If for viewers of my documentary Laura, that's the connection there.
We have some fun stories after we played the scene out. We have a couple I think fun stories because this was day one and we this is kind of what set the mood and the jokes we had for a lot of it.
Okay.
I will
wait
more about that. Yeah.
I guess we can cross that off our bucket list.
Don't talk to me, Maggie.
Oh, someone's got them jailhouse blues.
I just stayed the night in jail because of you and your determination to trust everyone on this planet except for me.
Pearl said it was all a big misunderstanding.
How did you talk to Pearl?
Well, I used my phone call to call her since she stayed at your apartment last night. She said...
Alex, how would Maggie have known that Pearl was at Michael's apartment?
I have no idea. I guess it's a logical place to go for her.
I don't know. Like I guess. I mean, it's not explained. I mean, I don't know. I guess Maggie only knew that number, or I don't know. Is there a house number?
She call her parents 3 days after she left
and said I'm in jail. Yeah, so she wouldn't want that. That's another thing important. In the original idea, I thought the parents were going to be a little bit more heavily involved in the story. I mean, the first when I sat down to write it, there was a scene between Maggie and her mother, and so I was sort of thought that developing the idea that perhaps they were going to be more heavily involved. Perhaps they would even try to contact her, and then they contact Michael and see if they can sort of get a hold of her or something. And ultimately, it's just like, I didn't really quite know where that story was going to go, and it didn't seem to where I developed it. They just seemed to not be all that important. But if I wanted to really stretch it out and really make it an actual feature film, I guess I could have included the parents. That would have probably stretched it out a little bit more. But ultimately, I was just like, that seems unimportant. And if this, I was like, if this is not a full hour and a half, I'm okay with that. I just want to tell the story how it needs to be told. And so it was an hour. It was an hour movie at the end of the day. The first assembly cut was an hour 16. But yeah. Anything, Alex?
No, I'm going. I'm gonna save until just after this to just talk about all the scene.
That Mr. Jazz Hands is her ex-husband, and sometimes he says he doesn't know.
So she stayed at my apartment last night while I was in jail for the crime that she committed.
ironic, isn't it?
No! It's dickish! I want her out of my house.
She's my ribbon dancing partner. I need her.
Then I want you out of my house, too. You and Pearl have caused me so much trouble. And I don't know Pearl, but I thought you would have changed after all these years. But you haven't. If anything, you're worse. You say you want to be an adult, but you don't even try. Being an adult doesn't mean befriending a homeless woman and wasting a whole week training for a stupid ribbon dancing competition. Look what I have to do today. I have to go straight to work, even though I already missed half the day, and then I have to design a new business plan for tomorrow morning, and I have to order 100 Fluffy the Puppy t-shirts, because that's what adults do.
Fine, Michael. I knew I shouldn't have come to you. You're worse than Mom and Dad and twice as self-righteous. And I know you made up that Fluffy the Puppy thing so that I would ask about it. But guess what? It's not gonna work.
Okay. I love this scene. We'll pause this just a few times. This is one of my. Whenever I'm trying to sit there and think about what my favorite scenes in the movie is, I have to remove the ribbon dancing sequence altogether because it's just amazing, and I don't know. I mean, I always refer to it as a sequence more than an actual scene, and so I just remove that all the way, and I just don't ever really consider that because that's the height of the film, and I was always sort of the thing that the movie was based around. So I just removed that. But outside of that, I really love the scene. This is the scene that it was all building towards. I really enjoy what they bring to this. It's great, and it's also kind of, it's serious, but it has a lot of little jokes in it, but they're taking it very seriously, and it's like they don't even see sort of how ridiculous they are. It's a really great scene, and they really do a great job at it.
And I honestly think because this was day one, I think that was just Hannah talking to Joseph whenever she was like, "And your wife is self-righteous." Like, I think that was just Hannah talking to Joseph.
There's no acting there.
Where's the mom and dad?
Yeah, just her, just comparing. Yeah.
Hannah didn't act. This was Hannah just talking to Joseph.
Well, I think it's crazy because they had just sort of acted together right before this, and so it was very to them to be able to take that, and like you really do feel like this is probably the scene I feel like where you can tell they're have more behind them, like there's just a lot of deep-seated problems they're talking about, like back at home. It's just a lot of it seems to be a little bit more like storied, like some of the old problems are coming back. And
I really thought you were actually talking about Joseph and Hannah for a second. I was like, wait, what?
No,
I didn't have any problem.
I just mean that the characters, and so but it's difficult because it was the first day. I guess I have to applaud them for being able to convey all that really great. And the
and
issue,
in the cold.
Yeah, there. Okay, I was just gonna get to that, right? But you got to it first.
So Joseph is crossing his arms. I don't know if he's doing it because he's actually cold or if he's doing that as a character. And it might be both. But this was probably the coldest day of the shooting.
It was freezing, yeah.
And it was also the most outside. A lot of the other scenes we were only outside for a bit, but this was a very cold day in Oklahoma standards, and we would take breaks in between shots, let them go into the car.
Joseph had it a little easier because he is wearing a button-up shirt with then a sweater over it. Yeah. But Maggie's or Hannah's sitting there with a short sleeve shirt on, and I felt really bad for her. But I was like, it was a real big of mine. I was like, okay, guys, I know it's cold. I know we had to sit there. We had to keep going out and taking breaks, and then going back and then shooting the opposite thing and just keep doing it. Because they were like, the moment that we cut and we had to because we had to reset a few different times because they're walking down and we had to move the mic and reset several times. They were freezing, and they were like, can we just stop there or something, and it was something that they were very, and I'm like, ultimately we go back to the car and I'm like, I understand that you guys are cold and it is very, very freezing, but your characters can't be cold, and that was something that was become a reoccurring thing. That was the first time I was like, Hannah, you can be cold, but Maggie can't, and so I was, it's and so that's where it became a running bit in all of our stuff that like whatever, but you can't really show it in the character, and they did a good job. I remember the first screening. Yeah, the first screening we went to, and I'm like, they did a good job. It didn't seem like they were cold. And then I remember Hannah was like, well, Maggie wasn't. And you can see like some of her close-ups are like her nose is very red and from different things, and so you could tell little things, but it was freezing.
Well, we weren't though, because we had coats.
Yes, we had. Well, Alex, you should have said in solidarity we did it. But yes, you're right.
I wore my coat and I was happy.
We also got the front seat of the car whenever with the heater on, which given in retrospect we probably could have. But we'd go back, and that's when Joseph he would continue eating his barbecue that he had for.
And so it was, and this was because you'll see it in a minute. There's an edge that sticks out that because like there were a couple of trips because we're walking backwards. It is a downslope and an upslope. There's an edge of the building that points out, and I also didn't know how far we were going, so there were a couple of times I just stopped and Cade would keep going, and I just looked at the camera like, oh, we're still moving.
And there were times that they walked past the camera, and it was just the kind of because it's a narrow way because there's cars there. There's cars parked right next to that sidewalk, so it's like you really couldn't like it was sort of hard to move. But yeah, it was something we were still learning and everything.
This was the day that I really thought we would be asked questions and maybe get asked to move because we're filming outside of a police station, and I remember looking over jail, and cops. There were some cops just getting out of car, just looked at us.
Oh yeah, I think it's right next to the police station. You're right, yeah. Because there were cops, there were people, lots of people walking back and forth at times, and so I was like, we're just gonna do it,
Because we had Joseph go to the front door and just walk down the steps, and no one.
Well, he went inside, didn't he?
Did he go? He might have gone inside.
I think he went inside. I don't know if that's in the actual movie or not, but yeah, I think he went inside and left. And so it was kind of like we probably, like I just can't believe that they allowed it. I mean, I guess Claymore doesn't get a lot of people trying to record things and stuff, so, but
it's public property.
Yeah, and I guess you can technically film outside of a public, property like that. So I don't know. Maybe that's it. That's crazy. We didn't get a permit. We probably should have or something. But we were just students making a, that was always our excuse was that this is for a project for school. I used that for anywhere that I could. It's like, oh, we're not. This is just a student film where I'm doing this as my senior project, and then I never really used that. It was the truth, and so I was able to sort of have it both ways. Where I'm like, I don't really tell people after the fact now that in conversation that it was for my senior project because I wanted to sort of be that. But that's the sort of excuse, and it was technically and everything.
It was fun. So yeah, they are not cold. The people might be, but they are not. It was just the running bit anytime later. Just Joseph, you can be hungry, but Michael can't.
And this coming up is one of the biggest laughs that you get in the film too. It's one of my favorite things. It's kind of one of those ones that I wrote way before and I was trying to work in. Are you typing something, Alex?
I'm just slightly moving the screen. The something is up, and I don't know why it's up. There it goes. Okay.
This one is definitely one of my favorite lines. It's in the trailer, and it's one of those ones that Debbie says because we went to Bare Bones, and she said that's her favorite. She turned around, and was like, "That's my favorite line in the movie." And it's pretty good. You know what it is, Alex?
Yeah. Can I say it?
Well, sure. What is it?
I'm going to stay at the Radisson by the airport.
Yeah. It's a follow-up line.
Yeah, I live near Radisson by the airport.
Currently.
By an airport. Yeah, currently. So that's I think of that every time I pass it. I'm like, where's it?
I don't know. I find the word Radisson very funny, and I've always wanted to make jokes about it, and I did in this one, and I maybe will continue to make jokes about Radisson. That's funny.
Yeah, so I think we've covered everything on this sequence now.
I don't know if Tulsa has 2 Radissons. I think they only have one. So in most places only have one. So it's a little bit of a lie, but whatever. Okay.
And if you don't want me, fine. I'll stay with Pearl on the streets. For
AT&T. There's a logo everywhere, and this was almost particularly the reason why I used this shot, is there's an AT&T truck that drives by. And it's also funny because it cuts to a wide shot when she's like, for one night. Yeah, so there's 2 reasons. It's divine coincidence that happened to be right on that line.
one night. And then I'm going to win a ribbon dancing competition, and I'm going to stay at the Radisson. By the airport.
That's not even the most convenient Radisson.
I don't care. I like it better.
Maggie, you don't have to do that.
Why would Maggie like that one better? I don't know.
While you get a job and get back on your feet.
Can I still compete in the ribbon dancing competition?
No, you can't. I don't know why that's so important to you. You just signed up for it on Tuesday. It's not a big deal.
It's a big deal to me, Michael. I'm sick of you and Mom and Dad telling me I can't do things. And if I'm going to become an adult and spend the rest of my life, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, at a dead-end job, then I want to do something. Just commit to something I want to do once, as crazy as it might be, before I can't anymore.
Do you like that monologue, Alex?
It's a good monologue, and I think I think the last line that Joseph said really just pulls it together as well.
Are you just telling me to just breeze past this? Don't. And I think you really just need to. It's fine, but what I really think you just need to do is just continue playing the film, Cade.
No, it's a good. I like the because it's very true. I feel like it's very relatable.
Yeah, and there was more sort of scenes that set that up
young.
In the first one, and without getting into sort of telling people how to sort of interpret this is very almost explicitly said in here. I mean, it is this movie is obviously about adulthood and about sort of that. I mean, because you are put on this sort of path that it's tough to sort of get off of. And she's right there at this sort of important part of her life, and in which you don't really know what you're going to do. But you have to you're being pressured on all fronts to continue down some sort of either career or family or or relationship thing, or typically this is some sort of career, and just to go out and then start trying to work your way up and all that. And she's sort of saying, I sort of see what everyone I've always seen done, and they go and they try to get this job, and they end up working for that for the rest of their life. And she's saying, I at least want to try to use this time for something that's kind of just fun, or something that she wants to do, and it's totally inconsequential, because you're starting to get locked into things. You start to have these responsibilities and everything, and she doesn't want that. I think that's something that hopefully speaks to our generation, and probably other past generations as well. All of them have to do that, and so it's I think a really good one. It's kind of one of only 2 monologues in the movie. It's this and Pearl's thing is the really only 2, I feel like, monologues that you get in the movie. And they're pretty good.
Yeah. I have nothing else to add to that. I have nothing to say. You said it. You said it.
Mm-hmm. It is fun. I like writing them, but you don't want to do them so often. You don't want to where it's just peppered, where it just becomes these people saying these long things of here's how I feel and here's my problems or here's my view on the world. But you want them to sort of be in specific times. You know, it might have been nice for Michael to have one. Michael, I guess maybe you could say his is like at the ribbon dancing sequence, you know.
Yeah.
And that's sort of where you get his point of view, which has changed, you know, since before. And some people have longer lines, but these are the two sort of monologues that, you know, they're kind of the point of the movie. You know, those are the two monologues that are sort of speak more to the themes that's going on. Anyways, here it is.
Then do it. Just stop asking for my help.
Oh, hey, Murphy.
It's Maggie. Did you think my name was Murphy this whole time?
How was jail?
It was cold.
They didn't have blankets?
Surprisingly, they didn't.
Well, that's pretty weird.
I know.
It's a parallel.
Anyway, we're gonna have to move out of here.
Out of this apartment?
Yeah. Me and Michael got in an argument, and it was either quit the ribbon dancing competition or a roof over our heads.
And you didn't choose the roof?
But no. Not when I have a professional dance partner.
Sorry, I love that. That's one of those other ones that there was like 2 takes of it, and she kind of like, you know, said it 2 different ways, and it was like, you know, not when I have a professional dance partner, you know, like, and it's kind of, there was one that was like that, and it was, you know, a little bit more upbeat, sort of Maggie, and then that one was a little bit more sad, you know. It was kind of like, well, like she truly believes this lady, and I just really like that sort of line read of that. It was kind of like, because it's sort of, I think, sort of maybe written as sort of a joke, but it's she plays it just so sort of like sincerely. It's like, and it's like kind of heartbreaking.
And I just want to touch on Debbie real quick. Notice how she says roof instead of roof. How do you say roof, Cade?
What'd she say with the? And you didn't choose
roof.
the roof. Okay, that's how she said it. Yeah.
You didn't choose, I would have said roof. I think
you didn't choose the roof.
You know what? Roof works better. But
yeah.
How? That does.
Or
you didn't
roof.
choose the roof.
How did Maggie say it?
I think she did a roof. Rewind it.
I never really noticed that until you pointed that out. I've seen this movie. I love this movie.
Yeah, I love. We're doing a disservice to Hannah. I like.
The longer that you talk right now is the longer that this is frozen on this frame.
It's always interesting just how people say certain foods or certain words. Roof or roof.
Yeah.
All right.
That was your contribution to
that. Pause it a little more.
And then here's the other thing I have to say. A really long tangent. Here we go.
Competition or a roof over our heads.
Roof.
This is roof. See, they say it different because they're opposite.
Roof. I think it is
They
kind
say
of. It is kind of funnier with roof than roof. You didn't choose the roof?
But I think the way they say it, you didn't. It's either a roof over because you didn't choose a roof over it because it sounds better that way. It's like because you didn't choose a roof over. I didn't choose a roof over my head. It sounds better than I didn't choose a roof over my head. But whenever you say you didn't choose the roof, wait, how does it say it? I think it's the way Debbie says it. It just roof sounds better.
You didn't choose the roof. It's a reference to the dog mascot.
That is.
It
That's
was
literally all I wanted to say. There's no reason for us to have that long of a tangent.
What I was pausing for was, you know, I love because I love Maggie's costuming. That was sort of one of those things that I just love so much.
I'm glad you paused on Debbie.
I just mean that you see her going through the suitcase and folding things up, and so you see past outfits, and I just think that that's fun. I don't know why. It's just sort of callbacks within the movie, but I just think like, oh, that's what she wore then. And it's kind of, to me, I find that very funny and fun, and it's just sort of interesting.
No, not when I have a professional dance partner.
See, that's a preview.
Yeah.
Anyway, you can show me how to rough it on the streets. That sounds cool,
Rough.
right?
Could we just skip the ribbon dance competition and stay here?
It's a good one, Pearl.
That's the Jagger from the
You know
beginning.
how important this competition is for you? Ready for the streets? Man, life on the streets is rough. Did you feel
Oh. This is the tundra line I talked about earlier.
was out there? It's like a tundra. You know, my
Cheetos.
sandwich?
Cheetos.
We've got a lot to accomplish before tomorrow morning. We have to perfect our ribbon routine. We have to get back to the mall. Not to mention, I have to.
Okay, to understand this sort of thing, there's
More food for the actors.
Yes, this is how we paid them.
I think Debbie actually ate the sandwich as well, and
Yeah.
I think I ate the Cheetos.
Yeah, I don't think, because, I mean, Hannah didn't really want to eat the Cheetos other than what she had to in the scene. And then also she couldn't eat the sandwich because it had meat on it. So, like, even the bite that, like, was taken initially, I think, was all Pearl. All that
Yeah.
Debbie. So,
Hannah's a vegetarian.
Hannah's a vegetarian. But she had to have it next to her, you know, which was commitment.
Why didn't we get just a vegetarian sandwich? I don't know.
Well, you know, we didn't really want them to probably be sharing the sandwich anyways, you know.
That's right.
And so,
This is the mall we got kicked out of.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. Before we get to that, I was gonna sit there and say to explain why she says we had to get back to the mall, which is always weird, and I don't know why it's an issue of the film. I don't know. It's a line, but it's sort of. So originally this scene was supposed to take place at like a diner or something, or a cafe or something. That's what it was in the script. And she's like, man, life on the street's rough. She's kind of like looking out of a window or something. And that just sort of supposed to pan out into her. And that was ultimately where I was, and we couldn't really secure a place where that could be. And we never really shot inside of that. And I think that aesthetic is so cool. The mall aesthetic. I love that. There's, again, fake plants right there. And there was this really cool wide shot that I couldn't ever fit into this little scene because it's such a short scene, where it's them sort of above. It's because they're down on the like lower level, and we got a really cool shot from above, but never really worked into the film.
I remember doing that and having to go all the way over and just point a mic at them.
Mm-hmm. And so it was a really cool thing. That one is at Eastgate. That's the one this is where we got permission for one day and then got kicked out of the next day. And then not the very next day, but the next time we shot there. And so we're like really roughly the exact same place. Like it was the exact same area that we shot in and they didn't. So yeah, it was now talking about her little costume on Thursday, Hannah, that's the one that Hannah actually owned beforehand. She said like, well, I have this, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. And that's kind of why it seems a little bit more fashionable than other things that Maggie's done. Maggie wears. It's still sort of that retro type thing. And so I don't know, just something that she had. And we did have other clothes, but ultimately I kind of just like that one more. Like this is one that's in one shot. I guess I'm going to show this. This is one, and it was ultimately just too kind of weird, and I don't know. I think we had another one, but I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that we end up using that one.
And to go back to the mall real quick, we weren't really like kicked out is very aggressive. We had a lady come up to us, and she just asked us to stop filming it. Is really what.
Well, we were recording. I can't find that footage.
Mine and Aaron's scene.
Yeah, we were recording your guys' scene, and it was in roughly the same place. It was just sort of down the thing. It was, to understand Eastland, this is the food court area, or it used to be the food court area. There's still some sort of food there, but and it didn't used to be carpeted and all that. It used to look kind of more retro and all that stuff. But anyways, and so we shot over there in the evening, and all of that's like natural lighting because it's like this tent sort of top. Not important. But we were going to shoot Aaron and theirs and Alex's scene. And we had set up, and I'm pretty certain I started recording but I cannot find that video of that, and maybe I never saved it, and I don't know, but it was we had the camera set up, and we were starting to, I think it was already recording, and I had everything set up, and we were like, okay, and we were talking through the scene, sort of how it was going to happen and everything, and she came down. She was looking. I saw her looking down at us from above. I didn't think anything of it, and then she came down the elevator, and we're just talking. I'm they're sitting down there in their scene. I'm standing right in front of them, just sort of talking to each other. She comes down all the way down this elevator, and then walks all the way to the camera, looks directly down the lens of the camera, and then walks over to them, and she then stands in front of me and then looks at them and is like, "What are you guys doing here?" We're in the middle of this conversation, totally cuts me out of it, and then just it looks directly at the three of them and "What are you guys doing here?" And we're I'm and that's and I think they're why they don't really know how to, because again, I don't know why she. I don't know if she just thought I was just found them there and was talking to them. I don't know what she thought I was doing. And so we sort of explained, and she's like, "Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea," and all that. And so that's sort of how that ended up.
And so Erin, for her part, we had to bring her back another day, because we were supposed to just do this in all one day, but she went with us, and she went with us to the golf scene as well, and I believe because that was all shot on this day, and so we had to add an extra day of shooting to do that mall scene, or not an extra day, it just added an extra hour to shooting whenever we did do the actual scene. But it worked out better, I think. I think the other mall just has a better
It looks like an actual mall, because this one isn't a mall anymore. And that was originally part of one of the lines that Michael said, and it was kind of this is it's kind of turned into this weird office space type thing, and there's just the health department has offices there. There's the DMV has offices there. There's a Subway in there, but but it's Coca-Cola has a call center there. I mean, there's I think the University of Phoenix or some sort of online university had a thing there. I mean, it's just this big office complex where you can go and have, I guess, food. There's places to eat lunch there and stuff too, but it's, I guess, this thing, I don't know, but it's open, and you could sort of walk around there, and it's kind of cool. I've explored it a few different times over the years. I really have a connection with the place. It's sort of the place I wrote this place for. That's what sort of sad about it, is I this mall had such a huge impact on me. It was something I went to as a kid, and then as a kid, during the sort of financial crisis, it started. Its stores started closing there. Places started going bad, and then it started to be called a ghost town. And you'd go there, and there would just be maybe I remember going there. There'd be 3 stores there. It'd just be this empty mall, and it was very depressing. And you sort of learn from a young age, you sort of wonder why so many people in our generation has these socialist ideas, I guess you want to call them, because we got to see the crumbling facade of capitalism, and this mall was, this thing that we were told was, it was going to survive and be forever, and stuff's so cool, and you can go there and buy stuff, and then you sort of see that it's just all the shell, and that all this stuff is meaningless, and that everything's going to come to an end, and we are. It's fake. And so that's one of those things that was sort of a big thing that, and that's what the movie's sort of about. And that was why I wanted to use that place. And they've tried to revamp it and do different things, but it still hasn't 100% ever come back, I don't think. And it's not going to, especially after the whole bed bugs thing. But, I don't know. I was giving them publicity. I was willing to put them in the credits and to do all that. And but no, I guess that wasn't good enough. We got approval for the scenes that we shot, and then whenever that was sort of revoked, we stopped and we didn't record anymore there. But and so that's where the issue lies.
Yeah,
there.
it was a very interesting just turn of events, but what can you do? I like the other mall. The other mall does look more mall, and and so I think it worked out. And there was a waterfall. There was a waterfall going on as well. That kind of
in this scene,
was very noisy. And
so it's not. It
I think
wasn't
worked out.
on because we shot this over the weekend. This was on a Saturday that we shot this, and the water doesn't fall on Saturday. They turn it off or whatever. But when we went to shoot your guys' scene, which was in the evening of just some day, it was on. And it made it incredibly, incredibly noisy. And so I guess it's good that we didn't try to shoot that scene. And the lighting was horrible because, again, like it were light on natural lighting, and there was no light because it's in the evening. And yeah, it worked out for the best. But
there's the mall story.
That's the mall story.
Learn to ribbon dance?
Hey, you want to see that new Bradley Cooper movie?
Do I?
Wow, who knew Bradley Cooper had that kind of range?
I know. Who knew being homeless would be so much fun?
That was all 27 trailers and waiting to see if that movie had an end credit scene.
There's so much there. So obviously Maggie has the wrong interpretation of what being homeless is. I mean, that's pretty obvious what the joke is, but I still just love that she just thinks that this is what it's like. You get to go around town and go see a movie, and I don't know, it's just sort of that privilege of, obviously, Maggie has some sort of money to sort of survive, and who knows what that sort of came from and everything, but and obviously, if you find it funny, you know what the joke is. The joke is that obviously that Pearl's trying to just keep distracting her in order to get her through the day, and then because she obviously is not a ribbon dancer. Shocking. Sorry to spoil that for you. Hopefully you've seen the movie again. And so, but we shot this outside of Circle Cinema in Tulsa. It's a great nonprofit independent theater in Tulsa. They're thanked in the credits. I really appreciate them we came up there that day. We didn't ask ahead. It was one of those things. It's it was just sort of an oversight, and we were like, hopefully they just allow us to come in there and shoot there. And we kind of walked in and we're like, can we shoot this scene real quick for our independent film? And they're like, oh, sure. That's fine. I think there was as long as we don't interfere with guests or whatever or something like that, in which we didn't, but I don't know if you remember that. Are you frozen? There you are. I hear you.
Hello.
There you go. Did you hear me?
No, but I know the story, so.
But yeah, do you have, that was Circle. We had a photo at Circle that we.
It was really fun. That was really cool. And
it was where we went to all these different places and we were trying to shoot this whole thing. And these are stupid little jokes. These are scenes that are 5 seconds or whatever long, but they're.
This was the noisiest shoot, just because this was an active road, and so it would just be no cars, go, go, go.
Yes, and there's still obviously a lot of noise there, but that was the best take. So, it's fine. I'm okay with it seeming like a real world. I just kind of wish there wasn't these trucks. My God, they were we had all sorts of things. I think even a fire engine came by at one point. There were just these very, very that. He parks, they stop. There's a red light that happens in the back of the scene. So I'm like, oh, that's maybe good because since they're kind of slowing down, they won't be. But then as soon as it goes green, it's just this rev of this large truck's engine, and I'm like, I don't know.
If you drive a truck, stop.
Particularly, why do you live in a city if you drive a truck? That bothers me to no end. It's whatever. If you're a farmer, absolutely. If you live out in the country and you have to haul things, absolutely. But don't live in a city with a truck.
Especially a city that never gets snow. A lot of people here drive truck, but there's also mountains and snow.
Well, you can drive an SUV there.
That's true.
I don't know.
Just don't gas it. There's so much
that too.
They're so noisy. They're so noisy. But that's our truck rant.
That took exactly 3 hours.
Sorry, that was the other thing I was going to mention. I loved the line of just they went to see this Bradley Cooper movie, which again, this was written prior to A Star Is Born. It's kind of funny what these sort of things happen, and so Bradley Cooper really didn't. He stars in like these. Because it was kind of the movie that most people were like, oh, Bradley Cooper can act. So this was sort of before that. And I mean, Bradley Cooper, of course, I guess is Rocket Raccoon in the MCU, but for the most part, you wouldn't call that a Bradley Cooper movie. And so I try to pick a person that would be sort of just someone who is just like, okay, nothing against Bradley Cooper, but just someone who's like just an average actor who they went to go see a movie. I mean, he started like rom-coms, and he started some tried like some serious movies, like he did Silver Linings Playbook and other things, but just something that like the wrong type of thing that they would go to expect an end credit scene was. I found that funny because. That they'd go to this sort of dramatic or comedic movie, and it's just like, and then does this set up a universe? And I just find that because they're idiots. I guess these characters are kind of idiots, where they would just sort of assume that this Oscar movie or something would have an end credit scene.
Now, if you know Bradley Cooper or you are Bradley Cooper, we are fans.
Yeah, and leave a comment if you're Bradley Cooper right now, and you've listened this far. If you've listened this far and you are Bradley Cooper, leave a comment below.
No, he doesn't even have to watch this far. Just someone tell Bradley Cooper to comment.
Yeah, everyone go and at Bradley Cooper and tell them to comment on the Ribbon producer's commentary. That's very important. And just ignore the part where I kind of, made some sort of, I don't even know what I said about him. He's a great actor. We just didn't really know it at that point. He was doing hangover movies and stuff, and All About Steve, and he wasn't doing all that great stuff. So I think that's fair to say. He's proven himself since then. Okay.
Oh my God, Pearl! We haven't even practiced the routine yet.
There's the truck.
Hey, look! Isn't that a mini golf course over there? Wait, where?
That's a work truck. I kind of remember a little bit weird.
Stupid gorilla at the...
This was the only scene that we reshot. This one right here. Technically our last scene. This is the last scene that we shot.
This was fun to shoot, because this was another one where we just kind of showed up and was like, can we just grab a golf club and shoot in the background?
And they were
just like,
very nice.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they did that twice, because we came there one time and we were during the day. It was like there was nobody there. I mean, I think it was like a weird day. It might have been one of those days that it was a holiday or something, or I don't remember where it was. But it was in the middle of the day. I think maybe early morning. I don't remember. But we were actually on the green. I think even like that little large section of green might have been where we were at. And we shot this scene before, and they were walking down the hill while doing this, and there was really no one around. It was right next to that water, so the audio wasn't all that great. So there were sort of two problems with it. The audio wasn't all that great, and it was too bright for it to be. This is supposed to be almost. It's supposed to be late in the day, and so we were ultimately. I kept going back and forth. Do we go back and just try to reshoot this and everything? And ultimately, we reshot it. We scheduled it. And said, yeah, we just have to reshoot it because it looks way too bright, because it was midday and the sun's like shining bright. And when we went back, obviously it's at night. I think it was a Saturday night. It's much busier because that's their peak time, and so we try to shoot it as far away from these people as possible.
And that's what they told us to do. They were just like, yeah, just stay out of the way.
Yeah. And so we did it. And I still can't believe it. Like, I mean, it's one thing to sort of go to a business and be like, can we shoot this thing in the middle of, your downtime, and not get anybody, and then to sort of come back during their peak time and be like, can we shoot this thing? I would imagine them being like, well, no, can you come back to a later time? But they were very much like, sure, just, try not to, get anybody in the shot that doesn't want to or
Just
something.
just return the golf clubs. They were like, golf clubs are over there.
They might not even mention the other people, but they were just kind of like, sure, whatever. Here's some golf clubs. They were very nice, very, very nice, and they're All-Star Sports Complex, I think is the name of there in the credits. I tried to credit all the businesses that were overly nice and really, went out of their way to sort of be like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever is better than any response. Yeah, whatever, whenever it comes to that. I like that response better than, yes, and do you need anything? And do you want, whatever? And I'll be there to help. I'm like, no, just say, yeah, whatever, do whatever you want, and then don't bother us, is the best response. So, I
would like to be catered to a little. I don't know, but I'm not,
Well, I mean, I like the ones that, they gave us absolute free reign. I mean, they didn't know what our script was. We could have been very disparaging of them. I mean, heck, we were very disparaging to the malls in the movie, telling them that they were, out of business and everything. And
we could have been filming a murder scene.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we could have. And so, it's a tough one, and it's crazy that they would sort of allow that. So I appreciate that and them for allowing us to do that, not only once but twice. But this is the final scene. We re-recorded this, and this was the final scene that we shot. It was the same day. I believe the mall interiors were also our final day of shoot, right?
Golly, it's been so long.
Because we shot that because Aaron was with us, so Aaron would have had to have been there.
Yeah. I think you're right.
And so all of the interiors, all the stuff that we shot inside Promenade was this day as well. And I believe it was our biggest shoot day. It was like, this is our final day. We had to pick up. We shot, I believe, Michael's last phone call, and then we shot outside of the office.
No, there's one more thing oh no, this is it.
Well, technically there is one more thing, but I'll get to that.
The mansion. Whenever I drove away.
A little spoiler there. But yes, you do the one.
That was the last one.
Well, honestly, I honestly think the last thing might have been the shot of the tunnel, the outside shot of the tunnel. Remember, we had to go back to Chelsea and shoot that.
Yeah. So it was one of those two. Just getting an extra shot with.
Yeah.
But this was with the actors, the last acting shoot day.
And so that was one of those. I really, yeah.
Fun night. We got some good nachos afterwards.
Yes, Neves, right next door. Well, let's plug all these places. They're not giving us any money. In fact, they took money from us because we paid for it. But it was very good, right next door to the All-Star. I love their tacos there. Their tacos are really great, and because they're different, they're like a flour taco. That's not important. But
we can probably get back to the film.
There
was something else, but whatever. That's it.
Well, with your horrible golf skills and those two groups of 7 in front of us, this took us nearly 4 hours.
She was wearing jeans instead of black pants.
Oh my god, I got distracted again. Oh, jeez.
I'm really worn out. I'm going to call it a day. To the tunnel.
And that's a wrap for Ribbon. After that. We should have just ended the film there. I think that we should have just that was the to the tunnel and then just Ribbon.
So leftovers, chips.
Leftover chips. And I believe this was also the last day of shooting. Because we did this and then we went to town. We went and met him at the office in Tulsa.
Joseph's hair is also a little longer in this one.
I think you put that time back in the back, or maybe that's actually in the morning. It would make sense if that's the morning time too. And so you can tell a little bit because of Joseph's, obviously his facial hair is at different lengths, and then obviously his hair. I mean, like her, Hannah and Joseph's hair is long. I mean, it took place over 3 months.
If you ever shoot a movie, make sure it's clean shaven or just.
Yeah, that's a little tip. That's a tip to make sure, just go clean shaven instead of trying to get him to have it just a little bit, That is much, much easier to do.
Or just make sure they don't grow it out anymore. Just tell them to stop while you film.
Yeah. And it's, and pause. That's what you tell them. Look right in their face and then just say, and pause.
Look, Joseph, you can grow facial hair.
But Michael can't. Yeah. No, so, yeah, you see Hannah's hair grow a little bit too. But it's, and then Hannah was so wanting this to be over. So she dyed her hair right after. She's like, just tell me whenever we're absolutely done, so I can do that. It was a real big thing of hers she wanted to do, and so.
And it looked good. It looked good.
It looked good. What color was it, Alex?
I think it was the gray blue, the bluish grayish blue.
There you go.
It was a cool color. It was a very unique color.
Yeah. This music's a little bit darker. Oh, also, look, I didn't even realize is he eating the brisket there, too?
Yeah, I think so.
Was it just the container with the brisket?
I think it's just a container.
I totally forgot that was in the film. I just thought he was eating chips.
Well, we did this on the same night.
Connor, do you know what time it is?
Hey, Mike. Just want to give you a call.
And here's one of my biggest issues with the film. It's obviously at night, and I don't know, you can sort of think that perhaps Connor has like a light on him that's just from the room, but we shot that in that mansion, and it was daytime, and that was a window light, and it does bother me. But there's really nothing we could do. We couldn't pin up a curtain like we did sometimes, and we had very little time to shoot at the mansion because it was Valentine's Day. Because we have a history of shooting things on holidays for the film. We started on January 1st. We just did Christmas and Kwanzaa every year. For some reason we constantly shot on holidays and asked them to be like, I sure hope you guys don't have any Valentine's Day plans. And they didn't.
And they did.
They did. As hard they did. Yeah, they did. Well, we got done. We didn't go. Obviously, it was during the day. I mean, who's gonna take Valentine's Day's plans at noon?
Yeah.
Yep.
Comment if you'd like to do your Valentine's Day plans at noon.
Yeah, and then be done around 2 in the afternoon.
Thank you for all your help over the last few days. It's really meant a lot.
Well, yeah, it's no problem.
Mike.
What was funny there, Alex?
What it's like to not have everyone else in your life.
Go ahead, answer me, Alex.
Yeah, you do.
No, I'm not going to pause it. Answer me right.
Yeah, but in the end, you only have yourself to blame.
This is the last
I'm a horrible person, Mike.
phone call scene.
I'm a sick monster, just like my father.
And his father.
And his father.
Sick
we
monster.
Don't have to be like our fathers, Connor.
God. Where do you
get that empathy? No.
Is it something that I had and slowly lost?
It's not supposed to be, I guess, a joke, but it kind of works. Where do you get that empathy? And then he just eats a chip in the middle of that line.
And that's something I would do. I do that with you all the time. What I started laughing at is he's obviously drinking, but we did not buy whiskey. What we bought was apple juice and sweet tea and put it together, I think. Or was it just sweet tea? We bought sweet tea because it looked the most like the whiskey. And Matthew...
What did we get apple juice for? Didn't we get apple juice too for something?
I don't remember what we got, but I remembered Matthew not liking it.
Yeah, Matthew hated it. It was tea. It was tea. I forgot about that, yeah.
And so we were like, here, you're going to drink this. And he was like, what is it? And it was like tea. And he was like, well, I don't really like tea, but...
I don't know how you can't like tea. That's crazy to me, but I know you don't like it either, but...
But, it worked because, he doesn't like it. And, drinking whiskey, it worked out really well. But it makes me laugh just to be like, he's drinking tea.
It makes us laugh when we force our actors to do something they don't want to do.
No. Well, okay.
You might not like tea, but Connor likes whiskey.
Connor likes whiskey. This is whiskey for...
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you said that to him too.
Yeah. No, I mean that I love their sort of everyone's commitment to it. You know, they always did things like that. Yeah. We asked so much of Matthew, and I had to point out this too. Like this shoot was particularly difficult, and like that day and everything, and but he came in and he had to drive the mansion's in Inola. It was a venue that you could have weddings and events at. I don't know if it exists anymore as that. It was up for sale for a bit, and so maybe buy it if you have several millions of dollars burning a hole in your pocket. You're like, that's a nice house, yeah. But what was the point I was saying? He had to drive all the way out there, and he had to bring a robe, do all this. I mean, he's very nice.
Or time, or was I born completely without it?
Connor?
There it is. There's some drinking again. Also, whiskey doesn't have bubbles. Tea has bubbles. It's a whole thing. You can tell a little bit, but it's I don't know. He came in and he did such a great job, and it's a lot to ask actors to also be in charge of their continuity and stuff. I mean that's what, like with Hannah, I respect her a lot. You had to tell them, don't change your look for this entire thing. Essentially, you had to own their face. We'd learned that from other shoots and stuff. And that's the other thing about filmmaking and all this. Like, we're pointing out these flaws, so hopefully if you make something, you sort of avoid these flaws too, because we've certainly learned from them. We've learned how to do something, and each process, I've done so many things before this. You learn things to go forward on, and that's again what I hope this video is to keep these things in mind and really try to bypass our problems. That's always helpful to hear people and sort of the issues that they come into. So yeah, that's what I had to say about that. Had anything, Alex?
No.
That is Matthew hating tea. That's his face.
Hey, let's just talk tomorrow, okay?
He's acting.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
What did your father do for a living?
He worked in an office.
What about that theme, Alex? What do you think about that theme?
That's he doesn't have to be like his father, but yet he is.
Oh, is that what that means?
Is there choice in our lives, or are we all destined to live a 9 to 5?
Wow, Alex, you said that better.
Tell us in the comments below.
Do we have free will?
It was a good also pause shot of Joseph that one.
Okay, so yeah, this is
yeah. See, it makes sense for there to be a truck out here because it's out in the country.
And again, is this because this shot is of Chelsea, Oklahoma. This
we contacted the police right before this was
Forgot about that. So this is in Chelsea, Oklahoma. This was one of those weird things that I was like, it was originally written as an underpass, to the underpass was the original line or something. And it was something like, do we find an underpass somewhere? And the audio, would that be absolutely horrible? And so then we're like, okay, is there a tunnel or something that someone could live in? I found out in Chelsea. Chelsea's just it's nearby Claymore. It's but it's a little bit of a drive. And so we were like, there's this tunnel here that talks about Route 66 and all that, has this great mural thing. And so then me and Alex went and scouted the location. We were like, oh yeah, this looks really nice. It goes underneath the main highway there. You can sort of see downtown over there on the left-hand shot of the thing. It's a cute little town. Great Mexican restaurant. I don't know if it's still there or not, but it was an amazing Mexican restaurant there, which was shocking that really existed in the town. I'm just gonna say, but it was a really good Mexican restaurant, and because that's a tradition of Alex and I is trying all these different Mexican restaurants. Anyways, down below it was there was a this tunnel, and it was really pretty, and we were like, okay, we probably need to get permission here since we'll be shooting here at night. And so
The one time we asked for permission a little in advance.
Well, I just didn't want us to be down there and it to be like there's these people coming in there and all these people, and then and then it's a little bit of a drive, and so if we went all the way out there, got all sort of set up, and then they came, and since it is in this public area and it's kind of hidden, it's kind of, I just didn't want it to be.
We talked to the city council, and they were said, yeah, you should be fine. Just let the police know before you go. And so I tried calling them, and there was no answer. And so I think we drove to the station.
911.
I think
we got an emergency.
I think we drove to the station, and I don't think we actually ever ran in. I think I called again, and they actually answered, and we were like, yeah, we're going to go shoot. And the person was just like, okay. And I was just like, well, they told us to just let you know we're going to be shooting a film over there, and they were just like, okay.
Yeah, we went to understand. I think we went to the city council, but it was the city hall, and asked the city workers there, and they were just sort of and it became you could already tell this was going to be a town gossip thing, because they were like, we're students at RSU and we want to shoot this thing down there at the tunnel, but we're going to be coming here on Saturday night, because this was during the day. We came during midday on some weekday, and we're going to come down here, and we're just wanting to make sure that A, we have permission, and B, that's not going to be an issue of some sort. And then they're like, oh, okay. And then they pass on the note to the next person in the office, and they're like, oh, maybe we need to ask. And so and then eventually it got to whoever was in charge there, and then they're like, okay, you're gonna have to get permission from the police. And so we had to go call the police, like you said, and then I don't think we got an answer. And then we called them, and then they're like, yeah, but just call us again whenever you are here on Saturday to remind the officers there at that time. So that's what we did. And so we got all the way up there, and we called them again and said, hey, we're here doing this. Just don't, come down there and shoot us. And they didn't. They shot Hannah. Hannah died during the scene, but we didn't get shot, and Debbie didn't get shot. So,
but Maggie survived.
Yeah, you're right. Hannah got shot, but Maggie didn't.
I'm going to also talk. The cardboard boxes we got. We these were the boxes that we talked about yesterday. We
earlier in the video.
Dumpster, but I saw the dirty trash, and I was like, we're not putting dirty crap in my car. So we went and we were able to get some cardboard boxes from Best Buy or something. And we took those, and so we got some nice clean boxes. We did take them back, and we threw them away properly afterwards, so we did not litter.
We recycled them, right, Alex? Your job was to recycle them. Did you recycle them?
I'm pretty sure I gave them back to you.
I don't think you did. I think I said, here, Alex, there's a recycling thing just right over there. Could you take care of that? It saves them in the ocean.
I drove to the ocean.
Yeah. You took a dolphin and then shoved it down his throat. And I was like, oh my God, Alex, I mean, that's a little excessive.
But that's all I have to say about the shot. It was a bit echoey, but it was very cool, very fun. A little chilly, but it was a very, very fun time.
Because not only was it in the middle of winter, and not only was it outside, it was also underground. Which
not as bad as that first day, though.
No, it still wasn't. Yeah.
But that's all I have to say about the tunnel.
The Mother Road is what that says.
Ask you a personal question.
Go for it.
Very nice of them to get all the way on the ground over there.
How did you become homeless?
Because that is kind of gross.
Several things that happened all at once. I had a home, a job, and a husband.
And I've gotten not to toot my own horn, this film, maybe I should say. Yeah, this is kind of a monologue. But this was one. So this was a scene that wasn't a part of the original script. I kind of probably should have added that earlier too. The original script didn't have this or the previous Connor scene, the phone call scene. But ultimately, I felt like there needed to be a little bit more before Friday, and to sort of draw these characters, there needed to be an emotional beat before then, and so that's where I kind of wrote these two scenes between these two characters that were a little bit more serious and spoke to the theme of the story. And this was one that, I've had people that's watched it and friends that's like saying this is kind of one of the highlights of the thing. Blake Lee, who watched the movie afterwards, who's in the thing, said this was like, it's always weird the ones that people sort of latch onto, but I had two people that the two things that they like, two people who said like sort of their biggest highlight was this scene. And they kind of both said that, it's a very sweet scene. It's a very sort of, it's probably one of the more realist scenes, I would say, because like that's what some issue that one of them was like saying that this was, this is, something that a lot of, homeless people, do. It's kind of the first time that you see the real Pearl. And it's kind of the only time you maybe see the real Pearl, because even whenever she's talking to Maggie, she's putting on this sort of tougher exterior just to push her away, And so this is one of those times that she knows that she could put her guard down just a little bit, because she's already sort of made it there to that day, And she does, I think she somewhat feels bad about what she's doing here, and but still ultimately, she has her goal, and Maggie's kind of in the wrong a little bit as well. But yeah, this scene is a really good scene. I'm so glad that I sort of eventually came to writing that scene and then giving that to Debbie. Debbie just knocked it out of the park there. And so did Hannah. Hannah, had to sort of play off of that really well, and it's a different scene. And like, you don't write that like, and they whispered this thing, and they're kind of having this thing, that's what the actors brought to it, And so they bring this kind of hush to more hush scene, and then they're kind of...
Definitely helped that there was a sleep.
Sorry, you cut out there. What? It definitely helps what?
It did help. I've cut out twice, but luckily, I have heard all of this before. But all I said, I jokingly said, it does help that there was a slight echo and they had to be a little quieter.
Oh yeah, that is true. Forgot about that. We did kind of tell them to maybe lower their voices a bit. So,
but okay. the tone was all theirs.
Yeah.
But yeah,
they did a great job.
I really thought you would notice me because I fully lost the internet. I had to reconnect. I'm shocked.
I'm sorry. I was really deep into what I was saying. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you continued though. I'm glad you continued because I've obviously we've talked about this a lot, and so I know everything you said.
So there's no reason
I agree.
To say what I said. Yeah.
No, and I mean that genuinely. We've talked about this scene so many times because it's such a pivotal, it's the Pearl building moment.
Mm-hmm. And over the course of about 4 months, I lost them all.
So sorry, Pearl.
It's life, And
that's a line that I think hits a little bit better, because that is something that's repeated a few times. In particular, where Michael and Connor are talking, where he's like, ask him, "Oh, suburbia, like what's that like?" And Michael just says, "It's life." And and it's just sort of that's how it's hard for people to explain their experiences, because that's all that they've experienced. And so when you have another person that's like asking the other person to be like, how did you do this? How do you live like this? How was, this experience for you? There's nothing they can compare it to. That's their life. They can sit there. You can't really, sort of explain to somebody who, something, because they have nothing of comparison. And that's something that it's life for that person.
Yeah.
And so that's a thing. I don't know. Maybe could have left that to the audience to pick that up, but yeah, that was.
Wish I had your youth, that optimism.
Everyone's envious of somebody else's something, and that's something that Pearl is a little bit envious of Maggie.
You can do whatever you want, be whoever you want.
You can still do that too.
No, I can't. I'll be this way until the day I die.
Death.
That's what scares me the most.
Are you afraid of dying?
I'm terrified.
This is one of the most explicit conversations of death in the movie as well. Like everyone else is just sort of references and just this hypothetical thing, but this is kind of one of the only times that it's absolutely explored in a conversation and kind of important.
Aren't you?
Not at all. My biggest fear is being alive but not living, you know?
No, I don't.
What's the point of being alive if all you do is eat, sleep, and work?
You don't get it yet. But soon you will.
Foreshadowing.
And she's, of course, just meeting when she's older.
One day older. I love the pigtails.
Yeah, it was something that, like, I don't know. I think that was something. I'm trying to remember what that story is, because that was one where we were asking. We were trying to figure out what her hairdo would be for this time, for this ribbon dancing thing. And she's like, I could do these few different things. And ultimately, like, the pigtails were like, that's, you know, peak Maggie. They become symbolic. It's kind of, she really goes into this day thinking that this is going to be one of the great days of her life, you know? And so she's sitting there trying to almost like recapture, almost like a childlike thing. She's going into there thinking that this is going to be like, this is a thing that I can sort of, again, I explained it. She's trying to recapture some sort of youthful look at the world. And so that's sort of symbolized by these pigtails. And then, of course, it doesn't go that way. And she takes it out and then puts her hair up in that other fashion. Mm-hmm. In one of the great scenes of the movie.
Great outfits.
Great outfits. That was, again, one of the things. In this thing, I have the jacket. I didn't even know I had this.
Oh.
I have the Pearl and Michael jacket.
Wow.
I'm gonna put these all up on eBay. Sell them for a bunch of money. Thousands.
This is the bathroom that was seen earlier, though, as well. Just a fun fact.
What?
Or isn't this the same bathroom that that Joseph and Matthew stood in front of in the building?
No, this is not. It's on the opposite side of the building.
But it's still the same building.
It's the same building, yes. It is the same building, and it's on the floor because they're on the second floor, but it's on the opposite side. But that's the wall. But yeah, no, it's not the same bathroom. It's very similar, and I can see how you could think that. And it probably would look the same, but there's not like that bar in front of them because how would that be? Or would I be out in the middle of the air filming this?
No, that's true. Yeah. All right. Go before I go embarrassed.
Are you an idiot? Do you not remember this movie?
I look like something out of a Richard Simmons workout video.
That's the spirit.
And I believe that
No,
Pearl, she bought that tracksuit too, didn't she? And then we took the jacket.
Hey, Michael.
The what?
The nose boop was Hannah's idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now, I love this because he comes in, and we have a lot of different takes of Matthew just coming in and being like, hey, Mikey, Mycosaurus Rex or something.
Mike Stradamus.
There's a blooper. Like, go watch it. Go and watch it. It's so funny. Just that's you know what? Just do some.
Yeah, we just keep going. Just do several of them in a row, and yeah. And so we have, because I mean that's a reoccurring thing in the movies. He has all these nicknames for her.
And this was day one with Matthew as well. This was still all day one with him.
Is that true?
I think so. Yeah, this was our first day with him because I remember I think he missed the exit coming, so he was a little late. And yeah, I think this was all because we shot all the basement scenes in the same day. And so this was all just like day one with him.
I don't know if that's accurate.
I think
Maybe I'll just so we don't argue. I do know he had three shoot days at the college.
Did he?
Yes, because he had. I know we shot at least the. So we obviously shot all the ones with Andrew together, and then we shot. This is not really important for the people, but then he came up there to shoot the Ariel scenes, which I think was the only thing we shot there with him that one day, and then was just the Ariel scenes, and then but there was the day that we shot their lunch scene and then the dog mascot scene. That was one day.
Oh yeah, there might have been there might have been an extra day.
And I feel like that the office was split. I feel like some of the office was one day and then some of the office was another day.
Oh well.
So, but yeah, it could have been. I don't really recall because there's quite a few office scenes with him in it.
Oh, thanks for helping me put together everything this past week.
Well, the thanks last night was more than enough.
Last night?
Yeah, the phone call.
I called you last night?
Yeah.
What did I say?
Just thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, hey, you ready to wow our investors?
Called dramatic tension.
Yeah, about that. Are you sure you want me to pitch this to them? I don't really know anything about.
I love that
talking
tree.
to people like
I like that shot. That's a cool
No
shot.
worries. It's a conference call. You won't even
There's
have
a
to
board.
look at their withering, decrepit old faces.
That wasn't the problem.
The investors should be fine.
We did. So one of the things that we were trying to do with the office scenes was trying to shoot it different ways every time, which sort of becomes a little bit of an issue because of it's a square room, and it's it's very small, and so you have to figure out how are you going to shoot these different ways. And early on, it's kind of shot from the other side where you don't see that tree. You're shooting on the other side of that desk, and then it slowly turns to be this way more. Just a little inside thing that we try to keep it changing, so it's not like the same exact shots. Anything to say, Alex?
No.
Yeah, and to talk about Matthew's costuming, that's all his his clothes, and it was a thing that he's like, what should I wear? And I'm like, well, I want to show a little bit of a evolution of he comes in in a V-neck. I think that's even in the script, is he comes in this V-neck shirt, and then and then he gets a button-up shirt, and then by the end of the thing, he's wearing a full business suit. He doesn't have a tie or anything, but that I wanted that to sort of be a little bit of the evolution of the character, that he becomes more of this boss as it goes on, and some could say more like his father. That character's so interesting, and there could have been some more with him, but ultimately I like how a lot of his stuff is sort of unsaid or hinted at, and I think that's great.
Unless you mention that you're a fucking convict.
I'm not a convict, all right? The DA dropped the charges.
Yeah, you like how he wrapped that up?
By the way, is
in a nice bow.
Say it is.
It was kind of cold, I guess.
Did they
give you any blankets?
Did they give you any blankets?
No. Why would they do that?
Just wondering.
God,
well, we should probably go to the conference room.
Oh.
Grab his tests and stuff.
Hey.
Dasani, there's the
We're here to sign up
Dasani.
for the ribbon dancing competition.
What are your names?
I'm Maggie Wyatt, and this is my partner, Table Abandoned Mall.
Callback.
Ah, yes. Nice to meet you, Miss Abandoned Mall.
Where's the food?
Refreshments are backstage.
I'm in the tree right now.
You're in the tree. And this is one of these ones that I was like, we did have close-ups of all this stuff, and originally I was like, I don't want to do that. There's these weird pauses, but ultimately I was like, this is too. I really end up liking the pauses, and I ended up just liking it to being one shot. It kind of shows the awkwardness of it, and I think their deliveries are better on this shot than the other ones. I just like I like doing the one shot as much as possible, but and it's you know, you always just want to use it sparingly. You don't want the whole thing to be one shot, but you could, I guess, but but I don't know. I like it, and I love Ariel's turn here, and like it really does end up showing sort of that she knows what this whole thing is, and she knows it's a ruse, and it's I love about to see
Don't
it.
mind table. She just has to eat right
Calls her
before her
table.
performances. That's all.
Here we go.
Isn't that the homeless lady that hangs around the parking lot?
I love that line.
No.
That's it.
I think you must be mistaken.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck with your performance.
There's so much there. And that was something that, you know, not in like the, you know, the writing. I mean, it was something that, you know, was the subtext of it. And, you know, she picked up on sort of that whole thing. And like, you know, and it was working with Ariel. And it's like, you know, you obviously, you can see through her stuff. You know, it's not in the words that you're saying. Again, Maggie can't really seem to tell people's subtext of what they say. She only sort of takes the words at their face value. And so, and that's her, like, being Ariel is able to have some fun with that. She's like, oh, okay. You know, her oh, okay is very much like, she knows she's lying and all that. And she knows that that's the homeless lady. She sees her there often, and she hangs around the parking lot. But whatever. I guess she's not going to admit that.
I just want to get this straight. With the
That's Blakely.
$8,000 we're giving
That's the Blakely that we've been talking about. We had these two investor characters, and I'm like, you know, I want them to be, you know, these businessmen, these older investors, and I knew that I wanted Blakely to do one of those, and another one of our professors at our university who does some acting things is the other one.
Dr. Hadley.
Dr. Hadley. He was in a play that you directed.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. He has an amazing voice.
Mm-hmm.
Very smart, very nice.
And I just sort of went to them, I'm like, can you play these characters? And I would just record a little audio of them, and they did really well, and they just did it, and Blakely's like, he was acting, he was asking, you know, how do you want me to, you know, what sort of you want me to do, and then he just went and did it, and he did great. He did a little voice. Obviously, it's not how he really talks, but you know, he kind of was like, oh, I want to play like a little bit of a nervous sort of guy, but also kind of, you know, I don't know. He did a good job. Yeah, it's a good little.
And Hadley is just.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Hadley is what?
Go ahead. Go ahead and just let it play for a second.
Take photos of him and put them on billboards, bus benches.
Again, this is someone taking the wind out of their sails. Whenever they meet someone who's outside of these four people, these central four people are kind of they get lost in their own sort of story, and those are obviously our central four. But anytime they come into contact with someone who's not in those four, they're just kind of like, are you like insane or something? Like, whatever, your ideas are stupid. And like these investors are just the other ones that's kind of like, what are you thinking? And then you know, and obviously Ariel's that for Hannah in her story, and then other side characters. I mean, obviously you have the stagehand about to make his huge debut in a moment, and then you know, Blakely also mentioned your guys' scene. You know, when we were talking about it, and he's like, you know, obviously you guys, I mean, because you guys are having your whole other movie going on, and that's also kind of.
Yeah, you told us to ad lib, and so we ad lib.
I mean, obviously that's the first time that, you know, like before this, I think you could maybe like think that this is going to be, this is just going to be like a family movie or whatever. It's about a brother and a sister trying to live together, and maybe it's an odd couple situation, and that's sort of the first time, and it's the first sort of, you know, cursing in the movie, but it is also just sort of it's just a shock to the system. That's like, this movie isn't sort of what you think it is. And that's the start of that. I
think Erin did it really well.
Mm-hmm.
She's good.
Yeah. Again, I don't know why we're talking about this, you know, several hours after the fact.
Hallie's voice is so nice and soothing and just professional. Is all I wanted to say. But I'm not going to have you positive.
He's the next guy that talks. We'll just run through the scene.
Company shirts?
That's correct.
Okay. And his slogan is "Life's rough." How exactly does that
Sadly.
tie into acquisitions?
I guess they do acquisitions or
well,
something. I don't know.
So
Business
the
stuff.
branding would be more for public awareness than it would be for client securing and procurement.
And who's that?
Oh, that's Michael. He helped me organize this pitch.
I see. I don't know. Dan, what do you think? I think this sounds idiotic.
I like how. So to understand, we had it like close to him. Just the thing, because he's obviously on speaker. We have him like because he like leans into the mic. I think this sounds idiotic. And I don't know. It's just kind of he's reveling in it, but like, but yeah, he leans into the mic. You know,
they do well together because Blakely's is very much more higher and chaotic
Yes.
and crazy, and then Hatley's is just okay. Let's think calmly about that. I do want to point out
that's what Blakely was saying is like he's playing it more like he's like this nervous investor. I don't know. I just don't think this is a smart idea, and this is and you're an idiot, and I don't know, and I'm not feeling it or whatever.
I do want to just say real quick, the phone is not actually plugged in. You actually went and unplugged the phone.
Oh yeah.
And which was a great debate because I was like, I don't think you should unplug this phone. Like, we don't know what it'll do. Like it goes, and you just said, no, we're just gonna do it. And he unplugged the phone, set it on the thing, and it was like, well, the damage is done, I guess.
So here's the thing. If you go and try to get permission for everything, you're not gonna get it. And ultimately, the end goal, if you want to, this is a note for all you filmmakers and stuff, unplug the phone. Sit there, I mean, whatever. Later on, be like, oh man, I messed up the phone there. I guess I had to figure that out later and tell them, I don't know how this happened or whatever. Lie if you have to. You know, this is, I mean, if your goal is to sit there and make this movie and make it the best thing possible, you need the phone on the desk. And so, unplug the phone.
Within reason. Don't actually murder someone, but if it's just a phone, like, don't let this phone be a symbolism for murder.
Well, you know, Alex wants to sit there and be cautionary and be like, oh no, we can't move the phone, so I don't know, what's the other option? Just not do the scene? Just completely make the movie fall apart?
It's important to have a cautionary person to make sure you don't murder someone, but I agree with Cade, unplug the phone. But, you know, have someone who will say, should we be doing this, so you can at least, you know,
override it.
Weed out the worst ideas.
But you were acting like I was suggesting to murder somebody. You were really acting like this was something horrible. You were like, no, morally, I don't agree with this, and it's like this is where I draw the line, Cade, and it's like, you know,
I did not want to get expelled.
Give me hurt my voice there, Alex. I hope you're okay. Impersonating you.
Yeah, let's just continue.
I don't see how this is even remotely a wise investment.
Hey, could you guys hold on for a minute? I need to speak with Michael.
Well, I have...
It'll be just a minute. I'll be right back.
They want to give us $8,000?
I have to pause there. Lee pointed out that was one of those things that's like afterwards he was like, you know, you should have done it more than $8,000. And I'm like, yeah, especially now not having a job. It's like, that is kind of a low number in this business. So it kind of is one of those things that like, yeah, I do kind of wish I could maybe change. But yeah, I mean, at the time, I'm a college student, $8,000. I mean, still $8,000. I mean, that's pretty huge. But in order to buy ads on a bus bench and get company shirts and all this stuff, and it is a very, very much a low number for a whole rebranding. But I didn't know anything at the time. I shouldn't have put a number on it. Business stuff.
For things that we need at the company. That's where the whole dog idea came from.
Connor, this office does not need a dog.
Maybe you don't need a dog. Okay? You and your sister and your suburban childhood, and some of us are fucking alone. Okay, I want something.
Hey, Cade.
Yeah.
I'm going to run us down a rabbit hole real quick. Okay. Why the person who swears the most, Matthew's character? Why does he swear?
Why does he swear? You're legitimately asking me that? Well, and he obviously he swears a little bit less in the final cut than he did originally. His opening line was a little bit much more of a crude thing, which has been cut out. I kind of was trying to sort of get into what that character was. He's much different than the other characters in the movie, and you want to set him up as sort of this different force that if it was a Michael and Maggie thing, they sort of would look at the world through this kind of, obviously Maggie looks at this world, this sort of kaleidoscope, and then, and it's very sort of black and white with Michael, and so, but they still, they're kind of, they would, if it was solely just movies with the two of them, it wouldn't have been taken to that, to that place. But I really like the idea that, Connor's of this different type. He's a different type of character than what we have, and he brings that. I would say, weirdly, the movie that inspires this movie the most. I don't really talk about all that much, but I really liked when going for, like, if I was going to pick out a movie that was the most influential for it, it would be is it Romy? Yeah, Romy and Michelle's high school reunion. It's a I love that movie so much. Lisa Kudrow is in it, and but like he's almost very similar to like a Janeane Garofalo's character in that movie, and that's one of those things that I remember reading is like this would have been a their movie would have easily been like PG-13 had it had not been for Janeane Garofalo's character who like curses throughout the entire thing, and so I don't know, I find that funny. I find that really sort of interesting. It's this different sort of jolt to the movie that the other characters don't bring, and I think that character would. And ultimately, if I'm going to do it seriously, I don't want it to sort of be like a Disney-fied look of the world. I want it, if a character would do it, then they're going to do it in the film, and that's ultimately where I felt like his character would curse, whereas I think that Michael's too straight-laced to do it. Joseph does all the time, but Michael is very straight-laced, and Maggie obviously would not until, of course, when she does. And Pearl, I didn't think that Pearl would, and so. And and Michael sometimes, like he has some things. It's just kind of, but it's I don't know. It's not as strong as what Matthew does, and at times it does it kind of goes. I don't know. I'm not. It does stick out. It is because in a movie where other characters don't. Like if all the characters did, it wouldn't. And you sort of get desensitized to it.
That's why I wanted to ask, because he's really the only.
It kind of comes out of nowhere. You kind of are like, oh, it does kind of sort of startle you at times, and it's kind of, it's like, because it's, I think, a movie that doesn't really seem like it would be a movie that would, do that. But I really think that it's important to that character, and I think he does it to sort of make a point and everything. Even though, I don't know, it would be something that I think some people would probably have an issue with, and more so because the film draws it somewhat attention to it. But yeah, it is excessive at times. At certain points, I had thought about believing things. I had thought about that, because it does sort of get the point across without actually doing it, and then that way it's sort of kind of like, and especially your guys' scene, perhaps because it's through Maggie's ears. But like then I'm like, then do I do his? Because Michael wouldn't really feel that way, and ultimately it would just sort of been like, then people think it's like a censored work, and it's like, because it would have been for aesthetic reasons, and so it's like ultimately like I end up believing in all that, and I don't know. It's fine. I guess it would technically be rated R for that reason, if it was rated by the MPAA. But just solely for that, which is kind of crazy. It kind of shows you that I don't think there's anything in this that, it's obviously made towards, if it had an audience, I think it's really for recent, college
children under 10.
Yeah, I mean, if this film has an audience, I think it's for people who are younger, people who are in college or recent, even like high school, recent high school graduates going into college, or people who are recent graduates, or just someone people in. If I had to pick an age range, people would be like 16 to like 26. I would say 28, maybe. But like that's sort of the age range. That this would be for. I think everyone could find stuff in it or you can even look back at your life at that point. But it's, and then there's something with Connor that's obviously later, and there's obviously something with Pearl that's later. But so there's things you can obviously attach to that's for everyone. But what I'm saying there is that I don't think it's, kids are hearing so much worse than this and seeing so much worse than this. I don't think that this is something that would. I think the MPAA have spoken to it as an outdated metric of rating movies, and for multiple reasons. And because violence gets through and can be whatever, but language and nudity is somehow an issue, and it's sort of ridiculous. And I think that this film sort of hopefully speaks to that. I think this is something that you could show most teenagers, and it wouldn't be a huge problem at all. I've seen at Bare Bones someone had their kid watching it, and he was like, look, he kind of laughed at like he was a really good watcher, and he watched all these movies. So like, if I was a kid and I had to sit through a block, like a whole evening worth of films, and oh my God, some of them were chores. Nothing against it. Sorry, I probably should have said that. I probably should not have said that. Some of those were, but there was for a kid. They would be in anything for several hours having to sit and watch it, and then this one, he kind of laughed at the language and stuff, and I don't know. That's what you should do. Kids have heard all that stuff, and none of it is meant in a sexual manner, anymore. The one line was cut, but yeah, all of it's sort of just so it's just words. What do you think, Alex? Do you think he should have
that was my question to you. That's all I wanted. I was waiting for another moment to bring it up. That is all.
I mean, do you think anything of it? Do you like it? Do you hate it?
I don't have an opinion. I mean, I agree. Children definitely hear it. I don't think swear words should really, like an excessive amount. Yeah, but I don't. I think it should if it resembles an everyday life or like how a person would actually talk. I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah, and it's because I just really think that character would, and that language is. I mean, because he even just uses things that other people just. I mean, he's a specific person, I mean,
I've heard people like it. There are people like him, and so I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
He's someone who I know I can name 10 people that I know are just very much just like him, and it's a specific personality trait, and it's just those people. I don't know how else to say it, and that's who he is, and he's he might try to keep some of that language very much. Even other things he says is just very much how this guy would speak, and so that's why he does that. And right. I didn't want to sanitize it, obviously.
I need something.
He needs
Connor,
something.
Look, I know we don't need a dog, okay? I just want to do what's right for the company. My father didn't give a fuck about anything except for the bottom dollar.
And that's also an interesting thing, that how they all sort of don't know exactly what they want. They need something even with Maggie in this ribbon dancing sequence. She's putting a lot of pressure on this and really fixates on it. But even before, she doesn't. It's not necessarily the ribbon dancing thing. It's what she's added to it. It's this something that she's imbued with all this importance. And in this dog mascot was something that he imbued with all this importance that it's really not anything. But it's sort of symbolic for some other stuff. It's symbolic even for him, it's symbolic for his childhood. Just like the ribbon dancing is for Maggie. It's and that's what's sort of at play here, and they both end up having to sort of let go of that. He's letting go of this dog mascot, while she's having to ultimately let go of this ribbon dancing, it not being exactly how they both wanted, in order to continue. So, yeah. Theme stuff. Alex, are you in a more comfortable position?
No, we are reaching what I'm guessing the 2-hour mark.
We are 1 hour and 47 minutes.
Yeah, I can tell.
We'll pause in a second, but we'll get through this thing.
About me or mom?
No, continue.
They have parent issues.
You guys.
So, this whole plan is...
It was supposed to be fun. Look, I don't know how to run a company.
Cisco.
Okay. I just wanted you guys to like me. I wanted to be the cool boss, you know? But I guess I don't even deserve that.
Connor, if you really wanted everyone here to like you, there's way better things that we could spending that money on than an office dog or issuing company shirts.
And what would those be?
Well, you could update our operating system.
Now, this might be a little
1990s.
heavy-handed, but whatever.
You could buy new chairs, a new copy.
Gotta do it.
There's a whole list of things that you could better spend this money on.
And there's originally a line, why haven't those been done? And Michael was like, well, no one in upper management ever cared to ask. And it was like, okay, that went a little too far. And so that was cut out, just so you know. There's lines like that that's just sort of like, there was times in this movie that when in other edits, I'm like, in the assembly cut, I was just like, oh, that's a little cringy. It's just a little bit too far. And that was one of those things that just got cut out because I was just like, that just took it to a degree that wasn't necessary.
I have your back. Do you think you can sell that to the investors?
We're about to get a major introduction here. Brace yourselves.
Pearl?
Oh, hey. Did you try the hummus yet?
No.
It's average at
More
best.
food.
More food. That was a lot of food that you don't even see. Like, ended up, like, we didn't have to shoot it where you see it. And, like, even, like, I don't even know you would even tell it. Like, there is, like, we bought all sorts of food for that table that's not even really shown.
Hummus?
You
actually bought hummus?
We actually bought hummus. So there's a party pack there that's of carrots and like celery. Like you can sort of see it there next to Debbie, and it's like it's broccoli because there's supposed to be vegan options as well. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
And
so Hannah did take that home with her.
So
that's why.
We ended up giving it to her because I'm like, I'm not going to eat all of this raw. I mean, it's like a pretty huge, like there were cherry tomatoes, broccoli, carrots, and I believe celery were the four. And then there was ranch in the middle, which isn't really vegan, but whatever. And then hummus. We had to buy a separate thing of hummus, even though you don't see it in the thing. It's referenced. And then we had a thing of zebra cakes. And I don't remember. There's something else. I don't know what that one is right there next to Hannah, but there was quite a few things it ended up being pretty pricey. I don't know.
No, I was not here for any of this. This is one of the scenes where I was at work until the very end.
Yes, I think we shot the entire thing without you there. Like I think you came by because we got the food
right
before
that.
Work. I think before we went and shot though. Well, you were maybe there. I don't know. But anyways, then you showed up after we had just finished or whatever. And it was, this was, I believe this was some day we had off. I believe this was like maybe, I don't know. This might have been a holiday too, but I believe it was like a day of I don't know. It might have been the weekend. I don't, we were doing, on top of all this, I was in my senior year. I mean, we were doing plays. We were doing, I worked at the radio station and the PR place for the university. It was really busy things, and we kept having to stretch this in everywhere. I was in honors. I had an honors capstone I was also working on, as well as this. It was just an incredibly busy time. I would love to know what I'm capable of and what a team is capable of when that's your only priority. You know, like I just can't imagine that world where you just are able to fully invest in just this project. I mean, this is what's happening when I have 50 other things going on. And everyone involved has that. Everyone else is working jobs. Everyone else is doing all this, and they're doing this in their free time. And it's amazing just the work that everyone put into it whenever they have so much going on in their own personal lives and everything. And I just give a lot of praise for people to work on this thing, because I mean I could not have done it by myself, and everyone pulled their weight. And so Andrew helped out with this. That's why it's probably the most beautiful scenes of the movie is the ones at the auditorium.
They're coming up.
Well, no,
Did he do this one?
He did this one. That's why it's sort of this blue. I really love this blue. It's sort of this blue and this red, and it kind of matches the tracksuit and her reds. It's just a real beautiful shot, and he really set up lights and put the blue filter in things, and because that's what I always sort of said is like I want it to be it's backstage. I want it to look really blue. I really like that aesthetic, and I like how that light comes out from the back, and you see like the ropes and all that from that natural light there. But I wanted Andrew to do all of the film, and ultimately he was too busy. Everyone was too busy, but I got him to do this sort of section of it because this was the most sort of cinematic part of the movie, and I owe a lot to him. It's very loud, Alex. Just want you to know that.
Oh, sorry. I was.
But no. But yeah, I really appreciate what he did there, and he did amazing work, and will work with him together in the future. We did a music video together. I'll plug this right in the middle of this, long thing. If you want to see something that we and Andrew worked on together with Debbie, with the music from Krim. It's a reunion of sorts amongst a lot of people. Alex was not involved.
You asked me about one of the ideas, and I said this is the better one.
I had two ideas, and he helped me choose that one.
Yeah.
And you did. You picked the right one.
I wasn't involved.
You were involved. And I mean more so than other people, because you helped with all those, and I ran all the ideas by you and everything. And is this good? Is this bad? Anyways, that's called Night Stalkers. It's a music video on my YouTube channel and also on Crim's stuff, and it's really good.
YouTube.com/Cade Thomas.
Well, we'll be watching this on there, so.
Well, you never know.
This could be pirated. Yeah, exactly. We went to this on Pirate Bay or something, which I know nothing about. Okay.
Cool. Why aren't you wearing your matching tracksuit?
It was too hot.
Well,
the people talking in the background is an
We're
effect.
going on in a few minutes.
It's not really there.
I watched a few videos on my phone about ribbon dancing. So
how does she watch that on her flip phone, Alex?
Continuity.
That's one of those continuity issues that I was like, oh, it'd be kind of funny for her to have this old flip phone that she uses, but then someone pointed that out, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's fair. She had another phone. She had two phones.
We just ignore it.
Yeah. She has
a few.
The flip phone she does all of her phone calls on, and then the other one she.
But you're gonna have to take the lead on this one, if that's okay.
I don't know if you hear this rumbling. There's this like, and sometimes it's loud. It was a particularly windy day. It was an extremely windy day outside, and that is the tin of to enter the auditorium, because this is an auditorium. This isn't in the mall.
This is right above where we shot the office scene.
Yes, it's directly above it. But there's this tin that's hitting that it just kept getting hit by wind. And so it was horrifying. We took so many takes and tried to get in. We tried to wait till it was not, because it was a very, very violent. It was just so loud. And so we tried to hide it as much as possible. And then, of course, we add some like murmur underneath the sort of you perhaps think it's just something. Maybe they're moving like a metal sheet back there. That was a joke that we had. We were like, we need to get a shot of somebody. I think that was David's idea because David was on set for all of this. David, who's about to make his entrance as a stagehand, he's like, what you need to do is just have someone just to get a shot of someone like moving a metal object and bending it back and forth. And it's like, okay, yeah.
And you didn't.
Pearl?
Then we
you
didn't.
going to change?
Pearl, are you going to change is a double meaning. I don't know if you got that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, one of those lines I really like.
Probably not.
Why not?
Probably not.
We're going to be on stage, and it'll
Probably
look
not's
better if
the
we're
answer.
wearing matching clothes.
I'm not going on stage. I came for the food. I'm eating. Can you please just leave me alone?
No. Pearl, you lied to me. You said you were going to help me. Are you even a ribbon dancer?
Nope.
Before last week, I didn't even know that existed.
That's one of the GIFs that we have available on Jiffy.com. Is the nope. No one's used them because you can't really get to them. I assume that they would be able to be accessed through like Facebook's Jiffy thing. But if enough people like copy and paste it and really start using these GIFs, perhaps they will become very popular.
Comment below if you've ever used our GIF.
Yeah, here it is.
How do you say GIF? GIF or GIF?
Yeah, how do you say it? Vamp for a little bit, Alex.
Oh, I say it like GIF because I think I read somewhere that the creator said it's GIF, but even though it's graphic, but I like to say it's I had a sneeze. That's embarrassing. I like to pretend it's graphic. Like graphic.
Nope, it's backwards, but because my thing's mirrored.
It's not all white, straight in the middle of it. Just play the clip, Dave. Just play the clip.
There's a few of them. What other GIFs? What's your favorite GIF that we did?
Either Joseph dropping the chicken piece or whenever he's just like.
So this is her going, yeah, and then hugging her. This is Joseph dropping the chicken piece.
And?
Oh, sorry, I moved it whenever. You really can't tell it. This is you gasping.
Oh, that's right.
This is Maggie putting on her glasses. You know, whenever you really truthfully love something and have hard eyes, you can use that. You get it? Want to be best friends? That's a good one. That's a good one. You can use that for a lot of things. You're really hungry, so you use her grabbing the chips and opening it up.
That's a good one too. We have some really good ones. I really like.
Nope.
I really like the Joseph going.
Her wiping her hands on Joseph's thing, and then them laughing. I've got more than I thought. That's it.
Wait, do we not have one of Joseph whenever he's like, you're a Pearl dancer? And then like from the trailer where he's like, thought we did. Oh well, doesn't matter.
That's only a few seconds, but yeah. I mean, or 1 second, but yeah. I mean, it would make a GIF, I guess. Anyways, okay. Use our GIFs. Look them up. I don't know how you were going to find them. Really search. I mean, like Rebin, Maggie Wyatt. I mean, I think
Maybe
I put
we
a few.
can post them.
Maybe we can post them somewhere.
On Facebook.
On Facebook or something. Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Michael was right. I trusted you, Pearl. Does that even matter?
Listen.
Monologue time.
Everyone exploits everyone. It's called capitalism. The difference is mine was for free food and shelter, and yours was for fast cash that you wouldn't even earn and you didn't really need. But hey, pleasure doing business with you.
No, that's it. You can pack your bags and get out of my life.
Hey, are you two together or what?
Together? Not anymore. She can go fuck herself and shit in a bucket for
Call
all I
back.
care.
Oh my god.
Easily the most important character in, I would say our film at least, but possibly cinematic history. That is David Standingwater, our friend who worked as he's the stagehand in our movie. I believe he's holding the script for the film. Just so you know. He's not an actor, but I think he came in and really did a really great job. He does a lot of stage work and a lot of that. He did a lot of that stuff and would help out. Like he did. What do you do? Did you do sound or lights? What do you do? He did something.
He does lights and I think he does sound. He does a lot. He's a smart, good guy.
Yes, and so we thought he would be a good job as that, and I really like it. That oh my god gets a laugh every single time.
Oh my god.
Just because I was like, I wanted his oh my god to be different than Maggie's oh my god, because Maggie's is like really truthfully like surprised, and I want him just to be like, I was like, just do it kind of questioning, and so it's kind of like, oh my god. And
I know they for this. Yeah, that's callback.
Mm-hmm. His story? What do you think his story is?
Are we at that 6 hour mark yet?
We are at 5 hours.
I see. Let's I'll make it brief. Because it's still my goal not to get to 6 hours. I think he works for the ribbon dancing competition.
He doesn't work for the mall. He doesn't work for the auditorium.
I think he's an actual ribbon dancing competition that is rented out.
Okay, so they're one of the people who came to set up. They do ribbon dancing. Okay, no, I didn't think of that. That's actually I kind of like that better. I thought he was just someone who helped like manage the stage at the Williamson Auditorium, aka the old JCPenney's.
That's also possible. Speaking of possibilities, and the second most important character is coming over the voice intercom here soon as well.
Yeah. Thanks.
No spoiling.
But yeah, I think he did a great job. When he comes in later, he has like one other scene, David's character, and I kind of wish I had more things with him. I think at one point we had thought to maybe put you at that role since like you were at the mall or something, but again you couldn't make this one, and I don't know, as much different characters as possible. I really ended up really liking that character a lot, and he gets a laugh every time.
I hope you die alone, you son of a bitch. I am gonna go ribbon dancing, and you're not welcome.
Zebra cake. It's a wrap on Pearl.
Well,
Pearl.
thank you for your time. I'll be sure to keep you all updated on our progress.
Sounds good.
Okay, bye.
Sounds good. That's a wrap on David Blakely.
Did we just do that?
And Paul Huntley.
I think we did. Oh my god!
A little bit of audio clipping, but yeah. Someone I should fire whoever did the sound.
Didn't have to do that. It's no problem. I don't think they were going to go for my whole dog idea anyway.
You know, I'm really sorry.
Sorry about what?
You know, I really misjudged you, and I really can't say
Character development.
Character development. He was thinking this was just going to be this another. Remember, he's like, that's what adults do. He thinks this is an adult thing that he's having to do this whole thing, but he ends up sort of finding someone he really connects with, almost like a friend, you know. And so it's sort of like the opposite, that you can sort of find these moments, these childlike moments of wonder, and you know that these things could sort of come back in times that you wouldn't. It's the opposite journey that Maggie's on. There's parallels. Some could say,
or as I said, character development.
Yes, great.
No, it's not. I'm really harsh on people, and I'm way too quick to judge. And wait, what time is it?
What time is it?
It's 9:35. Why?
I need to go.
What's going on?
My sister's in this ribbon dancing competition at the local dying mall, and I think her homeless dance partner is gonna bail on her.
Such a tough line to get. That we hit that several times of like Joseph. He kept like it's a very important line. It kind of summarizes the entire movie, and so I do like that line.
Sounds dope. Can I come?
It sounds dope.
I mean, I guess.
But that got lost.
But we need to leave right now.
Let's go. I'll drive.
You know, we could have ended the movie there, not had the ribbon dancing in the sequence.
I'll drive. Okay.
Ribbon. We're about to enter the thing, Alex. How are we going to do this? We're going to pause each thing, or we're just going to listen to it all? How are we going to do it? Get your... We'll see.
I think we pause it twice. I think we do pause it halfway through and then at the end.
Okay.
I think that...
We're going to pause it...
Pause it right whenever Joseph's character gets there. Whenever he approaches there and he's putting on the jacket. And I think pause there. I think that's a good midway point.
We'll pause after. Actually, we'll pause after the ribbon booth, the photo booth. I mean,
photo booth. Pause after the photo because that's pause there. I think that's a good place.
Okay. And maybe some other place if there's something that moves us. Okay, get your ribbon sticks ready. Don't show them yet. Get your ribbon stick ready. Don't put it in camera yet, but have it ready for this dance sequence, Alex.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, just a moment. You're looking at my knee now.
You could have muted yourself before you did that.
Oh, is that loud?
Yeah. Also, nice shorts. They're real silver. That's real nice. Wait, you have it muted? Do you still have to grab something else? Oh, man. There we go.
Bamf, Cade, bamf.
Okay.
We're ready.
Okay.
Ready.
Here it comes. And also, I mean, we're getting all really excited. It's Maggie. It's about to cut to her crying.
Cade punched her in the gut for her to cry.
This is a great scene. I'm hidden because I'm doing this. I'm doing the sound. Yeah, you're not getting punched. No, it wasn't that bad on set. No, she did that, and obviously we did this two different times. She had to put her hair back up and everything, and I did the audio for this because Andrew was getting the shot, and I really like the shot. I like how it moves, and I'm like hidden behind a curtain there, and it's a really beautiful shot, and it's a really obviously this is where my cameo is.
Woo,
No, not yet. Stop. And I just love this lead up. It's dramatic. There's this, but also I love the juxtaposition of this scene. That was always when I wrote it. I really loved this idea that she's sitting here at her absolute lowest moment, and she's having this whole identity crisis, and then she's being ushered in on stage, and she's having to go through this, and so she's like trying to push through it, and she's like, no, I have to do this thing that I've committed to, and then but like she's really like going through this horrible thing, and then just capitalism doesn't care or whatever, and it's just like the thing comes on, and it's just like, and it's all at all JCPenney's, and you can go to Olive Garden, and I just love that she's just sitting there going through all this stuff, and it's just like this ad that's just playing over it. I absolutely love that. I think that's sort of the point of the film as well, one of the points, and I love the hashtags, and I've been waiting to use those. Maybe you'll see those on a few things now because it's later in the film. People wouldn't get it, but I love use the hashtags malls are cool and Ridgewood rocks. Yeah. Anything you have to say about that before we just
I think your cameo is fun, and then David's character coming back in, because Olive Garden, when you're here, you're family.
Yeah.
And then there's not even a good discount, half off an appetizer with the purchase of 2 drinks and 2 meals.
Yeah, all that to be said. Yeah, you just go there and you just get half off it. Yeah, you're right. I love that. That was also one of the points.
So yeah. All right, hit it. Here we go. She drops the hair.
Hey.
It's time to go on.
Perfect line read,
No,
David.
No, just I know you're crying, but
yeah. Hey.
Welcome to the first annual Ribbon Dancing Duos competition, presented by Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family. For your ticket stub from this event, you get a half-price appetizer with the purchase purchase of 2 entrees and 2 beverages. Not valid with other coupons or specials.
Sorry, on top of that instead.
Mall would like to thank you for coming to this event at the state-of-the-art Williamson Auditorium,
Putting her hair up.
aka the old JC Penney's. Be sure to turn off the flash on your camera, but
Call
feel
back.
free to take as many photos as you want.
Please promote us.
Include the hashtags
We're desperate.
and Ridgewood Rocks. Thanks again, and enjoy the first annual Ribbon Dancing Duos competition presented by
That's a wrap on David.
Ribbon.
Oh.
Ribbon. Oh, wow, it's the pink ribbon now instead of red. I wonder if that symbolizes anything.
Yeah. And this is... Be sure to purchase Everything's Gonna Change or listen to it on Spotify by Krim. This really looks like that ribbon, but it's not. It... Andrew did the cinematography for this. Did a great job. I shot these parts.
No, are you serious? Okay, no, you're good.
Oh, mirror.
I think it's coming up. This is for your sister, man.
Really ties the whole car together.
Oh, no,
Left to straight. Go straight, but it's
It is on
the
this one,
left.
but it's not
Go
later.
off lane, but go straight.
I love the car scene.
And then stop. All right, I know to stop if there's somebody in front of me. Okay, I understand it. This is not your car.
Not your car.
That's actually Joseph saying that.
You
I think that goes a lot.
Also, Michaels is behind them in this scene.
This is my favorite. That was, again, Joseph making sure my car was locked.
This is all improv on their parts right through here. All their scenes through here. And they nail it. They nail the energy.
Everything in the car was improv too.
Yes, it was. They brought that energy. Dog mascot. Yeah, it's actual fall.
I love the way he gets on the escalator.
They're in a hurry. So relax. You're not really doing your ribbon dancing, Alex. I don't appreciate that.
What are you doing? Hey, perfect timing. I'm already paid. I've already paid.
You're the cheese to my macaroni. Should have been a line in the film. Should have been a line in the film.
Let's do
See, did you see how I turned off the glass?
Okay, a big one. Yeah. I like this one. They're pretty.
Oh,
We should all
funny.
get out of here. Oh, yeah, Maggie.
Best friends.
Okay. Speaking of best friends,
So there was 3 of those. Who got the other 2?
Joseph got one, and no, there were only 2. I was supposed to give this to Matthew, but I never did.
There's only 2? I thought there was 3.
Or Matthew got it, and I was supposed to give it to Joseph. So all of that on their part was ad-libbed, except for I think the one bit of him saying, turn left, maybe.
I think it's all that.
But that was
I think the script literally just says Maggie goes out and ribbon dances while they're driving to the dance studio, to the thing, running through the mall, and then getting there. And I think that the only scripted part of the entire dance sequence is what they say whenever they're running, like holding hands and twirling.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only part in the entire dance sequence that is scripted, like for lines.
And so all of that, and because that's my car. I was not in the car when they shot this, and so I told them, I was like, hey,
They
just,
couldn't have him in
drive
the
and be
trunk.
safe. Yeah, because we were in the city now, and I told them, be safe, and when you come back in, just make sure you lock the doors. That was my only 2 things, because I went into the mall because I wasn't going to wait outside for 15 minutes, and I love that Joseph, they're in the middle of filming, is just like, wait, lock the car. And it plays off very well because that is actually Joseph just being like, I'm pretty sure Joseph's just making sure it's locked in character.
And there's so much stuff that's
And
cut
then-
out of this that I don't know if I'm putting that in the bloopers or the deleted scenes if I do a deleted scenes video, but because there's so many other things in these cars, and even in the photo booth is a lot of other stuff. But the car, like he has this great line. It's like, you don't think that the homeless lady stabbed her, do you? And there's that, and then there's like, and then they're at the photo booth the scene, and they're like, they do other photos. There's not just obviously those two. There's 3, right? Can you show the people what those photos are? Oh, there's 4.
4 photos. Yeah, so we missed out on the first one, and so so there's
They're
just
pointing
like,
at
like
each
typical,
other.
Yeah, pointing at each other, typical bros, big cheesy smile, the pretend to strangle, which when and then pretend to kiss, because we joked a lot about there being some potential romantic, something romantic between them.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And,
There's a lot at play with that too. That and there was a little bit more. I mean, there's times that like I remember the first time he met, like he put like this chapstick on his lips, and I don't know. There's a few different things. Like I think, this is a movie that's relatively aromantic. Like there's not any sort of there's no people who are there's no romance in this movie whatsoever.
Except for the breakup.
Except for what?
Except for my breakup.
Except for your breakup, yes. There's that. We destroy love. Yeah, that's the only thing that would show is the love destroy. Yeah.
And so and so the photo booth. I remember just walking. We walked by it, and it was just like, wouldn't it be funny if we did that? And so Cade, it was Cade's $5. He had $5 in his wallet, and it was just like, all right, well, we got one shot at this, so let's pretend. What are we gonna do? And just we kind of did a fake walkthrough, and then we put the $5 in, and it takes a long time to set up a photo booth. We didn't realize.
Yeah, there's like you have to select the frame, you got to select the filter, you got to select, and so like there was
what pops up for like the best friends.
Best friends, and it's what's supposed to be like Finding Nemo kind of, and it's he chose black and white. Like there was just all this stuff and his cue, you see it a little bit in the movie, is like he's supposed to be like. I think the cue was all right. He had to like clap his hands twice, and so that's when you see him like he goes all right, and that's the sort of the beginning. That's right whenever he opens the curtain. So little behind the scenes still.
And what really helped push us to do this was that we realized Joseph had on his glasses because he needs them to see. Or Joseph needs them to see, but Michael doesn't. Michael can see fine. And I remember telling him
he does
that.
have his glasses on at the end. I guess in Ken and Michael has contacts and sometimes wears glasses. I don't know because he does wear his glasses. Yeah. Perhaps they're shades because they're kind of dark and
but we realized instead of going through and reshooting everything
because we had already done the ribbon dancing sequence. That's what the issue was. Yeah. We shot the whole ribbon dancing.
So it was just like, why not just have them take off the glasses for the photo, and then we can just, because it was like either just leave them on or call attention to it, and we just called attention to it, and it was the funniest time. Cade and I, and Hannah was in the background, just died laughing the entire time. Just everything about it. And so, we did it in one take. All of it was ad-libbed. Joseph being like, oh, pretend to strangle me. Obviously, a reference.
He did a lot of the whole thing was very I mean, like they went there, they had such a high energy to it.
Very well.
And I kind of just wish we did more of that stuff because it was really like, I mean, it worked for this since it's so like, I mean, this is like fantasy. This sequence is so over the top and grand. And this is like, this film deals with a lot of highs and lows and deals with polar opposites, and that's sort of the point of the film. Is like is this sort of binary view of the world, and this is so grand. Like this is like everything. Like this is like the height of like positivity and all that, and everything. And there's obviously these other depths of things, and so it's. And I was like, trying to tell them was like, I need you to run around here, sort of try to figure out where you're going. I didn't go much. I'm like, because we had to repeat shots because there were repeated shots from when Maggie was running around. And so we're like, you have to sort of we had to go to these sort of places, but and here's what some of like the actions are, but do what you do, bring energy. And it was sort of difficult for me because I'm not the most high energy person. And so it was always like,
that's why I'm there.
and it was hard for me. Like, I'm like, God, I kind of dreaded that. Cause I'm like, how do I tell them this? I need them at like at a 12, whenever I'm like constantly at a 4. And so, but they did it. They brought it. That's what actors are for. Anything else you want to say?
Time for the second half.
Okay, here we go.
Next monologue.
He obviously has his glasses and the photos in his hand. Oh, ribbon.
Not the one I have.
I'm gonna pretend like it is.
That energy. The energy comes in like.
Yeah. You happy, Alex?
I am. I did request that. He comes in at Mach 10.
That got
now,
changed.
Is that a different framing of it?
What? No, it's the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
I asked that it be changed back to that. Yeah, I love it. Just because he pops in, he just.
Yeah. Alex wanted that, and I gave him that. He's the producer. I was going to use a different shot. It allowed me to fix some other issues in it, so it worked out great.
Michael, you were right.
Can you fix yourself in your frame, Alex? You're very low in your square.
Oh.
There you go.
You were both. Michael, you were right. The world is a shitty place, and you should just close yourself off before you can get hurt again.
No, Maggie, you were right. Connor was a good person, and
you need to be at Michael. Michael's lines. Just mouth it.
Okay.
And I was wrong to think otherwise. Not everyone in the world is out to get you.
But they will. Give them time. Everyone will let you down. You did. Pearl did. Connor will too.
Maggie, you can't think like that. Look, the world is a scary and lonely place, and you have to let other people in.
Michael, you need to grow up.
Did not memorize the line.
There's a little bit of a delay, but whatever. I love this music. Again, thank you, Krim. This is such a great, amazing song.
Joseph just going all out.
I'm not gonna put this. I guess this is brand new, but yours isn't. That's a little bit different than the first one, but I think they made contact to that one. I think that was the first one. They really hurt themselves. Sorry, you could definitely tell.
And pause.
I'm gonna pause.
So,
I'm gonna pause.
We
there.
had a choreographer for this.
Yes, I was gonna. You just gonna say that. Okay, great. We did have a choreographer for this. Bill Brook, I think is how you say the last name. Amazing job. There was, there's a lot of different moves. They learned it that day. Hannah and Michael. It was a lot of practicing. We devoted a whole day just to the stage work, and it was, it was special care was taken to Hannah and Joseph aren't dancers, and they're not supposed to be really, obviously, and so it was a lot of care was taken to create dance moves that they could obviously do and have a lot of fun with, and you're obviously playing up the fact that they aren't dancers, and Maggie does not know how to ribbon dance. Obviously, she's doing floor work, and she's doing she's just doing trying to I don't know, I'm gonna balance this thing, all this different stuff, and Joseph knew Sam, and that's how that contact was made, because I'm like, I don't know how to choreograph. How do you pronounce it? Choreograph. This. And so that's so amazing, and I really, really, really love the work that was done there, and then Joseph really brought it all to that too, because Maggie has to, or Hannah has to play sad yet still be Maggie. It's kind of there's a lot there that she has to sort of play. It's a little bit difficult thing, and then Joseph has to play like, I've changed as a character, and he's really comes in full force, and it's different. It's a really beautiful scene that a lot of people worked on. Sam and Andrew and everyone, David for his intro there, and Joseph and Hannah, and turned out really great. It's the standout thing of the movie. I mean, that's the sequence. And Krim with that music. Krim does music here in Tulsa, and a really great band. I met them through the college radio station that I worked for, and I knew when I made this thing, I wanted to have a new wave synth pop, all synth instrumental, and I went to him, and he was so happy and so more than willing to help on everything, and I'm so appreciative of what he did there. Anyways, Alex, you have anything to say?
No. This was yours. I wasn't really a part of this part. I'm in the next part though, coming up. Another Ariel scene.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. We won the competition, but you can't give us the check.
That's correct. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules.
And who does?
The National Ribbon Dancing Association.
That's a thing?
Yes. And you would know that if you were real ribbon dancers.
But we still won.
By default, there were no other competitors. And the NRDA has
I've shown this scene to so many audiences and stuff, and they it's almost like this. I feel like it's almost like a sigh of relief, which is sad, because they're taken to this point, this high point in and they're they're with the ribbon dancing sequence, and I think there are some people who enjoy that. It's sort of a fulfillment of all that stuff. But then you sort of have this sort of thing that's like, oh God, I sure hope they don't end it so happily. I hope that's not sort of, because, I don't know, people have this thing of they don't really want happy endings. And so that was sort of always surprising to me, because I always would have thought people would have wanted to end there. And there were certainly people who did want it to sort of end like that. But then you get people who get to this scene, and then they're like, and you didn't win. And people are like, oh, thank God. And it's a weird thing. It's so interesting how people sort of react. It's kind of like a sigh of relief, that these characters didn't get everything that they wanted. And I don't know what it says about our society or whatever, that people are kind of happy that the characters didn't win. They hit all this stuff, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like it would have been almost too sappy of an ending for them if they would have gotten that. So, I don't know. That's interesting. Something
strict
I've
rules
noticed.
about us giving out certain
And then it
prizes to
continues.
performers who break the rules.
So you're not going to give them their money because they broke a couple of rules?
And I just love that line too. It speaks to so much about his character too, because he's like, so you're not going to give them money because they broke a couple. Their money, it's $1,000. That would be nothing compared to what he has and makes and all that. And so he's just like, you're not just gonna give them their money because whatever, just because whatever, they broke rules or whatever. It's he sort of thinks he's sort of above all this stuff, and I like his delivery of that too, because he got that was sort of the point.
They broke 17 rules.
But
hey,
Ariel
listen,
too.
Nobody's more upset about this than we are. I really thought that this ribbon dancing competition was going to turn things around for them all. And now I have to go with my second option. A dog mascot.
Bo. Wrapped up in a bow.
That's a bummer.
Well, hey,
we still won. And that's something to be proud of.
I guess.
Hey, you did really great out there.
Thanks. Are you Michael's friend?
Yeah, this is Connor.
Yeah, I'm Connor. I'm Michael's friend.
It's the first time they met.
Nice to meet you, Connor.
Took a long time.
Call back. My idea again.
Things at the office that we've been eating for a long time. So I guess you could say the moral of this story is maybe we should trust the wealthy trust fund kid over the homeless person. Okay, maybe that didn't sound quite right.
Again, she's the audience surrogate. Ribbon. That's me. That's Alex. And
you.
Me. Also me.
The end. That's all. What? Oh,
wow.
Wait. What? What's this?
I think that's it. I think it's got to, yeah.
Yeah. On the long black screen.
I have it paused, Alex.
Oh.
The
Ariel's character of just.
Yeah. She's the audience surrogate, and I think that's sort of
the hug is the only thing I want to touch on.
Okay.
The hug worked out so well because we had hugged we had already hugged to have the move. And, oh, you're gonna rewind? No.
I was just going to take it to the end screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is not the end, by the way, folks. This is a psych out. In case you never watched it to the end.
In case this is your first experience with the movie, yeah.
So the hug, I remember being like, because Cade wanted them like over here, and I was like, well, what if they hugged and repeat? And it worked out really well.
Was the hug not in the script?
I think they might have hugged, but I think it was my idea to be like, what if you just repeat the
I think you're right.
So, yeah, that's all I wanted to touch on there.
Yeah, and that's a great little scene, and people
goes back to the square. It goes from a full screen to a square.
It's sort of like the last full square scene, and so it's nice, and it sort of ends it on that sort of moral note. Some could say the film ends here. In the sort of speaking of that, that this is sort of the end point of the film, but
canon.
But afterwards, some stuff. You had to wait to see if they have a post-credit scene.
Because that's a reference.
That's a reference, but because we're building a universe now. But no, it's sort of collapsing the universe in a lot of ways. But no, it's but then afterwards you sort of see what happens to these characters afterwards, and sort of then goes back to sort of the moral argument of the movie.
Now, is it canon? Because after the end, is it all canon? Who knows?
But the point of the thing is like that's sort of what the characters sort of take as the moral, and whether or not that's correct, and then sort of actually revealing what I believe the moral of the story is. That's the point of that whole thing. Just to break open and not let you come up with your own thing, but that's.
Oh, gee, thanks for taking us to Connor's place, Maggie.
It's okay. I just don't want you.
Notice how there's no mirror.
Sorry, that's what we were building. Forgot about that. We've been building up for 6 hours, Alex. Okay. So
Hannah broke my mirror.
Yeah, Hannah broke Alex's mirror off.
Because you were there. You were there for this one.
So they were.
I was not.
This is one of our last scenes that we did. And so this is all them together, and we were leaving the mall, obviously, and we have to set up. We taped the mic onto the center console, and that replaced Alex holding the mic. A piece of tape did replaced Alex. No, nothing can replace Alex. Only a piece of tape temporarily. We would have eventually realized it wasn't him. No.
When I couldn't move outside of the car.
Well, come on, Alex. We're just outside the door. Come on outside. He's just still time. And then you walk up behind us. Who are you talking to? And we're like, what? Whoa, what?
That's a dumb bit we just did.
Weirdly enough, like she was just adjusting the mirror because I don't know if you know this. Hannah's shorter than you, Alex. So she was adjusting the mirror to where she could see out the back, and she broke the mirror off The whole rearview mirror just broke off right before we did this, and she kind of panicked. She's like, "Oh God, what? Oh no!" And I'm like, "Just, we gotta finish the scene, whatever." And she's like, "Is this safe to drive without it?" And I'm like, "Whatever, just." And then it's like, "Is it gonna be noticeable?" And it's like, "I don't know. People are gonna notice it." So comment below if you noticed that.
Yeah. And it was as easy as just gluing it back. The glue had just come undone, so it really wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, we had to return and tell Alex, we broke your car.
They said that, and I was like, "What did you do?" And then it was just like the rearview mirror, and I was like, oh, "Okay, it's not as terrible."
Because it had come off before, right? Or had it not?
Yeah, it had come off before, so I just had to. I called my dad and was like, "Hey, I need some more glue."
Yeah. So there you go. That's how that got solved, and that was something that's just not in the movie.
No more pauses.
Connor wouldn't murder me, right, con man? Murder you?
Right.
See,
I have a pretty extensive knife collection now.
See, he can show us that when we get there.
Opposite.
Where are we going?
We're gonna go ahead and make a left here.
Okay.
That's me driving the car.
Yep.
There's another American flag.
There's the Oklahoma flag too there. Return of that song. I love that song.
You can see my GoPro in one of these shots as well.
That's far.
Yeah. Kind of see it there.
Michael,
My
you
dash
sure about
cam.
this?
Yeah. This is the nicest house
He's wearing
I've
his
ever
glasses.
seen. Come on, let's go inside. Come on.
It's a callback.
Michael! You stupid. You're about to go into the home of some weird rich kid who just took over your company this week. You don't even know this man.
Maggie, I'm gonna go inside. You don't have to, alright?
She's calling.
That's the one, Alex. That's the one from the movie.
The movie ribbon. And now the actual.
Oh, Maggie. Hannah played Maggie. Okay.
Joseph and Michael.
Oh, Alex played
Peggy.
Guy at the mall. Oh.
Remember when I would often call Debbie Peggy. Fun fact. We'll let the crew come up. Why don't you pause it now? Let's get to the actual end.
Oh, sound recording.
Crim score.
Everything's going to change. Written and performed by Crim. Special thanks.
Special thank you to everyone who was nice.
Yeah, okay, let's name them all. Let's give a little special thank you to all of them. Rogers State University, thank you. It wouldn't have been possible for the university itself existing. And also...
Thank you for taking our money for many years so we could get paper.
We had a lot of really great experiences there, and I really enjoy all the professors and everything and the friends. I wouldn't have met Alex without Rogers State University, and I wouldn't have met Hannah. I wouldn't have met anybody in this film, simply put. And so that they get the top billing there because not only just their locations, but just this whole thing wouldn't have been possible without my experience there and the people that I met. And everything, I want to especially thank Kathy Coomer. She was a huge mentor of mine and everything, and helped teach me a lot about video work and everything. And this film was made, and she watched the film, and she's no longer with us, and it's very, very sad, and I miss her all the time because I would have loved to have had her seen all this stuff and talked to her still, because I spent more time at Rogers State University in Kathy's office than probably anywhere else on campus. And I she was so supportive of all of her students and everything. And so,
you know, I had quite a relationship with her as well. Yeah. We had fun.
Yes. And next we have Thompson Mansion. That's the mansion at the end. Can't believe we actually shot at a mansion. I wrote that in the script, and I'm like, I hope this works out, and it did. And I found that place online, and I'm like, I sent it to Alex. I'm like, I'm going to ask this place. You think they're going to say yes? And he's like, yeah, we're at the shot, I guess. And so we did, and they were like, sure. And they agreed to it. The first day we were going to shoot there, it froze, like there was ice. Remember that? And so we had to move it. Mm-hmm. We moved it to Valentine's Day. And so, yeah, because there was all this ice everywhere and people couldn't get around, and it was a nightmare. And so we had to cancel that shoot day. And they were very...
You know, it was really fun. There's one last story of the mansion. Coming back from the mansion, Hannah said something that will live on.
We're going to mention that?
I want to.
One of the only arguments that we got into on filming was Hannah. Hannah called Alex an energy vampire, and Alex got pretty upset by it. And I, being the nice friend that I was, said, "Let's move past this as quickly as possible and get to a place in which we could all, we don't want to pick at the wound," is what I said. I think was what I said.
So what had happened is, this was a very long day of shooting. One of the longest. I'm driving back.
It was excruciating. Yeah.
And it was Joseph, myself, Cade, and Hannah. And we're driving back. Hannah's in the back seat with Joseph. Cade's in the front seat
with you.
And as we're coming back, Hannah was just like, she was like, I'm just drained, basically. Alex, you're kind of like, you just kind of, it was fine at first, and then she was just like, you're kind of just like an energy vampire. You just like suck the energy right out of people.
Because you were sort of pestering her and everybody.
Yeah. And I was, but it was just, it came at such the right moment where I was just like, oh, that kind of hurt. And I said that, I was like, oh, that kind of hurts. And I was like, and
you were a bit offended by it. You were a bit offended. But she didn't back down from it, and you didn't back down from it and say it was okay. It was still kind of just lingering in the air. And then I said, okay, let's move on from the subject.
Cade brought it up several times. I was ready to, I'm pretty sure I yelled at Cade. I was like, no, let's just move on. And he was like, no.
I was trying to get us to laugh about it, and it did not. It utterly did not work. And if I had
actually talked to him after we got back to the dorms, and I was like, hey, can we talk? And I talked to her, and I was like, hey, I'm over it now. It's like, I just needed like 10 minutes. It just kind of sucked. And she explained, she was like, it was just, it was a joke. It was just, just like, and I was like, hey, did not help at all. And she's like, no, he didn't.
I was like, oh, Alex, you're like an energy vampire. And then like everyone would try to move on the conversation, and then I just kept bringing it back. But Alex, if I had to say anything, he'd be an energy vampire. And there was a little bit more clever ways that I brought it back into the thing. But point is, I was kept trying to make it where it would eventually be funny, and it never did.
It was one of those things that it was funny, an hour later, the next day, but not in the moment. But, we joke about it now. So that's all I wanted to say. So thanks to Heather's Dance Studio next.
Yeah, Tom's Adventure was nice. There was a bunch of people there and everything. And it was great. They were really nice and everything.
Beautiful.
It was a beautiful place. A lot of bedrooms. I don't know why I said that. There's a lot of other things too there. There's an art like gallery beneath there, and a pool and all sorts of things. We got a cool little tour when we was there. Heather's Dance Studio, we thanked earlier. It was great. They allowed us to film at that dance studio. Very nice and very, welcoming of us. And just a random person that we went and asked if we could. We asked them beforehand because it was a more extensive sequence, and they were like, sure, go ahead. Next, over the All-Star Sports Complex. Talked a little bit about that earlier. It was a quick thing. We did it twice. We did rank these, obviously, by the biggest thank yous from at the beginning to the lowest. But still, thank you nonetheless. All-Star gets right above Circle because they accepted twice. Is why they got it. And
really, it's how much time we ate up from them.
Yeah. I mean, we
Historical
really
cinema was walk out the door, shoot in front of them.
yeah.
Done.
And so it
All
was
Star Sports was we did, we were a bit in the way. Heather's Dance, we were very in the way, but they had to come and unlock everything and lock it back.
Mhm.
Thompson Mansion, it's a mansion. Someone was there, and they actually had a party that night that we had to leave by.
It was Valentine's Day.
And then obviously Rogers State University, we did the most. No shout out to the malls though.
Yeah. Well, one thing is we never really got we got permission from Eastland, and then we got it revoked from the permission got revoked, and so it was like, well, then you're not gonna get the shout out. And then Promenade was like, we did that sort of guerrilla style. There was police and security that saw it. We just never got permission because I couldn't really find a place to get permission for. So it was kind of we just went there and no one stopped us.
Once the police and security saw it and they didn't say anything, it was like done deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was it was a very fun time. Like we learned a lot from it. I'll say we'll say my bit first.
Let me wait before you do. Let me just let this fade out.
Oh.
There you go. That's it.
It was a ton of fun, and learned a lot from it. It was by no means a perfect film. Messed up on sound sometimes, a lot of times, and obviously we didn't have a big budget, but I wouldn't trade the experience in for anything. It was truly phenomenal, and just knowing we can do this. Just knowing that we can do this if we want to. Is just very satisfying and gratifying just to be like, I can do this. We can do this. This is something it's not outside the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, I agree. And it was something, I've worked on a lot of projects and a lot of things that have failed throughout the years, and that have a lot of things that had this grand idea and then it just fell through for scheduling, for just different technical things, and ultimately, I knew whenever I worked on this that I said, I think I could finally do that. I think I can finally make something. It's not going to obviously be perfect. I'm still learning from a lot of stuff. But I think I can make a feature film. And I went and did that. And I had this amazing crew and everything, an amazing cast and crew. I mean, I couldn't have done this without Alex. Alex really... did he earned the producer credit really a lot, because he was there every sort of decision making, and he was there and helped me make him and was on set for almost all of the experience, and ran through all the different ideas, and he brought ideas on set too, and it was really a really fun experience that I really enjoyed. And it's been a long time. It's been 2 years since we started, so a lot of stuff has happened in our life, and I obviously would have made a lot more changes probably to it than how it exists now. I'm in a different point in my life than what that was, but I still really enjoy the film, and it and so I don't know, next things I make are gonna be a lot different, and I really this will be something that I hope I'll be able to look back on and see where I was at that time, because I'm already sort of looking at it, I'm like, yeah, I sort of view some things sort of differently than then, and so it's nice to have this piece, and I think it really speaks to the moment in which that was at, and I think it has some overarching things that still work to this day. And anyways, I'm happy to announce we have officially made it to the 6-hour mark.
My soul has been crushed.
Have anything to say, Alex? I know you said that it wasn't going to happen, and that
I'm shocked. I'm shocked it happened.
It's almost serendipity. Because I mentioned that offhand, and then it ended up being the exact sort of time.
Yeah, no, it's funny. It'll get cut down below 6 hours, I think, because of the break maybe. But we'll see what happened. But no, it was fun. I hope if you watch this all the way through, tell us how long it took you. Tell us, what your favorite part was. Do you have any questions? Cade will answer the questions in the comments.
Yeah,
guaranteed for the rest of your life.
Alex, do you have a YouTube channel?
Not yet. I do not.
Could you create one where you could maybe answer questions?
I could. Yeah, I could do that.
Maybe they have a question specifically for you, Alex.
Then yeah, stay tuned because Cade and I are probably going to be working together for hopefully the rest of our lives. Whether or not that's like hand in hand like Ribbon or more virtual like this, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and like we have, just to sort of speak about some things, we want to do some podcasts still, and we want to do more.
Get a new chair if we do that.
We want to do.
A coat as cushion.
Oh, is that what one of those things were that she was doing?
Yeah, that's one of the things. It's added, it's helped. I still have to move, so I'm glad we reached the end. By golly.
And obviously, I want to work on a lot more things. I mean, consider being a Patreon subscriber to the channel. I hope I've had that all set up now. If this is, I'll cut this out. If not, patreon.com/Cade Thomas, I believe is what it will be. And go there.
Is it set up now, Cade?
It's set up. It's just not live currently when I'm recording this. And so I hope that, because I kind of want to mention it a few times in our show, but not overly, I mean, if you enjoy this content, if you enjoy our, you'll see more of Alex and I talking. If you enjoyed this, then I would heavily consider doing that because it makes a lot of this stuff possible.
If you want to see us buy more brisket or vegetarian meal.
Yes, we will buy more brisket with the Patreon money. Now, I mean, we need, the equipment that this was done on was very low, and I know that too. There's a lot of, we shot a lot of this on like a little, like professional little camcorder, though, and I kind of, wish, yes, and it's just kind of like, I do wish we had a little bit nicer things to shoot it on and kind of make it a little bit more like a actual film. I would love to get to that point, in all that, and all that would be very helpful in helping get there. And I don't want to do more shows and all that stuff, so consider doing that. To wrap it up, love doing this movie. It was a lot of fun. It was a dream come true. I've always wanted to make a film, and I'm happy I did it, and I'm happy that it turned out the way that it did. It could have been a lot worse, Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, and I'd like to apologize for how much I move. I'm a bit ADHD, in case it wasn't obvious. I am not someone who can just sit for a long period of time like Cade can, and just I have to move. It is probably one of my greatest flaws, but also assets. So I'm going to acknowledge that. Yes, I was not still at all.
Anything you want to wrap up about Ribbon?
No, I already said it. I'm it was a great time.
Yes. I agree. And it was so is that it? Any other quick little story or anything you want to say before we go?
Watch the other stuff. The blooper reel, the outtakes. There's a lot of stuff that didn't make it in. There's a lot of funny stuff that just that we were able to catch. Yes. Follow us. We hope to, we have ideas for stuff we want to make. And then the podcast, if we do the podcast, it's just fun. And we have stuff we definitely plan on doing.
Yes. Yep.
Cade Thomas is going to be the next household name, like Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper. Yeah, that's really the career that I want, is the Bradley. I mean, again, that sounds like I'm disparaging him. I have nothing against Bradley Cooper. I think he's great, and if I work with him in the future, that would be amazing. And this will be, used against me. But I think he's great and everything, and very talented. He directed *Star Is Born*. He did a great job. He also did good in other things. But anyways, so it's a
great
weird
acting.
note to end on. I don't know why you decided to bring that up right before the ending.
I thought it would be a funny callback.
Okay. Well, that's it. Yes, like I said, like Alex said, watch all of our other content and everything. Thank you for watching. Can't end until Alex is back in frame. There we go. Yes. So yeah, thank you for watching. I don't think there's anything else. Keep watching all of our other
Bye-bye.
content and see you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Have a good night. Let's end with ribbons in the screen. That's a good
Ribbon.
idea.
Thank you for watching.
Goodbye.